A new flash flood warning has been issued.
All right. It may take actually a couple minutes. There it goes. They say it takes about 3 to 5 minutes for the bot, but I just wanted to double check. All right. Wow. I just got back into the studio and got everything set up really quickly because storms, the second round has quickly gone severe. It exploded a little bit, about an hour, maybe before some of the modeling showed earlier. But we have, just as I was starting the stream, like every single tornado warning went off, just back to back to back to back. We have a number of tornado warnings. I believe at least one of those is a PDS right now. Let me pause the radar and get diving into these. Tornado. At least one of them was on the ground. Is it this one that's the PDS? Yeah, here's their PDS confirmed tornado near Unionville, Missouri. This is going to be just passing north of the Unionville, Missouri area. And I don't have the details on that tornado warning. Newest tornado warning back here towards Newtown, Missouri. I don't see anything on the debris signature in this one. Let's check this one for correlation coefficient. Looks to be in there. It's kind of a messy CC, but yeah, it's been in there. Unfortunately, it looks like it's been in there a little bit. Back towards Midway, Missouri. Terre Haute, Missouri. So continuing, we're a little further from the radar site, but it looks like it's still in there. That's really strong rotation. 81 on the inbound and about 35 on the outbound. So gate to gate, over 110. That's not correlates to the exact speed of the tornado, but just a strong gate to gate like that, you know there's basically a tornado in progress. Just passing to the areas right around Unionville. So continue to take tornado safety precautions. Yeah, there's the next scan. Debris signature still showing in here. Basically over and just north of the Unionville, Missouri area. I had to just, I had to get a few other things done with like real life. And as much as time as I want to devote to this channel, it's not quite a full-time gig yet. So I just had to get some other stuff done and also just rest my voice because I knew there was a round 2. The first round was a little feistier than I expected. We had, I think, a couple of tornado warnings, some destructive severe thunderstorm warnings across southern parts of Wisconsin earlier. Most of that is offshore. Still a couple other severe warnings in northern Wisconsin. There was a tornado warning earlier, may have been a quick tornado touchdown, I think, west of Juliet earlier. Those storms are weakening as they advance to the east. Severe thunderstorm watch, though, continues for northern Illinois and northwest parts of Indiana. But yeah, this is the second main event, and it's quickly gone tornadic here. So we have a number of tornado warnings. Tornado warning there near Jameson, Missouri, Coffee and Gilman City, and then back to the west of that near McFall and Old Pattersonburg. Yeah, actually, like all these cells in here are rotating. These cells have quickly gone up and have become tornado warned too. You can see that one went up within the last hour or so. It was severe warned near Union Star, and then quickly had rotation, became tornado warned. Let's continue to track across I-35 and across the Jameson area in Missouri. It's approaching areas around Trenton, Missouri. Continue to take tornado safety precautions there. Lowest level into your room, away from the doors and windows. Put walls between you and outside. If you have a basement or storm shelter, some of these areas do up in this part of Missouri. If you have a basement or storm shelter, that's certainly your best option. They are issuing a new tornado warning for that cell that's back behind the lead cell near the McFall area. So 2 tornado warned storms there into northwest Missouri. And then our other tornado warnings, these are the larger of the 2. Tornado warning there near Newton, and an ongoing tornado in progress. PDS confirmed tornado, large and extremely dangerous tornado near Unionville. Yeah, 2 big supercells in there. Radar confirmed tornado. I'm actually surprised it's not spotter confirmed, but radar confirmed tornado, particularly dangerous situation. They've not only radar confirmed it, but just like we were looking, they see the very strong gate to gate. They've also probably done the VROT calculations, and it shows a very strong circulation in there. Debris signature still showing also here, and on correlation coefficient just north and east of Unionville along Missouri Highway CC, and approaching areas there along Missouri Highway YY. We may see this a few times today. Missouri and also Wisconsin are 2 states, 2 of a handful that have state routes that are in numbers, but also in letters. This is a decent, also, this is another indication of a pretty strong tornado in progress. We are looking up in altitude about 8,500 feet. So this is lofting debris quite a bit a ways up into the atmosphere. Sometimes if we're really close to the radar site, it's nice because we can see small tornadoes, but they don't give us as much of a clue to intensity when we're only looking up a couple hundred feet. Obviously, a pretty weak tornado can toss a few debris things up a couple hundred feet. This is tossing debris up thousands of feet. So yeah, that is a strong tornado signature. It's riding basically along the state line between Iowa and Missouri. So it's in here. Esper, Mendota, Pearl City, Sheraton, and Chapel, Missouri are up next. Again, that's a tornado warning that continues for northeastern Putnam County until 5 p.m.
Has been issued.
Yeah, that's a dangerous, dangerous storm. This storm, I believe, in Iowa was tornado warned just a few minutes ago, or not tornado warned, but confirmed a few minutes ago. Yeah, it was back here near Millerton. This was an ongoing tornado just a few minutes ago near Millerton. That has weakened a little bit, but still seeing rotation in here south of Melrose. That's coming up towards Albia, Blacksburg, and eventually we got to keep an eye on that one around Ottumwa, Iowa. Ottumwa, Iowa, severe thunderstorm warning there, but keep an eye on that tornado warned cell to your southwest. Otherwise, there's a large cluster of storms that have gone up. The one good thing, or potentially good thing, is the models have indicated very rapid upscale development. So these storms are staying discrete. The longer they stay discrete, the more tornado threat. If they continue to cluster together, we may see at least the supercellular tornado threat diminish. And I feel like that's been one of the common themes so far this severe weather season, is we have not seen a whole ton of severe weather events where storms are able to stay discrete. We've seen a lot of quick upscaling, quick
A
clustering,
new flash flood
and that has
warning
limited
been
at least the
issued.
long track tornadoes somewhat. We've had a couple of those in Wisconsin earlier this spring, and also in southern parts of Mississippi earlier this spring. But yeah, we haven't had one of those like classic tornado outbreaks with a ton of long track tornadoes like we saw last year. This is one of those. This is a particularly dangerous long track tornado. It's likely already been on the ground for, quite a while. Yeah, still in there. Probably been on the ground somewhere there since it crossed 139. So roughly, potentially roughly about a 21 mile track. And based on the velocity scans as well as the correlation coefficient, it looks like it may have been on the ground that entire time. There you can see the CC drop really becomes pronounced and continues to track along there. We are losing a little bit of the definition of the CC because it is lofting debris up so high, it's kind of fanning out. This is all debris fallout in this storm. But it's also getting very far away from the radar site. It's pushing about 9,000 feet. Yeah. This is one of my more frustrating radar holes in the entire country. This area has poor radar coverage and it gets quite a bit of severe weather. So we're getting into some of the worst radar hole in some of the severe areas. But yeah, severe tornado continues there along 129. That is in, was it Putnam? Yeah, Putnam County, Missouri, just north and east of Unionville. That is a strong tornado. If you can get below ground.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Yeah, there was some good news. Like last year, Knox County, Missouri, Edina, Missouri. Apparently, the local politicians got a federal grant for a radar site. So I haven't heard any updates on that. It usually takes a couple years for those to like get through and then constructed, but we may actually get this radar hole filled at some point in the next couple years. Although there has been some political changes since that got approved. I don't know if it's still approved. Sometimes federal funds can get reallocated. So hopefully that politician in that county is still pushing if their funds got reallocated. Hopefully they're still pushing for a new radar site, but at the very least, it's probably been slower progress than expected.
A new tornado
this far up,
has been issued.
And also still seeing correlation coefficient tornado likely on the ground still. PDS confirmed tornado. Radar confirmed tornado still. Yeah, I'm shocked there's no storm chasers on that. I'm sure there are now. I'm sure it's going to look like bees to honey. And any storm chaser in this whole area is probably headed down towards the Putnam County area. They're probably coming in from Bloomfield and Queen City and all these highways in there. Tornado warnings continue. Radar indicated tornado warning. That is Grundy and Davies counties. This is a big cluster of potentially tornado-producing storms. Oh, wow.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Yeah, a couple different tornado-producing storms in here. They all could produce tornadoes now or at any time here in the near future. We're kind of on the edge of that radar site, but there's 3 storms in there that are all supercells capable of producing tornadoes. One east of Coffee and Jameson, approaching areas around Trenton, Missouri, Gilman City. And then another one west of Coffee and Gilman City, just east of McFall. A new cell near Weatherby and Altamont, that's also coming up towards Jameson. This area between Jameson, Coffee, and Gilman City has overlapping 3 tornado warnings. And that is not a glitch. You guys have a potential chance in here of 3 different tornado warned cells. So a dangerous, dangerous situation. Coffee, Jameson, Gilman, and that area around there, overlapping tornado warnings. It's right along I-35. That's going to be a dangerous, dangerous situation. This is well north of Kansas City right now. Kansas City, okay right now, but things are going to get rocking and rolling later tonight. There are model data that shows more storm development down here, all the way down to areas north of Wichita. Right now, things are okay around the Kansas City metro. me see if we have a camera up towards that that area. That's as close as our camera goes. It's still down here near Kearney, so hard to see exactly into that storm. You can see how humid and moist it is in the atmosphere. Not really much definition of that cluster. Yeah, this area in northern Missouri is fairly rural, but there are a ton of different small farming towns in here. So our camera network is a little limited also in this area. Continue a PDS damaging tornado. Max hail, also 1.5 inches in diameter. But dangerous tornado continues there around Putnam County, Missouri. Still seeing, looks like a debris signature, but also still seeing very strong velocity signatures in here. Yeah, the blues are headed towards the radar site, and the reds are headed away from the radar site. We are getting radar out of... Yeah, that's how bad this radar hole is. This radar hole is annoying enough to make me want to scream all of the words that my bot blocks, because we're getting radar data out of north of the Des Moines metro area for a tornado in Missouri, about 93 miles, which makes low-level radar data absolutely junk. And let's see. Good news here, this circulation near Melrose has come down in intensity. Still, tornado warning continues there. Lucas, Monroe, Wayne, and Appanoose counties, south central Iowa. I'm concerned about that storm for the Ottumwa area. We'll have to wait and see, though, just how kind of organized that storm is once it gets to the Ottumwa area. It has kind of been absorbed with a couple different clusters of storms. You can see earlier when it was producing that tornado near Millerton, it was a more pronounced hook echo, an embedded supercell within a multi-cell cluster. But it's starting to actually bump into left splits. That's very interesting. These strong supercells across the Missouri border actually have had left splits. And you can see those left splits have actually left split into the new cluster of storms up here. So that's affecting the tornado producing ability of those storms in southern Iowa right now. Again, as storms cluster together, we may see less of a supercellular tornado threat, more of a transition to a line segment tornado threat. That's for the most part what we had in Wisconsin earlier today, is line segment tornadoes, but we did have some destructive severe thunderstorm warnings, including around the Milwaukee area. Yeah, a ton of different storm reports here showing the... pull that back up. Storm reports showing a ton of wind and not as much hail reports. But yeah, some of these areas here, northern Illinois into western parts of Wisconsin, 80, 85 mile an hour winds, destructive severe threat. The other problem we're going to have, actually quite a bit of destructive severe threats, may not have been a derecho build because it may not have gone the 250 miles. The one issue we're going to have later tonight is whatever comes out of this area here in southern Iowa and northern Missouri is going to work back into some of the areas that have had destructive and damaging winds now and earlier. So any trees that have already become loosened by the destructive winds earlier, even up to southern parts of Wisconsin, you need to pay extra attention if you have trees on your property, because the next round of storms could take care of those trees that are already damaged, as well as tree limbs. If you park your car under a big tree limb, I wouldn't do that tonight, even if the hail threat comes down. And then back here also, we haven't seen as many right now, big reports. Most of these are ping pong ball size hail to maybe close to lime size in a couple cells, but the potential here for some very large hail exists back across areas like Kansas City, Topeka, back through areas north of the Wichita Falls area, or not Wichita Falls, but Wichita itself. So anywhere really in that tornado watch, you have the risk of damaging winds, some strong tornadoes. It looks like we may have verified that already, and large hail. So yeah, unlike yesterday's live stream where the tornado watch did not verify, it looks like today it will. That's our closest radar site. still appears to be ongoing. There still appears to be a tornadic circulation in there. Just getting so far from the radar site. They have extended this up into parts of the southern Iowa area. PDS tornado warning continues. Yeah, tornado watch continues. There's so many warnings layered over there. It's hard to click on all of them at once, but I think it's still in there. The latest radar scan is a little bit more muddled. It definitely was here crossing at 129 near Mendota, Missouri. I think it's still in there. It's just really hard to see. There's also blow off from this supercell. There's actually debris blow off in the cloud. A little bit of a donut hole also in there. That's a weak echo region, bounded weak echo region. And that likely indicates there's still a tornado in progress. It's about to cross the state line. This is Iowa here to the north of that. So areas there along Iowa 202, Coatesville, right along the Missouri-Iowa border. You guys are under that tornado threat. Keep an eye on this for Bloomfield, Pulaski, Drakesville, and those areas. This is well north of the Kirksville area right now. Otherwise, other supercells still trying to kind of reorganize an area of rotation there. Another one up into areas just south of Melrose. We have to watch both of those areas of rotation. And then this lead cell in the cluster is a little bit of a concerning one as well. It's also trying to organize an area of rotation. Cruz, if you're on here, this is a good look at that spectrum width. This tells me that it's not just like an outflow gust. It's actually some rotation here. We have winds going towards the radar and away from the radar. So that normally does show rotation. Sometimes that actually, if you do look at red and greens going next to each other, sometimes that does not indicate rotation. Sometimes it can actually be a downburst and they're going opposite directions. But part of the ways I can verify this is rotation is looking at the spectrum width, and you can see the chaotic winds and the higher speed particles in here. So that does indicate that there's a rotating column of air. It does not indicate a tornado on the ground. For that, we look more towards the correlation coefficient as well as the velocity figures. Right now, it's fairly low. It's a tornado, possible severe thunderstorm, but we do have to watch rotation increasing there near the Ottumwa, Iowa area. Let's go back down to these cells. Davidson County. Yeah, Davidson County, Missouri. Areas around Jameson, Gilman City, Trenton, and Coffee. Still seeing a couple different areas of rotation in there. The northernmost cell may be diminishing. Yeah, it looks like it is on radar too. So that's one good thing. That area may be diminishing in intensity just a little bit. But the southern cells, these have access to warm and moist inflow. Yeah, that third cell on the north side near Gilman City, more of a hail threat at the moment. And they are going to continue that tornado warned part of the storm there for areas that is in Grundy County, Missouri. It's approaching the area right around the Trenton area. So Trenton, Missouri, need to be in your tornado safe space. It's along Missouri Highway 6, just south and west of the Trenton, Missouri area. Wow, these storms have exploded to about 56,000 feet. The other cell that's producing the PDS tornado, about 57,000 feet. We'll see what they do for that one. The PDS tornado warning expires in about 7 minutes in the Missouri side of things. So yeah, these have pushed very quickly in the last hour or so. They've exploded. up to about 57,000 feet from really nothing just an hour or so ago. Yeah, this is about 3 o'clock. You can see they're going up very quick. The upscale growth is pretty strong with those. Yeah, the one good news is they've developed maybe a little bit further east than some of the modeling showed. So they will run into that rain-cooled wake. There is a bit of a rain-cooled boundary kind of in here from the earlier mesoscale convective systems. So that may weaken some of those storms. But there is expected to be recovery, atmospheric recovery. So that's why areas like Iowa City, the Quad Cities and all that under a tornado watch there. This is the newest tornado watch that goes until, I don't even know how long that goes till. We posted it a while ago on social media. There's been so many tornado watches. That goes until 11 p.m. in the central time zone. There is also the expectation, apparently, that some of this area in northern Illinois will convert eventually over to a tornado watch. From currently, it's a severe thunderstorm watch for the morning round of storms. But yeah, this area here, eastern Iowa, northeast Missouri, and western Illinois. A couple of strong tornadoes possible, scattered hail up to 2 inches likely, and scattered damaging winds 75 miles an hour likely. Quad Cities, Cedar Rapids, Iowa City, Fairfield, Burlington, Keokuk on the Illinois side, the Quad Cities, but also Macomb, Quincy, areas like Aledo and Burlington, and then Hannibal, Mexico, Troy, Missouri, also Palmyra, and areas like Memphis and Edina. That's the tornado watch there. Fairly high-level tornado watch with a couple of strong tornadoes possible. The other tornado watch goes until 9 p.m. right now. Depending on storm motion and movement, I wouldn't be surprised if that gets extended or at least replaced with a watch later, because these storms may still be in this area in kind of central Missouri by about 9 o'clock. But that goes until 9 p.m. Also includes a couple of strong tornadoes possible. A very similar watch. Scattered wind gusts, 75 miles an hour likely, and scattered large hail, isolated very large hail, 3 inches in diameter plus. So we're looking at tennis to baseball size hail is a potential in that western watch area. That's northwestern Missouri, southern Iowa, and parts of eastern Kansas. Yeah, you guys got nothing right now in the Kansas City. Let's see, it's 5 o'clock.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Unless something explodes right over the KC area, you're going to get through rush hour with just really hot rush hour, but it's very humid. You can see this is the Topeka area. The humidity there, kind of hazy in the distance, but it's dry. You're going to get through rush hour, but later tonight, 6 to 7 o'clock, that's where we can expect some storms to go up, and starting to see a little bit of development back here. We'll kind of keep our eye on these blips. Yeah, those are new storms going up towards the St. Joseph area and back towards St. Mary's north of the Topeka area. These are storms to watch as they upscale and work towards the east. The threat becomes a little bit more conditional the further south and west you go. Models show a little bit more isolated storms, little discrete storms, and we may even get storms all the way back into parts of the Texas Panhandle. Just looking at the NATOcast, this is an AI model for basically tornado parameters, and it does show, it puts Kansas City now into that higher end threat for tornadoes. So yeah, we are expecting more storms to backbuild, and yeah, tornadoes are actually just now getting into NATOcast's most favorable tornado parameter area. So that is a concerning risk there. The Storm Prediction Center highlights basically all of Wisconsin, northern Illinois, eastern Iowa, northern Missouri, eastern Kansas, with the enhanced risk. That's a level 3 out of 5. They have, and we talked about this in our morning brief that got posted in the afternoon, but they have bumped that tornado risk. The highest tornado risk yesterday was in western Wisconsin, because of that mesoscale convective system working through. There is going to be atmospheric recovery, but probably not enough in the tornado parameters. They have shoved that tornado parameter down into parts of Iowa and Missouri. You can see the little difference here between NATOcast and the Storm Prediction Center. Those storms right now are in the heart of the most tornado-prone area. I kind of agree with that because NATOcast is picking up that there may be more QLCS tornadoes further into Illinois, but for the actual supercellular tornadoes, the strong tornado risk, it's going to be very quickly before those upscale. And I have to take a break really quick. My wife just got in the door, and I got to be a good husband for a second. But yeah, we're going to continue going into all these. I'll update her on the puppies and all that. Tornado warning also continues there in northern Wisconsin around White Lake. That's another embedded circulation. Yeah, pretty strong one actually too. Decently strong in there near White Lake. So continue to take tornado safety precautions there. We'll also get into, we have a new severe thunderstorm watch that covers parts of western Michigan, northern Indiana, and even northwest Ohio. So a ton of severe weather ongoing. Let me get the MRMS up, take a, couple minute break, say hi to my wife, and then we're going to get going. She has not seen much of me in the last couple of days because we are really, I think, in the peak of severe weather season. A little bit of a lull in May, a little bit of an unexpected or unusual lull in May, and it has picked up in a high intensity here in June.
A new tornado warning has been issued. A new PDS tornado warning has been issued. A new flash flood warning has been issued.
All right. Sorry about that, guys. She says hi as well. Yeah, this is just kind of getting over a dinner plan. She just got in the door and needed to just say hi and everything like that. So, all right, and update her on the weather. We have a number of severe thunderstorms. I believe we have 5 tornado warnings in progress right now. One in parts of Wisconsin. This is areas around Menominee County, Wisconsin. Take a look at that area has broadened just south of the White Lake area. Tornado warning expires. They're probably just going to let that warning expire. We have kind of round 2 for Wisconsin picking back up. New storms have fired in western Wisconsin, around the Rochester, Minnesota area, and then up into areas around Mondavi, Durand, and Eau Claire, Wisconsin. We'll keep an eye on those storms. Right now, it's more of a damaging wind risk. We also have storms firing in northern parts of Minnesota. The Red River Valley has storms. This is closer to the low pressure system. It's mostly a wind, isolated hail, and a quick spin-up tornado risk across northern parts of Minnesota, but we will keep an eye on there. There's a couple different line segments. This looks actually fairly like the models depicted. A little bit maybe earlier than some of the models, but we do have a couple of different bands of storms. And then we have our tornado warning cluster down here. We have our remnant MCS that has worked basically clear through Wisconsin earlier today. That is still severe. Now a line of severe thunderstorm warnings is in effect for parts of western Michigan, all the way down from Benzie County and areas around Manistee, Traverse City, Ludington, Hart, Holland, east of there towards Jamestown, and just basically west of Grand Rapids, South Haven to Paw Paw, Michigan, down to Three Oaks, into areas in northern Indiana, around LaPorte, Michigan City, and New Buffalo Township. So solid line of severe warnings into parts of Michigan. Tons of severe thunderstorm warnings in effect right now, so we're mostly going to concentrate on the tornado warnings and any destructive severe thunderstorm warnings. This new severe weather watch that covers parts of northern Indiana, it's a fairly large watch, but it covers northern Indiana as well as most of western Michigan. It actually is kind of the shape of Indiana, but that includes a couple of tornadoes possible, isolated hail up to quarter-size hail, not that big of a hail threat, and gusts up to 80 miles an hour are likely. This is the same complex of storms that had 80 to 85 mile an hour gusts, northern Illinois, southern Wisconsin, and that's making its way basically center line for the Grand Rapids area. So especially that area, St. Joseph up to Grand Rapids, that's going to be a particular area, I think, that has a threat for 80 mile an hour winds. All along that line, there's a potential there for 70 mile an hour winds. That goes until 11 p.m. Eastern, 10 p.m. Central. Hey, yeah. I thought about getting on earlier for the morning round of storms in this MCS, but the tornado threat was a little bit lower with the MCS. It was mostly damaging winds, and then the I just had to rest my voice a little bit.
Tornado warning has been
I had to rest my voice and also get a couple non-channel things done. Storm chaser footage earlier from the Unionville tornado shows a multi-vortex tornado, pretty large tornado, and it does just visually looking at the chaser footage of the multi-vortices, it does look like a fairly intense tornado. So it looks like the strong tornado risk has already verified, at least into northern Missouri. Let's get back into the radar data and go into Davis County, parts of Iowa here, around the Moulton area, Bloomfield, Pulaski. You can see shear rate shows a very strong circulation near Coal City and Dean. It's crossing the Missouri state line. Yeah, there it is in here. Just near Coal City and Dean. This is that same tornado warned section. It is being warned as a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado near Moulton. Weather spotter confirmed tornado, damaging tornado continues here. So we do have an ongoing tornado in progress. This may be the same one. I don't know if it's actually fully cycled or not.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Yeah, I don't know if that's actually cycled or not. If that is the same tornado, that's going to be a very long track tornado. Potentially starting there near Newtown. And if that is the same tornado, that's a big if because it may have cycled. It'd be about 40-mile long track. It may have cycled. This may be the second or even third of that tornado family. So it could be a tornado family or it could be one long track tornado. Either way, it has had an intense tornado at times. Back through the Union City area, this is, or Unionville. This is a severe thunderstorm warning back into Putnam County and Schuyler counties. Radar indicated 60-mile-an-hour winds, nickel-size hail. Want to check that other cell near Melrose. Still seeing kind of broad rotation south of Melrose. Kind of watching those cells work up towards the Ottumwa, Iowa area. And then 3 tornado warnings. Looks like the one should be expiring. Yeah, the one near Jameson is expiring. But we have 2 tornado warning storms still in progress here, north central Missouri. One south of Gilman City, and then the other one here between Trenton and Humphreys. This one may even have 2 circulations on it. It does. Looks like this one has a new circulation. It's cycling right now. The old circulation is occluding. It's getting pulled up into the storm. New circulation starting near Laredo, Missouri. That's likely going to be the one that continues on towards Humphreys, Galt, Milan, and areas there along Missouri Highway 5. This other circulation is getting more intense near Jamesport, south of Gilman City. That one also has likely a damaging wind risk in it as well. Tornado warnings continue there.
A new tornado warning.
Davies and Grundy County in Missouri. Yeah, that's the Davies and Grundy County storms. Seeing storms going up non-severe right now in northern parts of Kansas. We'll keep an eye on that one near Horton, Highland, and then back up into Missouri near Mound City, Missouri. Our other tornado warning in Wisconsin that expires in just a couple minutes. It looks like that area of rotation has left the tornado warning. There still is rotation in here near White Lake, Wisconsin. We'll keep an eye on that one.
Flood warning has been issued.
In case that re-intensifies. Okay, storms coming into Michigan. We'll get a better look at those in a few minutes, but severe warnings continue here in Michigan. This line segment earlier had 80-mile-an-hour winds, and it'll probably get reinvigorated. The water temperatures over the Lake Michigan are still fairly cool, so that has likely temporarily diminished those storms. Once they get over land again, parts of Michigan had heat watches today. So once they get over Michigan and the warmer terrain, these storms likely will re-intensify as they work towards really all of the more populated areas in Michigan, especially southern Michigan, Grand Rapids, Lansing, Jackson, Ann Arbor, eventually into the Detroit metro. Yeah, special weather statements you see in the Howe Valley are for high heat and humidity. Continuing that PDS tornado warning around the Bloomfield area, Bloomfield, Pulaski, and areas right around the Molten area. This is continuing
A new
to be a tornado in
warning
progress.
has been issued.
There's the max, basically on max out on spectrum width. The correlation coefficient is very muddled right now, but some of this is hail, but some of this is also debris that's gotten picked up and carried along in the storm. So some of that is debris fallout. It's still likely in here. It's just we're looking up about 9,000 feet into the storm, so just not getting a really good low-level look at things, but this is continuing to work to the east-northeast. It is into Davis County in Iowa. Confirmed tornado near Moulton or 9 miles northwest of Lancaster, moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. Spotter confirmed tornado. This was previously a radar confirmed tornado with the correlation coefficient and the debris signature, but at about 30 miles an hour, it's going to track through these areas here pretty quickly in Davis County. Bloomfield, about 25 minutes. Pulaski, 36. Milton, 46. And Cantrell, about 54 minutes. And sometimes if you're kind of towards the end of the warning polygon, you may kind of negate this. You might think you have time. You might think it'll weaken before it gets to you because you're all the way over on the other side of the county. I would not do that with this storm. This storm has potentially had a long track tornado with it that's roughly about 40-mile track. If it hasn't been one tornado, it's been just a short family of two, and it's done quick cycles. So for the most part, the last 40 miles, it's had a significant tornado with it. So I don't see the good idea to wait too long to get your turn to your tornado safe space. This is not one of those quick spin ups that is going to weaken in the next mile. Bloomfield, Pulaski up next there in Davis County.
A new PDS tornado warning has been issued.
Putnam and Schuler. That may just be a cancellation notice of the, because Putnam County was the other storm. Yeah, okay, that's just the system resetting, it looks like.
A new flash flood warning has
Both
been
of these
issued.
cells in central Missouri also could produce tornadoes. The one is west of Trenton. The other one is east of Trenton. Both of those could be tornado producers. Trenton to Tyndall, and then Galt, Humphreys, Osgood, and Milan or Milan. That's Davies County and Grundy County. The other one is going to be Lynn, Grundy, and Sullivan counties, north central Missouri. Both of those working to the east-northeast about 30 miles an hour. So yeah, it looks like 30, 35 miles an hour for the storm motion is about correct. These are dangerous situations because it means people that are in a tornado warning already, like areas around Galt and Humphreys, 7 minutes and 14 minutes. You also are in the track for another area of circulation. Whoops. Yeah, the next area of circulation is roughly about 37 minutes away. So you have about a half-hour difference between circulation number 1 and then storm number 2. So you may have to stay in your tornado safe space for an extended period of time if you're in especially Grundy, Sullivan, and Lynn counties. Dangerous storm there. Okay for the Kansas City area right now. I'm going to actually clear off a few of these warnings just to kind of keep the map clean for right now.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Let's see. You can see there's been a ton of rain, so there's a ton of river flood warnings in these areas. We'll get to those maybe another time. There is also a flash flood or a flood watch across parts of Iowa, and we'll keep that on. That's fine. this is pretty much the main show right now. There's no other severe warnings across the east, or there is one severe warning in far west Texas with a very low populated area. Still radar indicated on the 2 tornado warned storms in Missouri. We have lost a few tornado warnings, so we're not like we were earlier. Some of these northern areas have diminished in intensity. A little bit of spin over there near Russell. Keep an eye on that area. But yeah, here's this area of circulation coming up towards the Bloomfield area, Davis County, Iowa, southern Iowa. That is Davis County. Southern Iowa does not have as much cameras as the northern part of the state, but let's see if we can find anything down there.
A new PDS tornado warning has been issued. A new tornado warning has been issued.
I got really nervous when I pulled up this camera footage, and I thought it was tornado damage or something. It's a construction site. This is it looks like they're rebuilding the bridge there. This is at US 63, mile marker 19.75 in the Bloomfield area. This is in our PDS considerable threat tornado warning that they've extended now. They've extended that considerable threat tornado warning in Davis County. You can see there's actually a lot of cars. I wonder if some of those are storm chasers. It might just be rush hour. Even though this is a fairly rural area, there are people that live out here. This is in the Bloomfield area along US 63 that runs north-south. Okay, it's on the north side of Bloomfield, so we'll see what the kind of impact this is. It's going to be right... Okay, I can even see it on the map. This is the river here, the Fox River in Bloomfield. That's the kind of detail that Aguacero weather has. I can actually see the terrain. That's the camera position right there. So that camera is roughly about... This tornado is going to be about 10 to 11 miles south of that camera position. That's from downtown Bloomfield. It's only going to be about 9.5 miles southwest of Bloomfield. You need to take tornado safety precautions. There's way too many people on the road. That is a dangerous situation here.
A new flash flood warning has been
If
issued.
US 63 looks like that through the Bloomfield area, that is not a good situation. Yeah, US 63, it looks like makes a turn, and then basically down US 63, our tornado is about to cross US 63 south of Bloomfield. Still looking like a debris signature in there as well. It's wrapped up in the rain. Moving east-northeast at 30 miles an hour. That's a dangerous situation. I think it's going to be a pasta dinner. That's pretty quick and easy. Yeah, northeast at 30 miles an hour.
A new PDS tornado warning has been issued.
That's the continuation of that warning that we just looked at. They just reissued it for another while. At 30 miles an hour to the northeast, it's about 17 minutes away from Bloomfield, 27 from Pulaski, and then if it holds together, Dowds and Kioswara, about 50 to 55 minutes. Yeah, and that is going to be a little bit more rain wrap than it was earlier. Flash flood warning for those areas in north central Missouri. A lot of those areas have had several supercells work through the area. Up to about 2 inches of rain, still an inch or two more. And continuing to watch these supercells progress across north central Missouri. This one was for areas around Galt, Parsons, Osgood, Cora, Milan. That's Sullivan County. And then areas here, Trenton, Laredo, Galt, Tyndall. Both those cells still showing circulation in here. The one may have redeveloped actually south of Trenton, and the other one showing around the Humphreys and Galt area.
A new PDS tornado warning has been issued.
All right. So many warnings. The alert system needed a little bit of a refresh. We have a number of severe warnings right now. I don't believe any of those are... Yeah, a couple considerable threats for some large hail in northern parts of Minnesota. Still seeing some severe warnings across southeast Minnesota. Yeah, wind in there near Winona and Lewiston. And then I do want to take a look and see our what our line segment is doing. Severe storms coming into Ludington, Holland, down towards areas around Grand Rapids, and then into northern parts of Indiana. We'll see. This may get reinvigorated as it gets away from the cooler lake waters. That whole cluster trails down to areas into central Illinois. There's a couple severe cells near Taylorsville. Keep an eye on that one. Oh, let's see. It took me a minute. If you have a profile, I think you can do it in the profile. If you have it on desktop, let me just pull up the desk, or not the desktop, but the you just pull up the browser source, browser. If you're just accessing it from a computer, let's see.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Why does that look so weird? Anyway, it's going to be right up at the top where you see the login and register. There's a little bit of a little sun next to that. It's not showing up on my screen for some reason, but you can click the little sun and moon symbol, and the moon will put it into dark mode.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Yeah, it took me a minute to figure that out when I first saw it, because I think their tutorials were in the dark mode, and when I first pulled it up, it was in light mode. Light mode looks cool, but I like the dark mode better. Still seeing that circulation in here. May actually be cycling. It seems like it's slowed down a little bit.
A new PDS tornado warning has been issued.
Yeah, actually, it is weakening. There's a new area of rotation that seems to be picking up. The old area is actually in here. So seeing two circulations in here now. If there's still a tornado on the ground, it's just south of the Bloomfield area.
Has been issued.
Okay, this is just on the north side of Bloomfield, so better situation there. There's also not as many cars. That may have been a chaser conga line that we saw earlier, because there was a ton of cars on a fairly rural highway. And actually, that still may be on the ground. There still is a debris signature, it looks like. It's hard to fully confirm that, but this is still a confirmed tornado warning, so that makes me also think that this may still be confirmed in here. It could also just be carrying some debris still with it. It is weakening. It has weakened some. The secondary area rotation has picked up in intensity a little bit, so we may start to see a little bit of a cycle, and we'll watch for that. Oh, yeah, they're, I heard someone else said they got ghosted by Weatherfront. They may be just really busy, because I know everybody, like, jumped over to them. There's the area around Parsons. Some big hail up here, too. This storm is potentially producing some larger hail near Parsons, Missouri. Up to areas there in Sullivan County, Missouri. Near the Milan area. Milan. That's one of those town names that seems like every state pronounces it a little bit differently. Other circulation in here near Laredo. That's a dangerous cell as well, south of Trenton. All right, let me step back and see how we're doing. Down to the 3 tornado warnings. That's a better situation than we had a little while ago. Looks like 14 severe thunderstorm warnings. Most of those are now into western Michigan. There's one in Illinois, a couple there in southern Iowa, and then a few also in Minnesota at the moment. With that one circulation diminishing in intensity a little bit, you want to check on a few of these other storms. Coming into the Duluth metro, Duluth, Minnesota, Superior, Wisconsin. Cluster of strong storms. One is warned for 60-mile-an-hour wind, quarter-size hail. And a bunch of cells kind of in here. Some small hail, gusty winds, Breezy Point, Grand Rapids, all the way up to basically International Falls. Another cell in central Minnesota near Little Falls. Wind and hail. Considerable threat, actually, for golf ball size hail. Little Falls, Pierre, and Lone Prairie. Also watching the Minneapolis-St. Paul area. There's a storm going up over Minneapolis. It has a special weather statement on it. We saw storms last night at, I don't know, 4 a.m. Severe warned over the Minneapolis area, so some more storms. That may start to do it for Minneapolis. We'll have to see. But your severe threat may be winding down a little bit. They may just be really busy because they just rolled out their desktop. You can always give them another shout in a little while, I would, because they might just be really busy. They rolled out their desktop. They have to deal with you know, some setting updates and roll out stuff on the back end, and also like the any glitches. I think there were not many, but people point out stuff when they go live with the event, so they might just be really, really busy. Oh. Hmm. There's this area there around Steuben, Bloomfield, still seeing that rotation. It's about to cross Illinois or Iowa Highway 2 between Bloomfield and Pulaski. They're going to continue that tornado warning storm. Lynn, Grundy, Sullivan counties. Golf ball size hail and tornado there near Trenton moving east at 40. And yeah, they have backed this down to radar indicated. The Davis County storm. Yeah, not seeing as deep of a debris signature. So this has maybe finally weakened. It's definitely in here in southern Davis County a little while ago. About to cross 63. Yeah, it may have been in there even to basically south of Bloomfield. So our dangerous PDS tornado warning storm, potentially a couple tornadoes, maybe one. We'll kind of wait for confirmation by the Weather Service, but that may have actually tracked about 40 or so miles, somewhere in there. It'll be interesting to see the Weather Service survey on that one to see if they have one tornado or if they confirm that it cycled a couple times. Yeah, I'm liking their customer service, and their team seems to be really good. I get updates like super crazy frequently too. I don't even know how many updates there's been since I started using it a couple months ago. Seeing some non-severe storms work into the areas around Des Moines and Urbandale. We'll keep an eye on those. These are going to be storms that are right along the cold front. And it looks like we can see the cold front potentially showing up there. These will be interesting storms because you have the cold front crashing in. Whoops, that's the wrong tool. Still getting used to the tool set, but it's there. Yeah, these are going to be basically right along the cold front. The cold front kind of runs in there. It's progressing to the south and east. Storms sparked along there. The interesting thing, and I should use this more, I love how you can go to a dashed line. You can switch the lines from solid for writing on stuff. You can switch it from solid to dashed, to even dotted lines. I might go with the dotted line. There's an outflow boundary that's progressing the opposite direction. So that's going to lead to some extra convergence along this line of storms. Wouldn't be surprised if that flares up a little bit. It's going to kind of squeeze this warm and moist atmosphere basically up because you have the rain-cooled atmosphere working up to the north. You have the cool and drier atmosphere working south with the cold front. There's really nowhere for that juice to go except up into those storms. So this could be a little area that gets highlighted for some more severe weather in the next little while. Nothing yet, but our Davis County storm looks like it's back on the ground. Unless that just glitched out. Yeah, radar indicated. Okay. Definitely just popped up as a PDS, but it may just still be radar indicated. something's been a little glitchy with the National Weather Service API, I think, today, because earlier this morning, I was keeping an eye on some of those other storms and actually watching national broadcast, and they said there was a tornado warning in one spot, but it actually wasn't showing on their radar because of something with the National Weather Service. So every now and then, there's just so much data, I guess. Let me double check, though. Oh, wow. So many tornado reports from the one cell. Yeah, it is radar indicated. Okay. Still seeing rotation in here, basically passing the Bloomfield area between Bloomfield and Pulaski. This is just north of the Bloomfield on this camera, so everything looks okay there. Still in the tornado warning, though. There's still a little too many cars out. Yeah, I haven't seen anyone else use it. It was like the same day I saw that they put out their radar, and I started testing it in the background for a little bit. And then for, I think, 1 or 2 streams, I had it running on the side screen just to kind of compare with what I was using before. And as soon as I liked what I saw, I just like jumped on it and actually tested it live on one stream and sent them an email and started the communication that I liked what they were doing. But I wouldn't be surprised to see more people start to use it as it continues to get more features. There are already a ton of meteorologists that use it for the visualization data, which I may do here in a second, actually.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning for western Adair and central Sullivan County, north central Missouri. It's a continuation of those 2 cells in north central Missouri. Still two tornado warned cells in this area. The one is just south of Highway 6 between Parsons and Paw Paw, Missouri, approaching areas around Enterprise and Wigan, moving east at 40. They both increased the speed. The other cell is down here to the west. That's for Lynn, Grundy, and Sullivan counties. And that still is also moving to the east at 40. So yeah, 2 circulations in here. You may be in a tornado warning for an extended period of time with one rotation there, the other rotation here, both essentially working kind of across the same areas. So a 1-2 punch. Haven't seen any confirmations in that particular storm, but we'll keep an eye on it. They're going to continue a radar indicated tornado warning for Van Buren and northern Scotland counties in Iowa and northeastern Missouri. Yeah, still seeing broad rotation. That area has broadened, but this has been a cyclic supercell. We'll see if it produces a new tornado. Yeah, I looked into that app and I don't know. It looks really cool. It looks visually very stunning. There's some weird stuff with the settings of that app. Like you can't have your something I looked into the how-to guide, and I guess you can't have your like security on, your internet security and stuff. So I didn't love that. I guess you could technically, if you ran it from, and I think that's what a lot of people that have it do, is they run it from a designated computer. So that's essentially just running it on the side, and then they connect it to the source. And then, you know, you can pull up social media and Google and whatever else on another computer. But if you're just running it off of one computer, that would kind of freak me out. And I didn't want to get another computer just to run software. And yeah, and I believe their terms of service does say, like, if you want to actually use it for broadcast or business, you contact them. So you could do that too, but I don't know. It's been around for a while. It's been around since like the earlier 2000s. That new tornado warning for Van Buren County does include areas around Keoswara, Bonaparte, Farmington, Stockport, and Dowds. So we're continuing to watch that tornado warning cell move across southern parts of Iowa. Yeah, let's get into some of this real quick since we have those tornado warnings covered. Let's see. I'll turn off NextRad. I want to turn off the alerts for a second. May even turn off lightning strikes. And we can do some interesting things here with the model data, including composite indices. I want to look at the STP, the significant tornado parameter. And doing this kind of live, it is a little bit sketchier, but that's interesting. But yeah, so this area in here is basically where our highest significant tornado parameter is at the moment. But it does seem to be the STP seems to be building back in some areas that don't have a lot of storms yet. Watch this here in the next couple of hours. You can see that STP builds up as the cold front crashes to the south. So it continues to maintain this corridor here in northern Missouri, eastern Kansas as the highest STP mark. So yeah, even though it's been fairly quiet so far back to the Kansas City area, into areas around Topeka, we do have to keep an eye on this. Areas around St. Joseph. The storm tracks, yeah, the arrow up here. I can pull that out. That's the little slider for it. I do like that I can switch from a cell mode to the line track mode. That becomes very useful for different situations. This also, if you're using the either the cell track mode or the line track mode, I just track out a cell. You can move this box around too. I've kept it in kind of the top corner of the screen, but you can move it up. You can also, I adjusted a bunch of settings when it first started, but you can update how small and large this is. If you're doing it for broadcast, I'd keep it kind of on the larger side so people can read it okay. You can set how many place names there are in it, all the way down to like just a couple, actually just one. I think I have it set for like 10. So I might have it like 8. Yeah, it does all kinds of cool stuff. You can set the display speed differently. You can set, I don't know how many places, up to 25 places or down to 1 place. So yeah, 10 is probably fine. And they have done some updates recently. They just added these in the updates. You can change the opacity. And for the cone, one thing I thought was a little annoying when I first used it is the cone can be really wide, but they have now adjusted it where you can actually adjust the cone width. So depending on your certainty level, you can actually adjust it. Like yesterday with the QLCS tornadoes kind of staying in pretty much one direction, I narrowed the cone. But yeah, if you have a tornado that's maybe in an area that doesn't have a lot of steering flow, it's making erratic behavior, then you could potentially widen the cone too.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So yeah, there's all kinds of cool stuff. Ignore the cone. Okay, so yeah, the STP continues to build in the same general area and doesn't really clear out until later tonight. All right, let's put the lightning back on and get the new radar sweep in here. Okay, I thought we got a new warning. Looks like they just updated the Pulaski County warning. They trimmed it up just to be Eastern Pulaski County. Still a tornado warning in progress. Not seeing a whole ton of tornadic rotation at the moment. It's kind of broadly a shear line at the moment. We'll kind of wait and see if that retightens. That is in one of those worst radar holes, and it is in a favorable environment. You can also do some overlays here. Let me overlay STP with, let's do NATOcast and see. You can also adjust the layers. I'm going to bring NATOcast up. So yeah, there's STP over, actually let's put NATOcast underneath. There, it's kind of hard to read, but there's NATOcast over the STP. I can increase the width of that so you can see the STP highlights over the NATOcast. So that's interesting. It fairly lines up. Okay, that was a little weird. I went to just restart it and it kicked me out of my kicked me out of the account. There we go. So instead of logging back in, or instead of play around with the settings and rebuild everything, I just logged back in. But all right, so we're back. The roads, let's see. They are in the map. Yeah, the map settings have so many things. But I have it set a little bit higher, a little thicker on the roads. You can change the thickness of the roads and stuff. Let's see. And then for the road symbols, they're a different category. Yeah, there's the road labels, and I believe the default is unchecked. You just want to check the box, and you can also play around with the distance between the road labels. I adjust that back and forth sometimes because, interestingly, the road labels, the distance of them somehow changes the city distances a little bit, so it changes slightly which cities you're showing. But if you keep it around the default, it should show pretty much exactly how you should. And then one of the newer updates they added was county labels. Yeah, county labels here that in the default may be unchecked. Or if you're just signing up for an account, that may be unchecked. But I activated those. You can see they kind of zoom in and out, but they're very small. They don't seem to clutter the screen much. And so I keep those on. Yeah, there's all kinds of different map settings. All right, still seeing the radar indicate tornado warning around Kioswara, Mount Sterling. Wow, such a bad radar hole. Yeah, we're really still getting data from the Des Moines radar on that. So continue to stay in your safe place there. That's in Van Buren County in Iowa. Still a dangerous storm with a history of producing tornadoes. We're seeing more cells kind of pick up in the eastern Iowa area. Tornado possible tag coming towards the Quad Cities. Yeah, had a little bit tighter rotation just a few minutes ago, but there's definitely damaging wind in here. Generally coming towards the Quad Cities area. Muscatine, Iowa. And then checking out Michigan. 60-mile-an-hour winds, 60-mile-an-hour winds. So pretty much a line of standard severe thunderstorm warning. 60-mile-an-hour gusts, very small hail, if any. It's mostly a damaging wind risk. I don't really see any QLCS threat on these right now. and not even a lot of big surge in winds. So far, this line is behaving itself, getting through the Grand Rapids area. Yeah, that's about to get into Grand Rapids around Jamestown, Michigan right now. And then there is a couple cells that have popped up around the Great Lakes, a severe storm over Detroit at the moment. A couple small cells there, some gusty winds, a couple also into the Windsor side of things. Another small cell over near Cleveland. These are the cells that we do have to watch a little bit. They may get a little bit feistier into the late afternoon and early evening. These are cells that the Rufus model, the RRFS model, put as like giant supercells across Ohio. Yeah, basically no other model had. So may get a couple severe warnings, but I don't think we're going to get anything crazy over there in Ohio. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I probably should have explained that more. Yeah, basically we're looking up in that storm about 10,000 feet. So with low-level rotation, that's important for detecting tornadoes. It's very hard to see a low-level rotation, basically impossible. So we're getting a look at like upper-level rotation or mid to upper-level rotation, but that doesn't tell the whole story of the tornado, especially since a lot of the tornado genesis processes happen actually at the really low levels. The rear flank downdraft comes crashing down on the backside and helps, as it spreads out, it helps funnel the inflow. So we don't see that on in radar holes because it's up at like 11 to 10,000 feet. And it's a radar hole because the closest radars are both roughly the same distance. You can see here these purple bands in here. That indicates basically the radar is just not getting data. So that's the end here of basically the useful data here. This arc right in there. So we're basically at the max of useful data on that radar. And then very similar to the Des Moines radar, we're right at that maximum range. So you can see actually this rotation is down here just beyond the maximum useful range of both radar sites. That's how annoying this is. But yeah, generally there is still rotation showing in this area, but it's very broad. It is weaker, but it is mid-level rotation about 11,000 feet in altitude. This is a new storm to watch. It's continued to escalate in intensity. Does now have a tornado possible tag. That's Nottoway in Andrew County, northwest Missouri. That is about near the Maitland, Missouri area, moving east at 30. Pretty favorable environment there. You can see the rotation picking up. There's the latest radar sweep. Still not fully organized yet, but that is a storm to watch as it gets over towards Ravenwood, Bernard, Blockhoff, and then eventually over towards Albany and potentially Martinsville. And then we are starting to see cells go up into eastern Kansas. No severe warnings yet, but we'll keep an eye on those cells. A couple gusty cells with special weather statements. They are in a sheared environment. You can see some of these little shear profiles in here. So we'll keep an eye on those. Basically north of Salina and also north of Manhattan right now. If you are on Aguacero weather, I've said it I think a couple times on recent streams. It took me a couple days to realize this, but it'll give you the two closest radar sites if you click on a warning. The first radar site, the one on the left, is the closest of the two. Yeah. Like the Des Moines radar, if I click on that one, it's 11,500 feet. The Quad City radar, if I click on that one, it's 12.6. So yeah, it always gives you the first radar site is the closest one. It was a little tiny feature. I didn't realize the first couple times I used it, but after checking it several times and like on one stream, I just checked almost every single time to see which one was the closest it's been consistently this one on the left. So I believe that is the feature. Still seeing those 2 tornado warning storms there through north central Missouri. Kind of almost combining, but there's a 1-2 punch there. Rotation in there, just north of the Enterprise area, and then also south of Enterprise. This radar data is coming out of the Kansas City metro. So yeah, there's rotation number 1, and there's rotation number 2. That lead cell is probably rain wrapped if there is a tornado in there. The second one is a little more exposed, crossing Missouri Highway 5. They are both generally headed towards the Kirksville, Missouri area, a little more populated area. That's in Adair and Solomon counties. Moving east at 40 miles an hour. So some larger hail, some golf ball size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds, and tornadoes possible. This is probably one of those times I'll use the line track tool. I'm going to just track it out from basically like the leading edge of the rotation, but also the leading edge of the larger hail. Just to give an idea. So it's going to start storming before that, but when you really need to be tucked into your safe place, it's going to be about 26 minutes to Kirksville. About the same for Millard. And if it holds together, Edina, Missouri, about an hour away. Novinger, about 17 minutes. And then it's pretty much now for areas around Sticklerville, Yarrow, about 10 minutes or so. Still 2 really nasty cells there in parts of central Missouri, north central Missouri. And then we have had a couple other severe warning cells pushing into Wisconsin. This is a kind of a messy cell. Oops, let me get this track tool out of the way. Tornado warning, it looks like it's going to get expired. Yeah, kind of brief tornado warning there. That's a weird warning, but did they just miss it and it went the other way? Yeah, they kind of marked that to the southeast. It's moved more easterly. But it does show broad rotation in there, east of Montana, Wisconsin. More of a damaging wind risk, it looks like right now. It was starting to get organized, and then this other cell came kind of crashing into the backside. It looks like that's affected the mesocyclone, so likely not imminently tornadic. Another cell that's southeast of the Rochester area, considerable threat, with some golf ball size hail around Chatfield, Minnesota. Then some strong severe cells just north of La Crosse. Some hail and wind with those at the moment. Let's see. So the latest mesoscale discussion, they are watching those. Isolated large hail and damaging winds expected to persist the next couple hours. Cluster of supercells there into eastern Minnesota, western Wisconsin. Should mostly be a hail and wind threat, but we'll keep an eye on that one. Isolated tornado, not out of the question. And then the other area they're watching right now concerning that tornado watch, large hail, damaging winds, couple of tornadoes remain possible in that tornado watch. Looking for that new storm development over northeast Kansas. We were looking at that a few minutes ago. And then those ongoing supercells. Surprised they don't have a mesoscale discussion for northern Illinois yet. Earlier, this area looked like it was going to be kind of refilled in with potentially a tornado watch, so we'll see if that gets extended out through northern Illinois. But they have dropped that mesoscale discussion. At least of now. Those cells in Kansas are basically right along the cold front. It's not much of a cold front. It looks it's more of a wind shift line at the moment, but and more of a humidity, almost a dry line kind of effect because it's much drier, but also hot across northern Kansas. At Concordia, it's still 93 degrees. Oh yeah, this is a neat feature too. And one I didn't realize right away, but if you hover over the current observations, you can also click on it and get actually even a little bit of a chart for the temperature. So you can see the 24-hour temperature in here, and scroll and you can see dew point, feels like temperature, wind speed, wind gusts, pressure, all kinds of cool stuff. But anyway, even precip expectations or actually precip. It looks like, yeah, that's just precip. But anyway, 93 over 66 at Concordia, 41% humidity. And it is a northwest or a westerly northwest wind. You can see further up though, 92 and over 55. That's at Hanover, Nebraska. So the cold front is in here. It's just not that much of a cold front. It's summertime. But there is basically a dew point and humidity boundary that is basically right in there. So north of that, you're not really any severe threat. Yeah, it's just going to depend. We are getting new warnings out of these cells. They are just going up north of Manhattan and also north of Salina, Kansas. Right now, 60-mile-an-hour winds, some small hail, but they are increasing in intensity. They will eventually start to make their way towards the Kansas City metro. So you're good still in the 6 o'clock hour, unless anything explodes right over KC. We'd be watching for these storms that eventually will make their way towards the south and east. And we did get a new tornado warning over the Quad Cities metro. This was a tornado possible tag a few minutes ago. Ooh. Yeah, tornado possible tag. It had one area of rotation for a little bit. It looks like it now has a couple areas of rotation. A little bit of a QLCS line segment here in the Quad Cities. Basically 280. I don't know if we're going to see anything on this camera. These little circulations are going to be wrapped up in the rain. This camera is along 280 here, just south of I-80, where these two little circulations are headed for. Very close to the radar site, too, so getting a decent low-level look at those. Rock, Henry, Cedar, Scott, and Muscatine counties, those are in Iowa, and also Rock and Henry in northwest Illinois. That area of rotation was near Pleasant Prairie, moving near Durand, moving east at 45 miles an hour. Yeah, that's the Durand area, so that checks out. And they're kind of tucked up in the rain there. You're going to get some rain and thunder first. This is another time here that it's good to take the line track tool and track those out. I'm going to track it from the leading edge, just give a few extra minutes for everybody here. But about like that. Oops, accidentally clicked on. Okay. I just messed up my own line track, but there you go. Quad Cities, basically about 7 minutes to downtown Davenport, Bettendorf, 11 minutes, Moline, 11, East Moline, 16. And then north of town, getting into some of these neighborhoods in here, like near the Mercy Medical Center, about 5 minutes. Black Hawk neighborhood, about 7. And then up by the airport, 4 to 5 minutes. That's in the leading edge of the more intense part of those storms. The circulations are just tucked back behind that, just a few miles, so that may give you an extra minute or two. We tracked a tornado across the same area like 2 years ago, I think, coming up towards the radar site there in the Quad Cities. So this is an area that is no stranger to tornadoes. Beyond the circulations themselves, there's potentially some 70-mile-an-hour winds in here, 74 mile an hour, about 400 feet off the deck. So that could easily be reaching the ground with 60 to 70 plus mile-an-hour winds. And yeah, it is being warned as a considerable threat tornado possible tag outside of the warning polygon, so that makes sense as well. That includes everybody down there towards Preemption and Millersburg into western parts of Illinois. Again, some of these areas in northern Illinois, you've already had severe warnings earlier today. Round 2 is starting to organize around the Quad Cities. Yeah, there's those 2 areas of circulation. They weakened a little bit just on the last couple scans. Yeah, they continue to weaken. Hard to tell there on correlation coefficient. Yeah, there's that camera perspective. That air rotation is very close to this camera, so we'll see if we get any wind change direction. Last night we saw some wind change direction on the camera in Illinois, or not Illinois, Indiana. Actually, even I think we caught a little bit of the QLCS tornado on the one picture before it went dark. But yeah, this wind is out of the west right now. Actually, this camera may get into some of the higher end wind in here, just south of I-80, which yeah, we'll see what this looks like in a minute. Tornado warnings continue in Missouri and into southern Iowa, all radar indicated at the moment. Camera's starting to freeze up, so I think we're getting into some of the really heaviest wind. I don't know if you're going to get much storms at all, Cruise. Obviously, they get the southern pop-up showers and storms, but let's see. Maybe Friday, get into the next system's remnants, but most of this energy is going to go towards the Ohio Valley. So watching those storms build up. The model wants to take this as more of a convective system off to the east. Good news for Chicago, some of this may stay out of the worst of it may stay south into central Illinois. And then eventually working east. It may spark new storms tomorrow with the remnant MCV and outflows across the East Coast. Yeah, tomorrow we're going to be busy too. So storms across the East Coast, isolated severe, but then we also have to work back into some of the same areas tomorrow into the afternoon and evening with more storms. Actually, not even afternoon and evening. We may get a morning mesoscale convective system, an MCS, across Iowa tomorrow. This may bring some morning severe weather, mostly gusty winds, but potentially some line-embedded tornadoes in Iowa tomorrow morning. And that may work actually back into Wisconsin by lunchtime tomorrow. We may be dealing with a similar setup to today, with a morning round of MCS and then We'll see what happens. Some of the model data has more discrete cells. Other model data breaks out a line. This one kind of splits the difference between the two. So yeah, severe weather is a possibility. It has come down a little bit. Earlier this week, the severe potential looked like there was going to be more of an open warm sector with more supercellular dynamics. It does look like it's tomorrow more of line segments and clusters, but that could change. We saw it change last night, the model data, and actually got today pretty accurate. Some remnants of that may make it down into the south. This would be for like Friday. And cruise as usual, you have kind of that Gulf moisture hanging around, so there's kind of through every day, there's popcorn storms that show up on the HRRR through Florida and also across the south and southeast. So isolated storms this time of year. All right, couple tornado warnings. Let me check. Our other tornado warning in Wisconsin has been allowed to expire. Did we fully lose this camera? No, it's still going. So a couple supercells, watching those into western Wisconsin. They're north of the La Crosse area. Just north of La Crosse. Ooh. That is looking a little bit more suspicious. Doesn't have a lot of rotation showing up on radar, but that one's definitely getting a little more organized. That supercell just north of La Crosse. Keep an eye on that cell. And yeah, QLCS, a little embedded circulations pushing through the Quad Cities. It doesn't look tornadic anymore. Mostly a damaging wind risk that's pushing through everywhere around Eldridge, Panorama Park, and downtown Quad Cities. Yeah, that's a nice area. That's along like the river and the lake, right? The Tennessee River. Wow. There's downtown Quad Cities. Not really a, yeah, normally you can see across the river pretty easy here. Pretty close to like zero visibility, looks like across the Quad Cities. Look at the shelf cloud on this. You can see the shelf cloud just on the top right of the screen pushing across this camera. We're about to lose the visibility on this camera too. Looks less of a tornado threat at the moment. A little interesting feature just near Davenport. We'll keep an eye on that one. But yeah, little feature right there. The two QLCS circulations have kind of gusted out, so more of a wind risk right now. Tornado possible, 70-mile-an-hour wind threat continues into parts of Illinois. Rock Island, Whiteside, Henry, Bureau counties in northwest Illinois, and then Scott and Clinton counties, east central Iowa. A bit more of a cluster of storms now. We're starting to kind of see those initial supercells cluster together. Watch a little area there near Buffalo Prairie. It shows a little bit on spectrum width too. Severe warning cells approaching Burlington, Iowa, down through St. Paul. And then still that tornado warning down near Farmington. Looks like they're probably just going to let those storms work out of that warning polygon. But still a dangerous storm there. It doesn't look as tornadic as it did earlier. And then, wow, this has changed a little bit. Looks like these two supercells kind of merged into each other. Yeah, the one kind of slowed down. got incorporated into the other cell. So we're kind of watching this for kind of recycling. We'll see if it can get reorganize. It's going to take a little while to reorganize new mesocyclone. Tornado warning goes another 9 minutes. Does look like that area of rotation. You can see the 2 rotations when they were 2 supercells, but that area has kind of broadened into 1 broad area of rotation. It's right there at the end of the warning polygon near Sticklerville and Wigan along Highway 11, south and southwest of Kirksville. We'll keep an eye on that. Tornado possible tag, 70-mile-an-hour winds too, with the downburst out of those supercells. Dangerous storm. How long were you on last night, Cruz? You were on a good amount of time last night too, right? Like, what, probably like 6 hours or so?
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Oh, there's the wind slamming that camera there at Moline. This camera looks to the south, so the wind is coming out of the right side of the camera, blowing across to the left. Yeah, regardless of a tornado in progress, which it doesn't look like there are tornadoes in that cell anymore, this is still some damaging wind across the Quad Cities area. Yeah, still keeping our eye also on this cell near Maryville, south of Ravenwood. Tornado possible tag on that cell. Nice, yeah. Yeah, you're doing good too, growing your channel. I didn't realize it the one time, well, actually probably multiple times I did it last year. I didn't realize that YouTube only saves the archive of the first like 11 or 12 hours. So if your stream does go like past 11 hours, you might want to reset the stream. Just end the stream and then start it new. If you're really interested in the archived version. If you have a bunch of fans and stuff and you don't want to reset the stream, it'll keep streaming. You just won't be able to go back and watch or clip any of the stuff past the time stamp. I think it's 12 hours, but it might be 11. This is a little bit more concerning here on this little supercell that's developing. Yeah, here's a really good example of spectrum width. This is near Randolph in Kansas. Surprised they actually just updated it. Considerable threat. I'm surprised they haven't added a tornado possible tag. Reflectivity, it's starting to develop a little bit of a hook near Wallsburg. It's actually an exposed hook right now. We see that rotation starting to pick up, and then we also see the faster wind speeds and more chaotic wind speeds in the spectrum width setting. And yeah, you can see those starting to pick up here and localize just on the last couple scans in that spectrum width setting. So yeah, that storm is starting to pick up in intensity. It may have to deal with some cell mergers here. And I would guess these 2 cells will probably merge into 1 supercell in the next little while and continue onward. So dangerous cell there. Let's see, I bet this cell is doing something similar. Not quite yet. There is some broad rotation in that cell north of Salina, Kansas. Yeah, we may see some cell mergers out of these. If they don't merge and just continue to upscale, the tornado threat should stay minimalized as they're just going to interfere with each other. Another cell also going up near Great Bend is severe warned.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm.
Yeah, I generally do too, so... Yeah. Yeah, I didn't realize that. I was on a stream, I think, like 14 hours, and I went back to watch the last... Actually, there was a tornado, I think, in the last hour and a half that I wanted to go back and watch, and I couldn't go past... I couldn't get to it. So that was unfortunate.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
This is that PDS severe thunderstorm warning that continues across the Quad Cities area. Looks like they're continuing that tornado warning in Van Buren County. Basically a radar mystery right now with the strong thunderstorms over the Quad Cities radar. It's even less good data. Try and grab it from the Iowa radar there. Sure. Yeah, they're continuing that warning there for eastern Van Buren County, another 20 minutes or so. And then they've added that tornado possible tag for areas there in around the Rome area, eastern Iowa, Mount Pleasant, Iowa. Tornado warning, or tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning continues there. Yeah. Oh, and there's that warning. The destructive severe warning came out. Tornado possible 80-mile-an-hour destructive winds. Treat this like a tornado warning. Lowest level into your room, away from the doors and windows. Put walls between you and the outside as possible. That's for Clinton, Princeton, Sterling counties. Also Rock Island County, Whiteside, Scott, and Clinton. Yeah, they can probably close their stream and get most of their viewers back on, so I would probably do that too the next time I'm close to there. I don't like that I lost some of my stream when that happened.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Or my archive stream. But especially if you have like sponsorships and media stuff, it's you definitely don't want to lose the archives because you can go back and keep track of things. And if you need proof of when you plugged something, stuff like that, you would definitely want to reset the stream. And yeah, they have enough followers that they can get most of them back right away. Seeing a bunch of storms still across Michigan, 60-mile-an-hour gusts, across central Michigan, all the way down to Marshall. They're through areas around Grand Rapids, down through Kalamazoo, approaching areas around Jackson, Michigan, the areas between Lansing and Grand Rapids, up through McBride, Lakeview, all the way up through Big Prairie and Reed City, Big Rapids, and up to about Cadillac, Michigan. A couple other severe warning storms in the Detroit area, some quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour gusts, as well as some same thing, quarters and 60 southwest sides of Cleveland. Some isolated severe storms today in eastern parts of Michigan. And that storm that we were just looking at a little bit ago with the spectrum width and the rotation picking up is now tornado warned. That is for areas there around the Turtle Creek Recreation Site, Randolph, and areas there in Michigan, or Kansas. Look at that rotation again on this. Yeah, rotation picking up just south in the Randolph area, between Randolph and Wallsburg. Starting to localize there, and that good tornado warning.
Issued.
It is starting to incorporate that other cell beside it too, so it's going to continue to organize an area of rotation right in there. A little bit of a suspicious CC. We'll check on that one the next radar scan too. That includes areas around Westmoreland, Kansas. That's Pottawatomie and Riley counties in northeast Kansas. Yeah, moving back into the Quad Cities area, destructive severe thunderstorm continues across the Quad Cities up into Illinois around Union Grove, Fenton, Coletta, and Tampico, Illinois. Destructive severe thunderstorm Rock Island, Whiteside, Scott, and Clinton counties. I haven't looked at their websites, actually. I probably should. I did see something like that recently. I think I saw on social media. They both put out like a nice meter, like a nice weather meter or something like that. They're also going to continue that tornado warning across the Quad Cities. There are a couple areas of spin in here too. This may be a useful area for the spectrum width. Yeah, one near Carbon Cliff. The other one has weakened a little bit, but also near Comanche. So a couple tornadoes possible in here. They do have a tornado possible tag on the destructive warning. And yeah, 80-mile-an-hour winds potentially in here. Interesting. It's not showing great on the radar, but there are at least some figures that show in the 70s. I wouldn't doubt that there's 80-mile-an-hour winds in here. And this may be, is it confirmed? Yeah, train spotters confirmed 80-mile-an-hour winds. So it is a confirmed report of 80-mile-an-hour winds. Coletta, Fenton, Erie, areas there east of the Quad Cities, Pleasant Valley, LeClaire, Comanche, Clinton, Illinois, Iowa. You guys are also in that warning polygon. And again, treat that very similar to a tornado warning if you're in Illinois. This is right in that warning. I don't see 80-mile-an-hour winds, but it is a train spotter report, so we'll take that seriously. Earlier, another spotter report, 66-mile-an-hour winds in Parkview. That's just near Eldridge. So the storm definitely has a history of producing some damaging wind. Here's all those tornado reports from earlier across northern Missouri. 4 miles east of Mercer, video of a tornado on the ground. Public recorded a video of a tornado on the ground. Likely the same tornado. Public reported a tornado on the ground from a live stream, so that must be a chaser stream. Yeah, there was definitely a damaging tornado there. This may have been 1 or 2 tornadoes because this is that area that had the 1-2 punch. Looks like there were a couple public confirmed tornado reports there near Davies County. I don't think those ever... they might have. They might have gone confirmed briefly. And then another spotter report, Jameson and Davies County. Tornado on the ground there. That was in that area near Gilman City and Coffee, Jamesport, with the 2 supercells working kind of side by side. Sounds good, Cruz. Thanks for hanging out. And yeah, we'll be streaming tomorrow as well. Tomorrow, probably Friday, maybe Saturday as well. We've lost most of our warnings across the northern tier. There are a couple stronger cells into areas east of the Twin Cities. Twin Cities, you guys are clear for the evening. Yeah, at 6:30, you guys are good to go. Some stronger storms into western Wisconsin, and also up between Duluth and Breezy Point. May get some isolated warnings out of those storms. This was another storm that I wanted to watch. It was near the radar site around the La Crosse area. Surprised it doesn't have a tornado possible tag. It's still a nasty cell near Emerald Valley. It tried to have a little hook earlier. Still kind of a little bit disorganized, but there's a nasty supercell there. Some large hail, ping pong to golf ball size hail. And then Quad Cities continuing to take tornado safety precautions in the Quad Cities, especially the east side of the Quad Cities from Davenport to East Moline over towards Pleasant Valley, LeClaire, Comanche, and Clinton. And then into Illinois, Garden Plain, Union Grove, Morrison, Prophetstown, Tampico, and Coletta. Tornado possible 80-mile-an-hour winds. So regardless of a tornado, you do want to take tornado safety precautions. Yeah, that big burst of wind is in here. It's just near the Garden Plain area. It's going to be some damaging to destructive winds. That storm isn't quite into downtown Clinton yet. You can see here dry roads at Clinton and Fulton, but it is getting dark. This is at the bridge looking across towards the Fulton area from Clinton, Iowa. So you can see just the next couple minutes, this is going to be basically into town. Some of those winds, the strongest ones, may be already into Illinois, just south of Clinton, but this camera will likely see some damaging winds. And yeah, traffic still going right now, but it's going to go downhill very, very quickly there in the Clinton, Iowa area up into northwest Illinois. We have other storms, tornado possible, considerable threat for 70-mile-an-hour winds. Areas there south of the Quad Cities, Coal Valley, down to Joy, New Boston. And then we pick up severe warnings there from Mount Pleasant to West Burlington. Looks like they're just going to let that tornado warning drop off. That area is not likely tornadic between Houghton and Denmark, Iowa. That one supercell is continuing to reorganize out of the 2 supercells earlier near Kirksville, Missouri. Pretty nasty rotation starting to show up in there. That may be a little bit of side lobe. Let me actually look, and we'll go up a couple of different views and see in the storm what the views look like. Yeah, there is kind of broad rotation showing up. There's also rotation showing up down here. Wow, that's radar data out of the Des Moines area. Yeah, seeing broad rotation right now in that cell just to the south of Kirksville. There's also large hail showing up. A little bit of hail contaminated view there. Yeah, it's going to keep changing because your severe threat is not it's not a guarantee. It's a little bit more of a conditional risk, just depending on where those cells fire. The further west you go, the more conditional the risk. There is now quite a bit of cells into central Kansas, so we'll start to see how those progress. But yeah, still right now, nothing in Kansas City.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
None of those current tornado warned storms or earlier tornado warned storms in Missouri were headed your direction. Still seeing also this broad rotation near Stanberry, Missouri, Conception Junction, supercell in there. There's also going to be a bit of a flood threat as these cells continue to train over the same area, southern Illinois into northern Missouri or Iowa. Yeah, and then seeing this tornado warned storm back across parts of Kansas. This is near Westmoreland, Kansas. It's come up quite a bit in the last little bit. Could have produced a brief tornado. I don't see any correlation coefficient drop right now. I had one suspicious scan, but yeah, that may have dissipated. Still seeing the radar indicator rotation there around the Kirksville area. They upped the hail to golf ball size hail. I wouldn't be surprised if that starts producing even more than golf balls. Yeah, there's probably hail falling over the Kirksville area. And then seeing the rotation there just to the south and southwest of Kirksville. Dangerous storm. Also, La Plata, Missouri. And yeah, starting to see some considerable threat, severe storms, considerable threat for lime-size hail, 70-mile-an-hour wind. That is in parts of central Kansas, north of Great Bend, near Geneseo, just south of Ellsworth. A little bit of rotation. Also, these are sheared cells, so they are in favorable environment for tornadoes, north of Chase, south of Ellsworth. Keeping an eye on this storm near Enterprise and Abilene, Kansas. Another area that shows a little bit of rotation also. Considerable threat for golf ball size hail. So already seeing hailstorms come up here into parts of central Kansas. And then this area, broad rotation. Rotation is backed off just a little bit. We'll see if it kind of recycles. It may try and retighten an area. It's still dealing with this cell merger ongoing here. So once those cells merge together, this may come out a little bit more of a robust supercell and be able to reorganize like our cell in Kirksville. Those closest storms are still roughly about 100 miles away from the Kansas City area. So Kansas City is going to get through lunch hour or rush hour and dinner without any big storms. The closest storm is about 70 miles north of Kansas City, but that is going more easterly. Not a threat towards Kansas City. That may end up over towards St. Joe. So keep an eye on that one if you're in northwest Missouri, St. Joseph. That cell is also another cell that could produce some golf ball size hail in Brown County, Kansas. More warnings there into Illinois as well as Michigan. Areas around the Lansing area. Lansing down to Jackson. Lansing, DeWitt, Jackson, and then over towards St. John's, St. Louis, Michigan. Up towards areas around Mount Pleasant. Yeah, dangerous storm. You can see more warnings are going off. They have also re-added that tornado warning across the Quad Cities area. Yeah, it's a QLCS tornado probably starting to develop again. Right in there, pretty decent burst of winds. Seeing it there on the spectrum width as well. Hoople, Illinois, New Bedford, Deer Grove, and Atkinson. Tornado warning there for Whiteside, Henry, and Bureau counties in northwest Illinois. That's moving east at 50 miles an hour. This storm has had a history of producing some brief tornadoes, so a dangerous situation there. This is one of those that I'll take the cell track for. Yeah, the hail has come up on that cell. Still tornado warning there near Randolph. And then they're going to continue the tornado warning for areas around Barring, Knox County, Missouri. Tornado warning continues. Tornado producing storm located 19 miles west of Edina, moving east at 40. Radar indicated rotation. Yeah, we're so far from the radar here. Not going to see much in either of this, but there is broad rotation showing in there. It's going to be this area that's just on the southeast side of the Kirksville metro. And yeah, that's going to be tucked up in the rain and hail too. So broad rotation, trying to localize in and just south and southeast the Kirksville area. Continue to take tornado safety precautions. Knox County, as well as areas around the Kirksville area, down to La Plata, Missouri. Getting another burst of tornado warnings, like when these storms first went up. Check this storm for correlation coefficient and see if there's anything in here. Don't see anything on the ground at the moment, but that is a pretty tight area of rotation. It's passing just to the north of Geneseo, Illinois, east of the Quad Cities.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
And yeah, that's moving east at 50 miles an hour. New Bedford, 23 minutes. So basically the end of the warning polygon is going to be about half hour from now. Tampico, 20 minutes. And if it heads towards Sheffield, that would be about 22 minutes. Still seeing that destructive tag, but they are going to drop that down to considerable threat. Tornado possible tag. There is another area of rotation there near Union Grove. Keeping our eye on that one. That's east of the Clinton area. Yeah, right tucked up in there, headed generally towards Coletta. So continue to take your basically tornado safety precautions. If you're already in your tornado safety place, just continue to stay there. Let this big cluster of storms work by.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
pretty solid line of severe storms with a couple embedded areas of rotation. The one that is tornado warned just near Atkinson. And then here's your other area of rotation near Morrison. If that tightens further, I wouldn't be surprised if that gets a tornado warning. Still seeing that warning in there for Knox County. Wow, a bunch of new warnings. 2 new warnings in Kansas now. Tornado warning near Abilene, Kansas. It's going to be for Dickinson County in central Kansas.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Here is the Abilene area. This unfortunately looks east. The storm would be behind this location. But central Dickinson County, central Kansas, 4 miles northeast of Solomon, moving east at 20 miles an hour, tornado and 2-inch diameter hail. That's going to be a problem for the immediate Abilene area. There's Solomon. So yeah, this area is just off the interstate. I-70 cutting across the center of your screen, rotation just north of I-70, just to the northwest of Abilene, Kansas. Safety precautions now, lowest level into your room, away from the doors and windows. Anywhere around Abilene, Sand Springs, over towards Solomon, especially if you're north and east of Solomon, and then up on Kansas 15 to the north of the Abilene area, Moonlight, Detroit, and Enterprise, also in that warning polygon. New tornado warning there.
New information, this tornado warning has been upgraded.
This area in central Pottawatomie County also got extended out for that rotation near Turtle Creek. Moving east at 35 miles an hour, tornado and ping pong ball size hail. The hail continues to come up in that one. That includes areas around Oldsburg and Westmoreland. If you're just to the west of Westmoreland, it's around the Turtle Creek Reservoir right now. I'm also seeing a big burst of wind starting to pile out of that storm. Yeah, wow, big burst of wind. So it's going to have a pretty heavy RFD surge. The tornado would be sitting in here just to the east of the Turtle Creek Reservoir. Don't see anything on there yet, but dangerous storm. And we now have an observed tornado back into areas there around Edina. Golf ball size hail and a observed tornado. It's going to be in that circulation to the
flood warning has been issued.
Observed tornado there into east of the Kirksville area. Large cone tornado ongoing in progress. Yeah, it's on Missouri Highway 6, about to come into the Brashear area. Brashear, Missouri, also Gibbs, Missouri. There are some very small communities out here. Herdlin, and then Knox County. Edina is the county seat. Knox City, Edina, Herdlin. You guys are up next anywhere there along Missouri Highway 6 to the east of the Kirksville area. This is Kirksville in here. Yeah, there's Kirksville, there's Brashear, Herdlin, and Edina. Everywhere there along Missouri Highway 6. That is your tornado safe, or you need to be in your tornado safe place. There's another area of rotation back towards Kirksville, but it's this area right here that has the tornado in progress. We're too far from the radar to really see a debris signature, but we are seeing pretty strong circulation in there. And that has been warned as an observed tornado now. Couple different reports of a large cone tornado. A weather spotter confirmed tornado that's moving east at 40 miles an hour. So that's going to move into Knox County in just the next couple minutes. Brashear, 3 minutes or less. Herdland, 10 minutes. And central Knox County, Edina would be about 20 minutes from now. Knox City, end of the warning polygon, about 30 to 40 minutes. And then if it holds together, Lewistown, 48 minutes. Tornado safety precautions now, lowest level interior room. And again, that was a confirmed, weather spotter confirmed large tornado on the ground. Other area of circulation has weakened near Hoople. I think that's how you pronounce it. But this is some damaging to destructive winds in here. Continue to take tornado safety precautions here in Illinois, up towards the Deer Grove area. And then they have dropped that destructive threat. Now down to considerable threat, 70-mile-an-hour winds, tornado possible tag, coming up towards Coletta. They will likely add a new warning, and there it is. For areas around Dixon, Illinois, up to the Rochelle area, this is going to be a continuation of that considerable threat tag. Lee, Ogle counties in north central Illinois, a considerable threat. They have dropped that tornado possible tag. I'd probably keep that. I'd be just concerned if I was in that area that you could get some quick spin up tornadoes. They're going to continue also that radar indicated tornado warning. Areas around Westmoreland, you guys are now in the tornado warning. Again, once again, observed tornado just to the south and east of the Kirksville, Missouri area. And the cell near Abilene also has a broadly rotating wall cloud. That is just north of the highway. And it's just off those interstates camera positions, but we may get a shot of that here on the Abilene camera.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
That newest warning by the National Weather Service out of Topeka is for that cell that's moving east of the Turtle Creek Lake, moving east at 25, tornado ping pong ball size hail. Broadcast media report of a wall cloud on this one east of Turtle Lake. That is Westmoreland and Louisville.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And that is Pottawatomie County. They've trimmed up the tornado warning to be east of the Kirksville area. Again, tornado in progress and golf ball size hail has been reported with that storm. Observed tornado there, just about to cross from Kirksville into Knox County, Missouri, near the Brashear area, Paultown, Kenwood, and then into areas around Edina. Anywhere there along Missouri Highway 6. A couple different tornado warnings ongoing. We still have a cluster of cells over the Cleveland area. I just want to check on a couple of those. There is one kind of looking suspicious. Little bit of rotation with that one. That's west of Cleveland near Norwalk, Ohio. Keep an eye on that cell. Some boundary interactions may do some weird stuff in the short term. They also have extended that severe thunderstorm watch through Michigan. So basically, most of lower Michigan now has a severe thunderstorm watch in effect. Let me get the details of that one. Maybe just a continuation of the current watch, but let's double check. Oh, it's just gone up. Goes until midnight Eastern time across areas of southeast Michigan, includes the thumb of Michigan, as well as Lake Erie and Lake Huron. Scattered damaging wind gusts up to 60 miles an hour, possible with the squall line and embedded cells. So it's a fairly low-level watch, but we'll continue to watch storms across Michigan tonight. That is a weakening area of storms in general. We have a cluster of storms coming into western parts of Illinois. Tornado warning continues here. This cell looks like it's trying to reorganize again, an area of rotation near the Hoople area. Oh yeah, there it is, right here, just near Hoople. Would not be surprised if there's a tornado in progress. I just want to, nothing really shown on correlation coefficient, but that doesn't mean there's not a tornado in here. There could very well be. It's very close to producing if it isn't already, near Hoople and approaching New Bedford and Normandy, Illinois. Tornado warning continues there. Still seeing radar indicated tornado warning. They've trimmed it up a little bit. They're going to trim it up to basically be just north of Abilene. This area, though, did have a report, a broadcast media report
warning has been
of
issued.
a wall cloud. So this could be close to producing there, just north of the Abilene area. It has lifted a little bit north still of the interstate. Outside of that, considerable threat for at least golf ball size hail. Yeah, there's your area of rotation. Could be very close to tornado genesis there, just north of Abilene. I'd stay in my safe space. They're experts there at the Topeka office. They've trimmed up the warning with high confidence. It's not going to pull to the right. But if you're already in your safe space across the Abilene area, I would just stay there a little while longer. And then keep an eye on this cell if you're over towards Chapman. It is a nasty storm. Yeah, it's just off the interstate. You can see it's gotten pretty dark there. A little bit of wet roads, but the heaviest part of that storm is just off to the left of that camera position. That's out in central Kansas. Tornado warning there in Dickinson County. Radar indicated tornado warning continues there for Pottawatomie County. That is in the areas around Westmoreland. This is very close to producing. This was another cell that had a wall cloud reported. That may be on the ground. It's hard to fully confirm that yet. We'll have to wait another scan or two. But that may be on the ground right in there. Ooh, I bet it is. Looks like we're getting some correlation coefficient drop. A very tight signature on the velocity scan. And that likely is a tornado in progress. There is also a big burst of damaging winds approaching areas just north of the Manhattan area. That is going to go the tornado warned part of that storm north of Manhattan. But keep an eye on this if you're in Westmoreland, Louisville, and north of Wamengo.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Okay, right now I don't have any cameras on that cell north of Manhattan. I'm waiting kind of for the next radar scan to see what that looks like in just another couple minutes. We now have a pretty defined cluster of storms, 2 supercells embedded in a little bit of a line segment. There is also some other rotation in that middle cell. We'll keep an eye on that one. That's near Milford and areas there around Fort Riley, north of Junction City. But the 2 main cells, you can see they're both in the screen here. We have 2 main cells, one likely producing a tornado, the other one tornado pretty imminent also. They both have pretty strong rotation and also have had reported wall clouds. And that one may be close to producing as well, just north of the interstate there, north of Abilene. All right, let's check this this guy out. That's where that rotation was. Now about there. That's still some sketchy CC just on the last scan. May not be. It may still be off the ground, but either way, continue to take tornado safety precautions. Radar indicated tornado warning continues there, just south of Westmoreland, approaching areas around Louisville and northern or central Pottawatomie counties. These other cells are more hail-producing cells. They're not quite imminently tornadic east of the Great Bend area. We'll keep an eye on that one as they get towards McPherson, and they may skirt areas north of the Wichita metro. So we'll keep an eye on you guys, especially north of Wichita. Considerable threat for 70-mile-an-hour winds for Riley, Wabanasi, and Pottawatomie counties in east central Kansas. That's going to be in association with this line and cluster storms, this big burst of wind outside of the imminently tornadic area. So your tornado is sitting right in there. Then there's this big burst of outflow winds. That's the RFD surge along Kansas Highway 13. Dangerous storm headed down through the Manhattan area. Some good news here for Knox County, Missouri, around the Edina area. They've backed it off to a radar-indicated tornado. Yeah, we're not going to see much on the correlation coefficient just because we're so far from the radar site. Getting radar data out of St. Louis. That's far away. But here's your broad circulation. We have winds going towards the radar and winds going away from the radar. So broadly, we can see rotation in here. It's basically paralleling Highway 6, Missouri Highway 6. Can't really see anything on the correlation coefficient, but that's what we have here. Earlier, this was a confirmed tornado with a large cone tornado. Yeah, we haven't had any new reports in a little while. So some good news there. Davenport, Iowa, the Quad Cities, wind gusts 75 miles an hour, 69 miles an hour at the municipal airport. 12 to 15-inch tree limbs down across the Quad Cities. So Quad Cities have gotten hammered pretty hard. 70-mile-an-hour winds near the Eldridge area. That's right near the radar site and the airport. So that checks out. Let's go back up to that cell. Yeah, continue to watch rotation. That storm has cycled a few times. That's put down a couple different tornadoes across northern Illinois or northern Missouri today. So wouldn't be surprised if that cell tries to recycle. Also watching this tornado warning storm still in here near Walnut and Deer Grove. You can see that area of rotation near New Bedford. Still in there. Tornado warning continues around New Bedford, Illinois. We have a considerable threat tag. Areas south of Rockford, that's Rochelle, down to Nelson, Compton, Sterling, and also includes the Dixon area. This cell was a destructive threat earlier for 80-mile-an-hour winds. It's basically starting to relax across the Clinton area, across the Quad Cities. Still pretty nasty storms though if you're working east of the Quad Cities along I-80. We also have a couple isolated storms still back across the Des Moines metro, and then also up into parts of western Wisconsin. We are losing most of the warnings across those areas. There is a tornado possible still on this severe thunderstorm near the Cumberland area in Wisconsin. Turtle Lake, yeah, seeing some broad rotation in there. That is also likely producing some large hail, potentially ping pong to golf ball size hail, even closer to lime size. I wouldn't be surprised. That supercell near La Crosse has kind of gusted back out. And then they have issued a new tornado warning for parts of northern Illinois, northern Bureau counties. That is also producing straight line winds and a tornado possible. So they're warning that. Good idea there, since it is a QLCS tornado, kind of tucked up into the
has been issued
into the storm. There is also another area of rotation showing near Sheffield. Keep an eye on both of those areas of rotation. Yeah, that's moving now. Gonna get through the warning polygon pretty quickly. Lemoy, about 21 minutes. Mendota, Illinois, that's a fairly large community. Now basically one of the far outer suburbs of Chicago, essentially. Mendota, Illinois. Where is it? Yes, starting to get into some of these far outer suburbs. Ottawa and areas like Mendota, Plano. These are kind of the newest areas where there's starting to be more development. Starting to get into more populated areas. That is roughly about 45 minutes from now towards those locations. Mendota, Illinois is about 29 minutes. It's going to be up in this area. Peru, LaSalle, roughly about 29 minutes as well. Oh yeah, Mendota is up here. There it is. Mendota, Illinois, 29 minutes. Yeah, that's to the I-39 corridor. Starting to see more populated development out that way in previously what was mostly pretty rural countryside. We have other big storms in northern Missouri as well. A couple areas there to look at. I do want to see if there's any rotation in those. We are far from the radar set. There may be some broad rotation in that cell near Pollock, east of Harris. We'll keep an eye on that cell in northern parts of Missouri. That may head up towards the Unionville area. Areas that have had tornadoes earlier today. And then also keep an eye on another cell, a big cell north of St. Joseph, Missouri. Pottawatomie County still under a tornado warning for areas south of Westmoreland towards the Louisville area or Louisville. It may be a little bit outflow dominant, but that's still a tricky cell. Ooh. Likely producing a tornado. Yeah, that may be producing a tornado here. The last couple scans look pretty interesting for correlation coefficient. Right in that little notch feature. Yeah, that is not a clear air area. That's probably producing a tornado. Pretty much maxed out on those values there. So that is going to continue working towards the south-southeast. And I believe it was 20 or 25, so let's put it at 23. 28 minutes to the Louisville area, 31 towards Womengo, and keep an eye on that one, 48 to Bellevue. This other storm is still just north of the Abilene area. It is very close to the highway. Oh boy, can we see this storm? It's right there, but I think we're on the back side.
Has been issued.
Yeah, it's if there is a circulation, it's basically straight in front of us, but it is rain wrapped. You may be able to see it from the south side of the circulation. That's a dangerous storm. Abilene area. Over towards Detroit, Kansas. That's going to continue working towards the Chapman area. We'll keep an eye on the Chapman area today. And that was a storm that had a broadcast reported wall cloud with it earlier. See the winds picking up. The winds are out of the northwest. We're on the back side of this circulation. But that's a dangerous cell. Abilene, Kansas, along Highway 70. And then potentially a tornado in progress here just near Flush, Kansas. It's small community, but there does seem to be a correlation coefficient drop the last couple radar scans.
Flash flood warning has been issued.
Yeah, it looks like the last couple minutes there may have been a tornado in progress. It may have weakened. There it is at the 702 radar scan. There it is at 706. And then if it's still in there, it's kind of weakened. The latest radar scan 708. But that likely was a tornado in progress, at least briefly. And that still may recycle, so keep an eye on that one. Flush down to Louisville, north of the Manhattan area. Hey guys, hi Sarah. Yeah, you were up late with us last night too, right? Ooh, weather guy sounds kind of cool. WeatherCast. Yeah, you can call me WeatherCast. That's good right now. Hey Edward, how's it going? Yeah, severe weather is fairly widespread today. There are a couple storms also in that Cleveland area that are suspicious. It's hard to say. This may be still producing. It may not be. Continue to take tornado safety precautions in Pottawatomie County. And they are going to increase a tornado warning there for east central Dickinson County. They're going to push that through the Chapman area. Still radar indicated. Just see if there's any new data in there. This did have a broadcast media reported wall cloud earlier. It has kind of weakened just a little bit. It's right over I-70. So dangerous storm. Yeah, you're not going to see that unless basically you're on it. It is basically a rain-wrapped circulation now. Yeah. Yeah, it looks like the worst of that is going to go to the north of the Manhattan area. There's Manhattan, K-State right in there. That tornado warning storm is passing Manhattan to the north. They're going to get some wind and certainly potentially some considerable threat winds. But yeah, the tornado is north of Manhattan. That other circulation should be south there. Once this line clears you, the Manhattan area is going to be done. So these storms are basically right along the cold front. After that, it clears out quite a bit. So any friends there in Manhattan, they should be good in the next 40 minutes to an hour. They should be basically all clear. A couple hail-producing cells down here, considerable threat. This one has a little rotation picking up near Chase along Highway 14 in central Kansas. Keep an eye on those cells there too, north of the Wichita area. Still seeing those radar indicated tornado warnings near Edina in Knox County. Rotation is backed off a little bit there. This one had a cone tornado with it earlier.
Has been upgraded.
And they have gone observed with that cell that's basically right over our camera site. Let's see. That's looking to the east of that rotation. Not going to see anything there either. Yeah, the storm is basically between two of our camera sites, but it's so rain wrapped. It's going to be basically impossible to see unless you're right on it. Confirmed tornado located near Abilene, moving east at 10 miles an hour. Weather spotter confirmed tornado. Yeah, that's a dangerous storm. Once again, that's a confirmed tornado warning for Dickinson County. And yeah, it's going to be just to the north and east of the Abilene area. Approaching the areas around Detroit, Kansas. Yeah, rain-wrapped tornadoes, especially like that situation, it's on the interstate too. There may be people that aren't familiar with tornadoes traveling. It's summertime, it's travel season. Like those people on well, those actually might be chasers because they look like they're going pretty fast, but if they're not chasers, they're basically headed towards the tornado. It's basically along I-70. That's not a chaser, that's a semi-truck. So yeah, very dangerous situation here in Kansas, right along the interstate. That cell has gone tornado possible tag up north of St. Joseph, Missouri, Rosendale, and areas there. Yeah, that rotation has picked up quite a bit in the last few minutes. Near Forest City. Danger cell there. That's going to be areas there in Holt and Andrew County. And then still seeing those tornado warning storms into Illinois around the Princeton area, pushing through Lemoyne, I think that is how you say it, and then closing in on Mendota in Illinois. This is getting into a little more populated area. In addition to that, 70-mile-an-hour tornado possible severe thunderstorm continues up through the Dixon area to areas around Creston and Rochelle, White Rock, Oregon, all those areas there in northwest parts of Illinois. Yeah, a couple, I think it was mentioned there in the comments that there are a couple stronger storms, especially the south sides of Cleveland, Akron, Barberton, and then this cell had a little spin on it earlier, probably had a lake breeze with some cell interactions, but yeah, there is still a little bit of spin in that cell as well. Those have come down in intensity just a little bit. Let's check the newest scan on this one. Yeah, it's come down a little bit. And there's also a couple stronger cells near the Detroit area still. Still observe they've upped the hail core on this, and they pushed it to the south and east towards the Chapman area. Wow. Oh, I guess we're moving the camera around. Looking, that was the town of Abilene. It would have been nice if they moved the camera earlier. We could have seen the wall cloud. All right, that's looking to the east again. We're on the back side of this circulation, so it's going to be really hard to see basically anything in there. That's east of the circulation, and we still can't really see anything. It's still just a wall of rain. So yeah. Tornado warning continues there. Eastern Dickinson County, areas around Chapman, and just to the north and east of the Abilene, Kansas metro. Or not metro, it's a small community, but if you live in and around Abilene, Kansas, you need to take your tornado safety precautions. Springfield, Illinois, let's see. You guys are probably in line for another round of storms eventually. Yeah, we have this big cluster of storms now across the Mississippi River. It does look like some of the worst of this is basically going to stay a little bit further to the north of the Springfield area, but yeah, anywhere kind of in this corridor, more concentrated severe weather. They have actually just added a tornado watch. We've been expecting that for a little while. Tornado watch for north central Illinois until 11 p.m. And that goes for a couple tornadoes are possible, isolated hail up to quarter size. Yeah, not as much of a hail threat as this cluster has kind of organized. I do think quarter size hail, there could be a couple isolated hail over quarters, especially in that main cell around the Dixon area. But anyway, scattered gusts up to 75 miles an hour likely. That is basically everything just north of the Springfield metro. Also right now north of Jacksonville, Illinois, but it includes Rushville, Bairdstown, Lincoln, Bloomington, Peoria, up to Galesburg, Dixon, DeKalb, Lake Holiday, Peru, Strader, Pontiac, and up to about Braidwood. Also Elgin, Illinois. It does not include, at least right now, it does not include the immediate Chicago metro. But yes, as I was saying earlier, the population of Chicago has continued to spill basically out with growing populations to the south and west. So it does include some of those now more populated exurbs on the west and southwest sides of Chicago. Lost those warnings, it looks like, near the Detroit area. Yeah, still some stronger cells over the lake. Some stronger cells right over Cleveland and just to the west of Cleveland. Keeping an eye on a couple of those for gusty winds. The intensity of the squall line in Michigan continues to diminish. There is considerable threat for this area up towards the Tri-Cities area, Saginaw, Bay City, and then up towards Sanford, Michigan. Areas around Frankenmuth, if you're out there enjoying some of the town on a nice, warm, and sunny June day. Sometimes I feel like they are. There's been a couple times I feel like there is someone watching on the DOT cameras, because there's been like one or two times where as soon as I asked it to move, it actually tilted and moved to the exact position. And it wasn't one of those cameras that keeps tilting and moving. It has to be manually done. And it was one of the times we caught a tornado on camera, so I think they may have also been trying to look for it. But yeah, they moved it into perfect position, and then you could see the tornado coming. So they either were maybe listening, or they were at least experienced enough and maybe had a radar app and were able to kind of figure out where it was going to come from. This is going to be an increase in flood threat too across this region. We're seeing a lot of big, heavy storms across northern Missouri and southern Iowa. A couple flash flood warnings already in progress, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see more. There we go. Took a minute to load, but a couple of these areas potentially have had at least about 3 inches of rain and more still falling. So yeah, this area here, a highlighted corridor where we really have to watch for some heavy rainfall. They just trimmed up that warning. Surprised they just didn't cut it, but yeah, the tornado has actually progressed far outside of it. Why take the time to just trim the warning when you could just cut it? But if there is still a tornado, it's in here near Malden. It doesn't look as tight as it did earlier. There's also going to be a bunch of storm interactions with this cluster of storms. We'll see kind of how that incorporates into the line segment. I was a little more sure yesterday. I'm a little less sure now that tomorrow is going to be a moderate risk. It did look like models earlier this afternoon downtrended on tomorrow, but that can always switch back and forth though too. Tonight for that like Springfield to Bloomington area along the I-55 corridor, it gets there between about 9 and 10 o'clock at night. The cluster of storms continues to work kind of the east-southeast through like Urbana around 11. And then it should start to weaken by the time it gets towards areas north of St. Louis and into areas like Terre Haute and into South Bend. That would be about midnight to 1 a.m. So it will rapidly kind of weaken as it advances to the east. The one thing this model kind of doesn't do a great job at is it overdoes a little bit of that rain-cooled environment. So we'll see kind of right now, you can see compared to right now, this model is actually missing some of the more concentrated severe storms in Illinois. It wants to kind of keep highlighting these storms down further to the south. So it's missing a little bit of this eastward push of some of this MCS. Just kind of one thing to note there, yeah, because it kind of weakens storms and doesn't really take a lot of storms towards Chicago. But Chicago will be in line for more severe weather, but roughly the timing is the same. Pushing into that 9-10 o'clock hour, basically the I-55 corridor from Chicago all the way down through Springfield, Illinois. And then it should be through most of the Chicago metro and pushing the I-57 corridor by about 11. But tomorrow looks interesting because tomorrow the models have kind of trended up on another convective system, and this would be a morning convective system. Storms upscaling 4 or 5 a.m. and kind of working across that same I-80 corridor up into southern parts of Wisconsin again. So that may zap a little bit of that energy where a couple days ago it looked like there was going to be more of an open warm sector. If we get a morning MCS again, that could diminish some of that tornado threat. And then it, similar to kind of today, this model, and so of most of the recent models, tried to really break out storms very quickly and upscale them very quickly. If we see more discrete cells, we could have more of a tornado risk. But if they stay more line segments, then it will have embedded tornadoes, but not as much. This puts a line of storms back into that I-55 corridor tomorrow night at about 8 o'clock. So roughly about 24 hours, you got another line of severe storms. And that may work its way even further south through St. Louis at about 8 o'clock, through Springfield, Joplin, and potentially some isolated sphere even down to Texas tomorrow. So yeah, if you're south of St. Louis, storms would be like roughly about 9 to 11 to midnight kind of time frame into southeast Missouri. Yeah, we'll see. Tomorrow's still a little up in the air. Let's see if the newest HRRR does anything crazy. That was the last run. Yeah, still puts it into that 10 to 11 o'clock time frame through the I-55 corridor.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And then it continues to build these storms across Kansas right now, 9, 10, towards Kansas City and towards the I-35 corridor, about 10 to 11 as well tonight. And then quickly kind of fades those across Kansas City. So they may be diminishing before they get to Kansas City. A couple stronger storms looks like across north central Missouri again. And then here comes that building MCS overnight. Could be some severe storms early on, like 4, 5 a.m. across Hastings, Lincoln, Omaha, and then across the I-80 corridor. Yeah, back across, almost looks like the same. It looks like the model just recycled the same stuff from today. This is about 10 to 11 in the morning of MCS, potentially severe, working into southern parts of Wisconsin. And yeah, like afternoon in Wisconsin again, back through Madison, Janesville, Milwaukee. Almost looks like the same thing. All right, so let's see. We got a new tornado warning, but let's see where it is. We have new warnings. Tornado possible, considerable threat. DeKalb, Sycamore, down to Ottawa, Illinois. Just kind of anticipation of this line continuing to work through the same area. Still seeing that tornado warning around the Princeton area. Yeah, north of Malden, but that area has weakened. It's more of a gusty wind event right now across northern Illinois. But strong storms coming into areas like Rochelle, Lemoyne, Peru, Strader, all those areas. Right now, strongest storms are staying north of Peoria, but back up towards Galesburg. Strong storms coming in there, 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail. Tornado possible tag. This was that tornado warning storm earlier in Iowa. Still has a little remnant circulation on it. We'll keep an eye on those areas, but a little bit less of a tornado threat, at least right now, with the current storm structure across Illinois. But we'll start to get more of the line-embedded tornadoes rather than the supercells. Good news on this storm coming out of the Knox County area. They're continuing a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning for areas around Lewis County in northeastern Missouri. They've also decreased the hail. This storm is diminishing in intensity a little bit. And then getting a new warning in here. Tornado possible for areas there in Hancock, west central Illinois, Lee in southeastern Iowa, and Clark County, northeastern Missouri. Big warning polygon there. 70-mile-an-hour winds in this cell near Pollock and Unionville. Considerable threat. At least some decent hail also in pockets there. Take a look at this tornado possible storm. This is near areas around St. Joseph, Missouri. Not as much rotation in there right now. And then continuing to watch this supercell. They've lost the tornado warning on it. Yeah, it's not tornadic right now near Wamengo. But that's still a dangerous cell. Louisville, Wamengo areas there in central Kansas. And includes also areas like St. Mary's, Maple Hill, and Delia. For those folks in the Manhattan area, the storms are winding down across Manhattan. And then down further towards Junction City, Grandview Plaza. Severe storms there. Actually, they've lost the severe warning there around Junction City. Continuing that tornado warning, though, across eastern Dickinson County, they have decreased the hail a little bit. It was being warned for lime-size hail. It's now down to quarters. There's still probably more than quarter-size hail in that storm, but areas around Detroit, Enterprise, east of Abilene. I don't think there's any way we're still going to see this. It would be a rain-wrapped tornado. See if we can grab it from the Chapman camera. Even if they turn the camera, it's still so rainy out in the distance there. Yeah, and behind the storm is still rain-wrapped across the Abilene area. There's actually kind of a new storm that's popped up. Keep an eye on that little supercell, too. There's actually kind of two supercells in there. North of Salina, another cell with some small hail. And then we also have considerable threat coming to the 135 corridor. This is near McPherson. Still just trimming up that warning near Dover in Bureau County, just north of LaSalle. That's along I-80. Some really damaging wind potential in there. Arlington, up along the 39 corridor north of Peru-LaSalle. East at 60.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
A lot of communities in here, so it's not going to be every town showing up. But roughly Rochelle, about 8 to 10 minutes. Northville, 25. Sycamore, about 30 minutes. Maple Park, 30. Yorkville, Illinois, about 38. Ottawa, about 15 to 20 minutes. And then Juliet, Illinois, roughly about an hour away from Juliet. That gets into some of the more heavily populated areas of the Chicago suburb. This way on my screen, you'll see more flash flood warnings. I'm sure we'll see more, especially across northern Missouri tonight. But yeah, it gets into the western suburbs, Aurora, Geneva, about 45 minutes from now. Up to Elgin, Illinois, 45 minutes. Algonquin, same kind of thing. And then let's kind of reset that. Oops. I always forget I can tilt it. Yeah, roughly in there. Ottawa, about 18 minutes. If it goes a little further south, some of the southern areas, Dwight would be about 45 minutes. Gardner, 48. So yeah, that puts it towards roughly that I-55 corridor on the northern side. a little bit quicker because it's surging out. So we just went over the timing on the model run. I feel like it might be a little bit sooner than the model showed, just because this is surging out at about 60 miles an hour. But back here, probably more true to that time frame with the cluster storms back towards the Mississippi River. New tornado warning for southeastern Dickinson County. Capable of producing tornado radar indicated 15 miles an hour. It's only it's really slowed the progress down.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
There's that tornado warning there. One of those flash flood warnings was for this area in Dickinson County. Dickinson and Ottawa counties in north central Kansas. This is now south of Abilene. Yeah, it's kind of refocused a new area of rotation. Wow, look at that. The old meso kind of spun down and died over the Enterprise area. Yeah, it was going along the I-70 corridor. Then it turned a little further to the south, crashed to the south around Enterprise, got a new tornado warning there. It's now picked up. It's still trying to localize a broad area of circulation south of Abilene and basically along Highway 415 across areas there in Dickinson County. I don't think there's too many communities in there, but areas like Pearl, Woodbine, Shady Brook, down to Dillon. Tornado warning there. Keep an eye on that if you're in the Harrington area. That is north, or it's all north of Harrington, but keep an eye on that one if you're down there towards Harrington. This is going to probably try and localize again somewhere here south of Enterprise. Messy CC. It may be ongoing. We'll have to kind of wait for a new report, but it could be pretty close to producing again. Still not really going to see much out of this storm. It's still just kind of, it's camera shy. It's just hanging between two different cameras and it's rain wrapped. There's other cluster cells down here in central Kansas, still considerable threat for some golf ball size hail. Also lime size hail back towards Geneseo. This is that area around McPherson County. Golf balls in 60. Hey, Colorado Clouds, how's it going tonight? I think I saw you on the chat earlier, but I don't know 100% if I said hi to you. It may have been when all the tornadoes were popping off, so I apologize for that, Colorado. I think you guys are okay right now. Got a new tornado warning also for areas around Saginaw. This area's had a few tornadoes. Oh, it's a little tiny. It's not the squall line. The squall line continues to weaken across Michigan. It does have a considerable threat tag for areas there around Saginaw. This is a little supercell that's popped up. Yeah, just to the east of Saginaw near Bay City. Tuscola and Bay counties in southeast Michigan. Severe thunderstorm capable of bursting a tornado over Munger or near Reese, moving east at 35. Tornado $half size rotation. There is like a little tornado corridor in Michigan where there's actually historically been a few strong tornadoes and violent ones, but this little area right in here, if you're ever up there, like going towards Frankenmuth and stuff, it looks more tornado-y too. It looks a little more like Kansas. It's pretty flat, a lot of farmland. Yeah, but kind of north of Flint, even around the Flint area, along the 69 corridor, and then up into
A
the
new
thumb of
tornado
Michigan.
warning has been issued.
There's that reissued tornado warning to focus in Dickinson County south. Let's take a look. Yeah, there is rotation in here. Right along Michigan Highway 15 and also Michigan Highway 138.
A new flash
Going
flood
up there
warning
on
has been
the
issued.
spectrum width as well. Little mini supercell. Doesn't look like it's producing right now, but could produce at any time. Very briefly, just north of Reese. And it's lifting mostly to the east. Guilford 13 minutes, Akron 25. It's going to kind of parallel 138. Fairgrove would be about 20 minutes. And then areas like Harrow, about 35 minutes from now. If it holds together, Georgetown, 54 minutes or so. All the way back to Dickinson County, they're continuing that tornado warning. It's a big storm. It's pushing 59 to 60,000 feet. So it definitely means business. Right now, it's more of a broad area of rotation. It may have localized briefly again here. And yeah, it's kind of disorganized right now. It's broad. It's slowed down. So it's also getting interactions with its own rain-cooled air. There's also a storm that's kind of pushed up against it. So it's going through some things. It's having a little bit of difficulty right now. Looks like they're updating both of those warnings, but here's a look at that cell. It was much more organized when it started crashing to the south. Hold on just a second.
A new flash flood warning has been issued. 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 A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, sorry about that. Had to take a quick breather, stretch, and then dinner was ready. So, all right. Good news. We're losing a few of those tornado warnings. We've lost our tornado warning in Michigan, I believe. Let's see. Nope, it is still going. Okay. Let's take a radar tour. Our line segment through Michigan is diminishing in intensity. There's still a considerable threat warning. I doubt there's much considerable threat winds in here. Yeah, there's not much in the wind department. There are, rotation is backed off. There is a little rotation still in this cell to the south. That is east of Saginaw. This tornado warned storm still being tornado warned, but it is diminishing in intensity. And then, yeah, we have weakening storms coming through areas west of Detroit, about to get into the Ann Arbor and areas west of the Detroit area. Heartland Township, Green Oak, Hamburg, Pinckney, Michigan, Ann Arbor, Washtenaw County, severe thunderstorm warning there. We'll even see if these even get into Detroit. They may get into Detroit as windy showers versus true thunderstorms. We also do have severe storms through the Cleveland metro, now approaching downtown Cleveland, Strongsville, Parma, out to areas around LaGrange. A cell that's lifting north towards Clinton and Cuyahoga Falls. That cell also has a flash flood warning for slow-moving storms.
A new flash flood warning has been
isolated
issued.
Storms into parts of Indiana. One near Portland, Indiana, in the east side. You can see that line segment has completely broken apart across parts of Indiana and also northern Michigan, or northern Ohio into Michigan.
A new tornado
Just in time, there's a new
issued.
warning there. Dickinson and Morris counties in parts of Kansas. We'll get down there in a minute. This line segment is continuing to work towards the east. It's near Ottawa, Mendota. Tornado possible, severe thunderstorm warning. And we are getting close to that Juliet radar. There is a big pocket of wind in here. Still a couple thousand feet up, but there may be some pockets of 70 plus mile-an-hour winds kind of bulging out, approaching areas around Sheridan, areas along I-30 or US 34, Northville, Millington. That's a little bit of a corridor where could be a little more concentrated damaging winds. We've lost those tornado tags in there. And then slowly starting to sink south and east towards the Peoria metro, Chillicothe, Washburn, and then back towards areas around Galesburg, Williamsfield, a couple miles to the north and west of Peoria. Gusty winds in that part of the storm. Oh, geez, Colorado. Potatoes? I mean, yeah, potatoes with every meal are probably a good thing. I mean, there's a lot of different French fries, though, Colorado. There's the skinny ones. There's like the wedgie potato fry type of things, like the steak fries. So, I mean, there's a wide variety of French fry. I feel like maybe those home-style hash browns are probably like a favorite, because you can eat those with breakfast or dinner. A little bit of rotation also in that's near Canton in northern parts of Missouri. That was that tornado-warned cluster of storms earlier. That's now pushing into northern and western parts of Illinois. They're re-upping some of those warnings across the east. They've dropped, it looks like, that considerable threat tag, although there is that burst of wind in there. Surprised a couple of these storms aren't severe warned. I think any of these storms across northern Missouri right now could be 60 and quarters. That's also back towards the Kirksville area, Adair County, Missouri. I would say that's a severe cell also in there. 60 mile-an-hour winds and quarter-size hail.
A new flash
little bit of
warning
rotation also
issued.
in there. And then it looks like new tornado warning, so we got to kind of jump back. What kind of warning is that? Why would you even update that? Why wouldn't you just cancel that warning? The tiny skinny warning and an overlapping other warning.
A new flash flood warning
But
has been
broad
issued.
rotation showing Dickinson and Morris counties. This is the new real warning, I think. 4 miles northwest of Woodbine, moving southeast at 15 miles an hour. It's a big, broad, windy mezzo, and it reorganized briefly south of Enterprise. It got that new tornado warning. It's still staying kind of a big, broad, windy mezzo. I wouldn't be surprised at times if it localized, but at least right now it has weakened a little bit. Still a tornado warning, and that also continues for areas around Dickinson County. But yeah, Dickinson and Morris counties, tornado warning continues. Harrington and Woodbine. We called out Harrington earlier. I think Harrington is on the very edge of that warning polygon, but yeah, you guys, now it's time to take your safe place. There is flash flooding also occurring besides that storm. Actually, I may use the line tool for this because it is kind of a big, broad, windy mess. Basically, kind of in that path right there. That's about the path. Woodbine, 6 minutes, and Harrington, Kansas, about 35 minutes. It's not moving very fast. Otherwise, we have storms back across the I-70 corridor, back through Saline. These are right now not those 100-mile-an-hour winds that you've had before. These are non-severe thunderstorms, but some small hail, particularly in gusty winds, potentially in those. Yeah, those southern style potatoes, those can be Those can be lunch, dinner, breakfast, a snack, all kinds of stuff. Clearly, this is not a health food channel. A little bit of rotation also here in areas around McPherson. This is to the west of McPherson, near Little River, Kansas. Considerable threat for golf ball size hail, but watching the couple areas of rotation in there. They're supercells, they're rotating supercells. They have mesocyclones to support this larger hail. Right now, those two cells have not been imminently tornadic rotations. We're seeing kind of mid-level rotation in those. Yeah, the one is organized a little bit tighter, though, just in the last few scans, but we'll keep an eye on that one. The hail cores have come down on both of those. I'm surprised they don't have a tornado possible tag, at least on this McPherson County storm near Windham. That's the area of rotation there. Let's see if it's a little bit more organized. Let's look at the spectrum width. Yeah, it's broadly in there. They keep updating a couple of these warnings within a warning, but that one ends in 9 minutes. It's the main warning that encompasses both of those, Dickinson and Morris counties, 4 miles northwest of Woodbine, moving southeast 15. Again, Woodbine and Harris or Harrington are in that warning polygon. Also areas, there's Woodbine, there's Shady Brook, small community there, and then areas like Pearl and Lyona. Severe warning continues there. This supercell has started to dive to the south a little more, so we'll keep an eye on this one. Willsey, Council Grove, even eventually towards Emporia, Kansas. That may kind of work its way towards you guys. And then keeping an eye on these severe warned cells. This one was a tornado warned storm earlier. It isn't tornadic anymore as it moves between Manhattan and approaching areas around the Topeka metro. Right now, it's east of Manhattan in Wabanasi and areas around Bellevue. Here's the Topeka metro. We'll keep an eye on that area in a little while. And some of that activity is what may work its way towards the Kansas City metro. We have other storms across the northern parts of Kansas. Still severe warning there. Tornado possible tag, that's just north of St. Joseph. That cell in Missouri still showing some broad rotation around Savannah and Union Star. They have upped some warnings across the northern parts of Missouri. This whole complex of storms, probably severe and also probably producing flash flooding. So this whole corridor in here, severe storms, training across each other, flash flooding is going to be a major, major issue. And then watching those severe warned storms diminishing in intensity just a little bit as they approach north central parts of Illinois. But yeah, still seeing that damaging wind in here, 65 to maybe an isolated 70 miles an hour, approaching areas around Millbrook, Lisbon, Marseille, Morris, Osable, and eventually over toward Plainfield, Hinckley, and Geneva. Yeah, still radar indicated tornado warning there. Haven't seen any new tornado reports out of that cell in a while. That cell definitely has storm chasers on it because various storm chasers reported that tornado on the ground earlier there. So yeah, good news is I haven't seen any new reports there for a little while. We do have a new mesoscale discussion. It basically advances to the east of the current tornado watch, covers the Chicago metro area, and essentially tornado watch concerning there. Peak wind gusts 65 to 80. Peak hail up to about a $half size. And then tornado, basically EF1 tornado potential there. So lower end tornado threat. But they may extend that, it looks like, into parts of the Chicago metro with the severe squall line across northern Illinois back towards the Mississippi River. This the one section should approach Chicago within the next hour. Isolated damaging winds and brief QLCS tornadoes are the main threats there. Yeah, they may extend that into portions of northwestern Indiana. And a downstream severe thunderstorm watch is also being considered for northeast Illinois and northwest Indiana. So they're either going to push the current watch as a tornado watch, or they may just replace some of that with a severe thunderstorm watch. We have another tornado warning in Michigan right now. Let's go take a look at see. This is far northern Michigan. This is a fairly remote area out here in the Huron National Forest. Tornado warning for Alcona and Osconda counties in northern Michigan. Located over Mack Lake and moving northeast at 45. Yeah, kind of a brief little QLCS that briefly tightened up. Weakened just a tiny bit since then, but still a pretty dangerous cell. You can see it a little bit in that spectrum width as well. Right in there, along, it looks like County Highway 604, just east of Michigan 33, and still in there near Michigan 30, or County Highway 604. I don't see any debris signature, although it may have a little bit ago. That's an interesting little feature. So this may have produced a brief tornado. I don't think there's much out here. Curtisville and Shivers. Let's see. Yeah, Curtisville, McKinley, and Millen Township are the communities out in this part of Michigan. So a couple tornado warnings right now in Michigan. Makes me want to look at some other parts of this line. There is a little bit of spin right there. That's the most potent spin. And then another area being warned for severe thunderstorms towards Hillman, Michigan, in northern Michigan. Our other tornado warning was looking a lot less impressive just a few minutes ago. It may still have some low-level rotation that we're not picking up a ton at on radar. Yeah, it's kind of a lower top cell, but rotation roughly in there east of Fairgrove, south of Elmwood. Keep an eye on that one around the Ellington area. And then that line segment is slowly catching up to the that severe thunderstorm around Reese, Frankenmuth, through the Flint area. They've also continued a warning there across the northern suburbs of Detroit. These are mostly gusty thunder showers now versus a big squall line. But yeah, diminishing thunderstorms across southeast Michigan. And then still a couple severe storms, Chardon, Ohio, Cleveland, Parma, Strongsville, down to areas, where is this? Around Canton, Ohio. The Football Hall of Fame, right? That's in Canton, Ohio. Stones. A new warning there out of Michigan. Those storms are going to push all the way through Michigan and actually held together a little bit stronger than I think the modeling depicted. Taking a look at this cell near Woodbine. Continuing to watch that area of rotation. It's starting to gust out a little bit. It's mostly a wind threat at the moment, but there is a broad area of rotation in there in southeastern Dickinson County. Yes, we're still in that same county. I think that part of that county in Dickinson County has been warned for the good part of the last, I don't know, 2 hours or so. That's a look from the Abilene area back at that storm. Again, we're not going to see much because it's on the backside of the storm. I mean, if Kansas DOT is listening, we're definitely not going to see much looking at the bridge. Yeah, that's better. Zoom it up. Still not going to see much, but it's a good try. Oh, there's some lightning. Thank you. All right. think they're just kind of resetting it to the position because they know they're not going to see much either. Since we aren't going to see much out of that camera, I may actually move it to camera that we've used before. St. Alma, and I want to be east of there. See if that one loads. That's a McFarland. Maybe too far under that storm to load, but we'll give it a shot. That's some of the gustiest winds right now around McFarland, Kansas. That new warning was for Shawnee and Wabanasi counties, moving southeast at 25. Nickel-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. I mean, that's not a bad idea there. Lightning south of Akron. Let's check. Oh, yeah, that's that storm. The severe warning storm between Akron and Canton. Quite a bit of lightning in that. It has weakened, it looks like just a little bit. Oh, it's kind of sliding, drifting to the southeast. So it's kind of drifting past the Akron area. Another cell back here, not severe, near Sharon Center. And then we pick up kind of a cluster of severe warning cells right over the Cleveland radar site. So not a great look at those. Another cell also coming off the Lake Erie into areas north and east of Cleveland. But yeah, some feisty cells, they're hanging on. They're slow movers, so any of those could produce some localized flash flooding as well. You know, speaking of potatoes, crews, and stones, I remember my wife was just talking about it with me too, because there's a big summer fair that we usually go to, like at least every year. And last time at the fair's coming up around the 4th of July weekend, I think. Last time I was at the fair, I was telling her, like, recently when we were out, I got this like loaded baked potato thing. It was a giant, like, deep fried loaded baked potato, and it was like a buffalo chicken baked potato. So they deep fried the potato, and then they put fried chicken on it, buffalo sauce, cheese, and some green onions, and I think maybe bacon, I forget. But it was absolutely delicious. The only problem is I didn't realize, and she was kind of annoyed at me for it. It took about 45 minutes because they did them one at a time. Weirdly, the little booth that was making them is delicious, but they made them like two order. So you kind of had to customize the toppings, and it took a little while to deep fry them. It took actually, I think, the longest to deep fry them. Delicious, and it was worth the wait, but she was like, next time just grab something quick and easy. Like, still in here, this is actually picking up in intensity as far as not rotation, but the mesocyclone and the wind energy in this near Woodbine is intense. That is potentially some very, very significant winds in here. Dickinson County.
New flash flood warning has been issued.
Yeah, that's true. That other circulation that we were watching here in the Huron National Forest, they're continuing to watch that. It's approaching areas there around Michigan 65, far northern Michigan around Curtisville at the Huron National Forest. You can see here, there's not too much out here, but there are some populations, there are some communities, and some very small communities out here in northern Michigan. The next kind of main community, if it holds together, is just out of the warning polygon around Barton City. Interestingly, that warning itself is a tornado warning that's not in even a severe thunderstorm watch. That's just north of the severe watch. They have also backed that tornado warning down around the Elmwood area. Not seeing much circulation in there anymore. And then seeing a little cluster storms through, I guess this is central Wisconsin. 60-mile-an-hour winds over towards New London. back down towards Hancock. These were kind of a line of more discrete cells earlier. They're now more of a line segment. That'll make its way towards Appleton and Green Bay. Those areas there along 39. Looks like things are starting to clear out in Stevens Point. A couple parts of the storm still left, but the heaviest part of that storm has worked east of the I-39 corridor. Yeah, they're mostly over here towards Sheridan, Scandinavia, and then eventually over towards Marion and Big Falls, Wisconsin. It's like the sun coming back out behind the line of storms through Stevens Point and Wisconsin Rapids and all those areas. Storms become more isolated back across southwest parts of, I guess, Iowa, southern Minnesota, and also western parts of Wisconsin. None of those are really severe right now, but yeah, so Milwaukee may not get a true second round. It looks like most of this energy right now has swung to the south, approaching areas around the Chicago metro. We are losing some of those warnings on the northern side, areas like Geneva and Sycamore.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Some of that energy is shifting more towards the south, back here towards Newark, eventually towards Verona. And then some pretty strong storms also just north of the Peoria metro. Yeah, seeing gusty winds coming through Chillicothe and the Peoria metro. Continuing to keep an eye on that tornado warned storm. Golf ball size hail. They've increased that hail risk again. Trying to localize again. We'll see if it produces a new distinct area of circulation. Beyond that, there are some really damaging winds potentially in that near Woodbine. That's headed down towards the areas around Harrington. It has now gone observed. Okay. That's what I thought it was converting to. It has now gone to observed. 2 miles northwest of Woodbine, moving southeast at 15. Weather spotter confirmed tornado. It must be right up in this area, but it's a weird area to have it, but northwest of Woodbine, yeah. Unless it's a delayed report, it could have been. Sometimes it may have gotten filtered out and just not reported right now, because earlier you could have had one.
Flash flood warning has been issued
West of Woodbine. Either way, it may have produced a tornado. This would be northwest of Woodbine. It could have produced a tornado like 807-ish, 810. That's continued to crash to the south. Woodbine right now, it's mostly going to be some damaging to destructive winds across the Woodbine area. The rotation would be south of there. Weird little cell, but if there's anything in here, it's basically, it would be southwest of Woodbine. Now more like south. And basically, if there's anything in here, it's probably going to be over or between Shady Brook and Woodbine. So continue to take tornado safety precautions. It is an observed tornado, but it may have... Yeah, that may be a slightly delayed report. They have also expanded that flash flood warning across this area. Dickinson, Geary, and Morris counties in east central Kansas. This is really piling up the rain, 2.5 inches in diameter, or 2.5 inches of rain, an additional 1 to 2 inches more falling right now. Wow, these are 1 hour rainfall rates. Yeah, over an inch an hour rainfall rates with this big cluster storms. Some of the rainfall rate measurements can sometimes get contaminated a little bit with the hail, but yeah, it probably actually is producing some inch rainfall rates just because of the really humid atmosphere that we have. Storm totals, yeah, some of this area here near Abilene and Enterprise, potentially 3 to 4 inches of rain at least. Continuing that observe tag.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Yeah, there's those new flash flood warnings. So we have kind of a weird setup. We have one tornado warning, a couple supercells in here in central Kansas. Most of that issue is going to be flash flooding and then embedded tornadic circulation. We have these hail-producing supercells down near McPherson, north of Hutchinson, and then one kind of slowly fading supercell west of Topeka. And then Kansas City, still a question mark if we get storms to Kansas City. If we do, it's probably part of this cluster towards the Topeka area if it starts to kind of pull towards the east versus right now it's headed a little bit more southeasterly. But definitely if you live out towards Lawrence, that's a little bit more of a bet for severe weather or for storms at least. And then like the south side of Kansas City, potentially down there towards like Butler, Missouri. We have this big batch of heavy rain and storms. They have expanded some of those flash flood watches and warnings. Yeah, it's a big batch of storms. Basically, any of this here across northern Missouri is severe, with gusty winds up to 60 miles an hour, some quarter-size hail embedded in here, and also some serious flash flooding.
New information, this tornado warning has been upgraded.
And then we're also seeing the leading edge of this convective system kind of move towards the east. It is weakening as it approaches the southwest suburbs of Chicago. Still some pretty strong storms pushing into western Illinois from the northwest Missouri region. And eventually this here around Peoria will head towards the Bloomington normal area, towards Pontiac, Straters up here, and potentially down here towards Springfield. We also still have that one tornado warning in Michigan. Let's take a look at this again. The rotation track does pick up on it a little bit. Was a little bit stronger when it got tornado warned a little bit ago. Yeah, that has started to gust out a little bit. Not as imminent of a tornado risk, but in here, approaching areas west of Barton City, small lake community. If it holds together anytime soon, Barton City would be about 10 minutes from now. And then if it does hold together, Lost Lake Woods 23, Lincoln 20, and it'll eventually basically be along the shoreline of Lake Huron in about a half hour. So about a half hour, and then we're pretty much completely done with any tornado risk for that storm. I think your radar app is probably
A new
just dealing
flash
with
flood warning has been issued.
the storms are just not a big cluster, so it's just kind of trying to handle that they're more isolated right now across parts of the Kansas City metro. And like I said, we're kind of really dealing right now in Kansas with like basically kind of 3 distinct storm clusters right now. If the radar app saw like a big solid line of storms like we've been dealing with in some of these other locations, it would have more confidence and probably project that to you. But because there's question marks whether we get those storms into Kansas City, some of these may slide to the south. These ones will slide likely to the
A
north.
new flash flood warning has been issued.
There's also, a slight potential that anything fills in between those two, but right now it's kind of not. They've moved that warning back to radar indicated. Unfortunately, just as they did that, it may actually be close to producing again. Let's take a look. Probably not, but looks a little more organized on the reflectivity than it does on the velocity scan. It's still kind of this big, broad, windy mess at the moment. It's still a little bit outflow dominant. It's not really balanced right now. It has inflow, but the inflow region basically keeps getting cut off by this outflow, this rain-cooled air that's surging out in front. And and then there's rain-cooled air also right on the leading edge of this. Because it's moving a little more southeasterly, it basically is kind of picking up a little bit more of its rain-cooled air on its own. So we'll continue to watch that. That's kind of keeping it in check right now. Okay, we've lost our tornado warning in northern Michigan. That's now just a special weather statement. We still have that one tornado warning. I'm going to finish my food, though, real quick. I'm going to be right here, just in case anything goes crazy, but I just want to finish my food off camera.
A new flash flood warning has been issued. 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 A new tornado warning has been issued.
They've re-upped that tornado warning for the Dickinson and Morris County storm. So that's still tornado warned. Only tornado warning still ongoing at the moment.
A new tornado warning has been issued. A new flash flood warning has been issued. A new flash flood warning has been issued. A new flash flood warning has been issued.
All right. Dinner taken care of. Let's see what else. There's the Streamlabs. I still got to clean up some of those messages, but it's working. All right, getting back to this storm, they've continued that warning for very extreme southeastern parts of Davis County or Dickinson County, and then also west central Morris County. Continuing to see tornado potential there and golf ball size hail. It is starting to move a little bit more. So it's in here along the 56 corridor, Latimer towards Lost Springs. It is in a slightly less populated area for a minute. It's around the Harrington area, moving southeast at 15, although I would guess it maybe has increased speed to about 20. Yeah, if there's a tornado, it's going to be basically tucked up in here between Harrington and just south of Latimer. Yeah, still seeing rotation tucked up in there. Still just kind of a big, broad, windy mess right now. It's tried to localize an area of rotation, but it just not fully cooperating.
Has been issued.
So yeah, Harrington, Latimer. We'll keep watching it here as it sags to the south. Let's see, rotation. I'll put it out at about 20, and yeah, you get no formal communities out here. So that's one good thing. It is in some very rural, remote part of Kansas right now. Yeah, it was like a pasta bake. Oh, that's this is in
flood warning.
This camera's in Wisconsin. I think you could see some steam fog basically rising from that camera, unless it was a car that went by, but might have been a car. Big windy mess.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
That new warning there around the Harrington area, Latimer, is back to radar indicated. Earlier there was a confirmed tornado, but looks like it may be a couple.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
It looks like that one was corrected south of Woodbine. So the original warning came out west of Woodbine, but we looked at it and there was like no way it could have been west of Woodbine. So it was southwest of Woodbine. Other areas, considerable threat around the Dover and areas south and west sides of Topeka. This is still a supercell. It still is a pretty nasty supercell. Damaging wind and also some golf ball size hail coming into the southwest sides of Topeka. There's the hail core kind of in there around Marble Hill. And also some broad windy, not much circulation, but we'll watch it. It is a supercell producing some golf ball size hail. That one is tracking to this east-southeast at about 30 miles an hour. The core of that should stay just south of downtown Topeka. Yeah, the core staying just south of Topeka. It keeps it kind of out of that area. Let's see. I'll include Topeka just in case it starts to turn that way, but if it does, it'd be about 20 minutes. And then down towards the 470 loop there, about 25 minutes. Auburn, Kansas, 30. Still keeping that warning. They've trimmed out the Dickinson County side of things. It's now just in portions of, what county was that? That was radar indicated for portions of, why am I losing it there? Anyway, areas south of Latimer, that's where that area rotation is. It's trying to relocalize. It's just not quite together yet, but it may try to produce again. Severe storm over McPherson right now. That storm I feel like has been there for a little while. And then this storm, considerable threat. It's wrapped up a little bit tighter, but let's see. Looks impressive on the reflectivity. It doesn't have as much rotation right now, but it may try to organize that. It's tried to have a little hook for a little bit. So new storms kind of going up on the flank there. Yeah, we'll see. It's trying to rotate a little bit. That is north of Sterling, Kansas. And that cell is nearly stationary. Some of our largest hail actually warning today. This is for some tennis ball size hail. Considerable threat there, and also 70-mile-an-hour winds. There is around McPherson and Groveland. Here's the McPherson area now. We'll see if we can get any. Might be a little bit of hail on that camera. It's hard to tell if that's chunky rain or small hail. Could be a little both, too. But yeah, the hail core in that original storm is basically just over McPherson now. Yeah, potentially there could be some hail in there. That second cell, though, that's the more concerning of those cells.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Yeah, there's been confirmed spotter reports of 2-inch diameter hail with that storm. That's out in Lyons, near the Lyons area, southwestern McPherson, and southeastern Rice counties.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
You can see more flash flood warnings still continuing there. I mean, you may get out of it. We'll see here. Let's see. There are a few more showers and storms trying to go up along the cold front back here. So the cold front is basically kind of right in here. May get some development back in here. If it tries to develop, that would come through the Kansas City area. But that could be later than 10 if that does develop along the cold front. And then still watching this storm. This would be the storm that has small potential to head towards Kansas City, although it's more. If it starts to curve towards the left, it would be more of a situation for the southwest suburbs. It's probably just going to stay pretty much on this track. So keep an eye on that one. Clinton, Carbondale, eventually. Ottawa could get into that. Baldwin City, south and west of the Lawrence area. Maybe towards Spring Hill, but that's a ways out. Sounds good, Cruz. Have a good dinner there. Let's see. We lost a lot of our severe warnings across northern Missouri, but any of these storms probably are close to severe. There's pockets of hail in here. Actually, a little surprised we lost some of those warnings recently across Missouri. Not a lot of rotation showing up. That's one good thing there. Not a ton of rotation. We'll give this a second to load, and we'll see the updated precip estimates here. Come on. Okay, doesn't want to load our precip estimates, but all right. Yeah, this area here, definitely under the gun for some flash flooding as well as severe weather. They pushed a warning out through western Illinois, Roseville, Bushnell, Good Hope, and Fountain Glen, headed towards that Western Illinois University campus. And then severe storms have kind of skirted the Peoria area. They're now to the east of Peoria, Washburn, Benson, and then over towards I-55 north of the Bloomington Normal area around Kappa. Some of the worst of that is going to head towards areas along I-55, Dwight, Gardner, Pontiac, Illinois. And so far, it looks like Chicago may miss out on some of this strongest weather. It's kind of rain cooled from the batch of storms that went through earlier, so that has helped kind of protect southern Wisconsin and the Chicago area from this secondary batch. There are still some severe storms in the Stevens Point area into kind of east central Wisconsin. And then we're quickly losing our severe risk into Michigan. Basically, any severe storms left are in the Detroit area and up into the thumb of Michigan. Also losing our storms east of Cleveland. Still a couple severe warnings there, but these are mostly just standard garden variety thunderstorms from Cleveland down through Akron, Barberton, and towards Canton. They have added that new severe thunderstorm watch. I may have missed that when I was getting my dinner organized, but double check and see what that looks like. Okay, yeah, they just added it about 20 minutes ago. Severe thunderstorm watch into northern Illinois and northwestern Indiana till 1 a.m. 1 a.m. Central Time. It's going to be primarily for scattered damaging gusts up to 65 miles an hour, isolated large hail up to an inch in diameter. So it's a fairly low level severe watch, basically for that squall line progressing eastward into the watch area. They don't outline really a tornado risk anymore, so some good news there across northern parts of Illinois,
A new
northwestern
flash flood
Indiana.
warning has been issued.
We are seeing the severe warnings diminish a little bit across that region. So we're back to our lone tornado warning, back into there's areas there in parts of Morris County.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Still seeing broad rotation in here south of Latimer, just near the Harrington area. It's kind of closed itself off again, so it keeps trying to reorganize a new area of circulation, but it keeps closing it off. It's a little too outflow dominant. The cool air is winning out on that cluster of storms. Lime-size hail now for that storm on the southwest side of the Topeka metro. This is a little supercell that's continued to work south and east. It was originally tornado warned out south of Washburn, north of Manhattan, around the Turtle Creek Lake area. Yeah, this is that cell that came out of there. So it's basically kind of gone like this.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
A little more organized than it was a little while ago. It's kind of contracted a little bit, but it's a little bit more organized as it's gotten into kind of some cell mergers and things. Yeah, this is it, kind of tracking it along here. Not a tornado track. That's just kind of the rough track of that supercell. You can see that low-level flow screaming out of the south and actually get kind of pulled into that storm here at the end. Yeah, so it is shrinking in size, but the still presenting as a pretty, well-structured supercell. It has a hail core, has a little bit of a hook for outflow, not super well-defined circulation, so not really a tornado threat right now. It is just a large hail threat for that lime-size hail. Southern Shawnee and north central Osage counties. What do they have it going at? They've updated it, I think, a little bit. Southeast at 30. And it does look like that hail core is going to track to the southeast of the Topeka metro. Yeah, southeast at 30 puts it to Clinton in about 34 minutes. And towards Centropolis would be about 53 minutes. Baldwin City, about an hour. Yeah, you got to make sure, after we talked about it, you got to make sure there's potatoes in that steak dinner. Still seeing that broad rotation back in Rice County. Yeah, still kind of hanging back on the backside of that storm. That's a dangerous storm up to the baseball size hail, McPherson and Rice counties. 70-mile-an-hour wind also in that. That reminds me, it's a good time to check our local storm reports. Looks like there has been some reported baseball size hail with that storm. Also has a history of producing some baseball size hail. So a dangerous storm there. Here's a bunch of these tornado reports from earlier around Abilene. Funnel cloud earlier, just crossing the interstate there. Man, we were right on it. Just it was so rain wrapped. That camera's basically like right there. Train spotter northeast of Abilene. This storm has definitely produced a few tornadoes. There's those couple tornado reports
A new flash flood warning has been
southwest of
issued.
Woodbine, right about where we thought it would be, around the Shady Brook area. So those reports did get corrected for location. And then it looked like I did see during my dinner break that Unionville tornado that may be a long track. There's a bunch of tornado reports in here. These may all be one tornado. And we saw pretty much a CC drop that went basically like that. So that could be like a pretty long track tornado potentially. If it did cycle, it may have cycled once. But it was producing at least a significant tornado for quite a long path in that supercell. And there's some chaser video I saw on my dinner break out of the Unionville area, just north of Unionville. It did look like a pretty significant tornado. So the tornado watch likely verified today. Also, we've had other 2-inch hail reports. So that's verified. And then we've had 70-mile-an-hour winds up towards the Davenport area, 75-mile-an-hour wind gusts in LeClaire. We saw those pretty strong winds coming through the Quad Cities earlier too, 69 and 70-mile-an-hour winds at the airport. And yeah, this is an area here now that we do have to watch. Even though these storms are basically below severe limits across northern Illinois, they are getting into an area that already has a ton of storm reports. You can see from earlier today. And even across parts of Michigan, there's still some severe reports. But yeah, so any trees that are already loosened may fall even in sub-severe winds. So you do have to take that into consideration across, especially the southern parts of the Chicago metro, Juliet, Tinley Park, Glenwood, over towards northern Indiana, Portage,
a new flash flood
and those
warning
areas.
has been issued.
Let's also take a look at the model data. We should have new model data in from our HRRR model.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Continuing that southwestern Morris County storm, severe thunderstorm cable producing tornado 5 miles northeast of Burdick. moving southeast at 20. So they have increased that forward speed. Wilsey and Burdick are in that tornado warning. We'll take a look at that in just a minute, too.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
All right, here is the HRRR model. This should be the latest run. Let me double check. Okay, we'll go 00Z. That's usually a more impactful run. So some interesting notes on the 00Z. It is a little bit behind on the timing of things. By about an hour. It's a little behind by about an hour because this shows at 10 p.m. These are roughly where our storms are now. So it does show kind of a strengthening area of storms. We'll see if that holds. But right now, this area is weakening. So a little bit of model difference. It does show those northern Missouri storms will eventually weaken, but kind of hold on into that same area. So major flash flood issue across northern Missouri tonight. And then storms should weaken across Kansas into eastern Kansas. It's going to be close. This model probably overdoes storms a little bit, especially in that area around the Topeka area. And it basically shows storms kind of what I was saying, sliding south sides of Kansas City. So Stones, if you're up towards like actual Kansas City, it's going to be a close one, but I am a little less confident in storms. Kansas City north, the HRRR does not really develop more storms, and then it weakens them by the time they get to the I-49 corridor. But yeah, from where they are now, probably like this general area has a little bit higher chance of some strong to severe thunderstorms. That would be like south of Olathe, basically right along the Lawrence area, Baldwin City, Ottawa, Carbondale, and then probably weakening by the time they get into the Missouri area. This model also continues to weaken storms as they get onto the eastern side of Lake Huron. Still puts a cluster of storms continuing into areas like Pittsburgh later tonight. And yeah, I think it overdoes it a little bit across northwest parts of Indiana. But we should see a diminishing cluster of storms. And then the remnants of that will spark new storms tomorrow morning. And by tomorrow afternoon, you'll see those storms kind of refire across the Appalachians tomorrow afternoon. These may push all the way to the New York City and the Jersey Shore by about 9 p.m. And then we have to watch a couple different events tomorrow. There's maybe a morning MCS cluster of storms. We'll have to watch that going across Iowa and into Wisconsin and northern Illinois again. And then we'll see, especially by about 4 or 5 o'clock, seeing more storms develop along the cold front. This particular model kind of misses Kansas City. It'll be close, though. That model will change around where it develops. And then those storms push towards Chicago about 24 hours from now, back into the Chicago area, Bloomington, Normal, Springfield, maybe all the way down towards St. Louis, back towards the I-44 corridor, maybe from St. Louis all the way down to Kansas City, or not Kansas City, Oklahoma City. We may have a lot of storms tomorrow. All right. And of course, while we're checking that, new tornado warnings go off. They have added that tornado warning for that cell that's back. We've been watching that cell kind of organized for a little while near Saxman, Kansas. This is in eastern Rice County, southeastern Rice County, and moving to the southeast at 10 miles an hour. Pretty tight circulation here. that could be producing a tornado. It's hard to tell. It looks like there's hail wrapped up in there. I don't think it's a debris signature. As far as like a debris ball, the purple in there, I think it is just organizing hail and wrapping hail into that circulation. It's gone through a different cell merger, so yeah, it's kind of still organizing itself. It could be producing a tornado masked by the hail there. It's going to stay likely north of Nickerson, Kansas, out in southeast parts of Rice County.
A new flash flood
But we'll keep
warning
an eye
has
on
been
that one.
issued.
Hutchinson, Kansas is an area to keep your eye on. Willowbank or Willowbrook, and then anywhere up along Kansas Highway 69 back to the McPherson area, especially south and west of McPherson. That's where you have a little bit more of a risk for the damaging wind and also that tornado risk. Yeah, right now it's just kind of drifting to the southeast. Could be producing a tornado. I wouldn't be surprised if it was. Yeah, that CC drop looks a little suspicious. There's a lower CC value in there. It could be hail, though. But pretty strong circulation still showing up. And that storm definitely has some beefy wind in it. It is being warned also for the considerable wind risk. Yeah, 70-mile-an-hour considerable threat for the wind. Yes, they did. They removed the tornado watch from the Kansas City area. So that checks out kind of what we were saying.
Warning has been issued.
They're thinking this storm is likely going to stay south of Kansas City, maybe towards the Ottawa area, and then eventually weaken as it gets over towards basically the Kansas and Missouri border. So likely less of a tornado threat. Basically, severe weather should be limited across Kansas City tonight.
Issued.
Oh yeah, they've dropped back. They've cut back the enhanced risk quite a bit. Enhanced risk goes from Chicago across northern Missouri, southern Iowa, and misses on Kansas City now.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
I should note this bubble of slight risk, that actually is for those morning storms that are technically within this day. So the day one goes until 6 a.m. So as that cluster maybe develops in eastern parts of Nebraska and works into Iowa, that's why there is a slight risk that we haven't really had to deal with storms. Omaha, Lincoln, Hastings, your storm threat is more into tomorrow morning, or I guess that's Thursday morning. Tornado risk is still fairly limited to this area where the storms are now. After they get into Indiana, the tornado risk diminishes quite a bit. And then a low chance of a tornado overall, but a couple of these tornadoes could be strong. That's what the conditional intensity hatching means. Tomorrow's severe risk continues to see a 10% hatch tornado risk across northeast Missouri, much of eastern Iowa, and then back into Wisconsin, northern Illinois, and extending back into parts of Michigan tomorrow. That's the wind risk today. They've also trimmed that up quite a bit. Tomorrow's wind risk, I think they brought the wind risk down because there was a hatched 45%. That's interesting. Yeah, tomorrow's severe risk has, over the last, 8 hours or so on model runs, the risk tomorrow has downtrended a little bit. It's also downtrended tornado wise, but also looks like it's downtrended for the really destructive winds. And then potentially still some large hail back in here tomorrow as well. That's the day 2. Today, the hail risk has diminished quite a bit, except for mostly these storms into east central Kansas. And then we still have a day 3 probability. Let's see, day 3. Yeah, day 3, they have stretched out this slight risk all the way up to basically Montreal and the U.S. border there. and then back down through the central Appalachians. Day 4, this would be Saturday, back into the plains, southern Iowa, Nebraska, parts of Kansas, and Missouri. And no day 5.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Trying to find that location point that they pointed out, but still a really messy, kind of disorganized mesocyclone. There's actually maybe a new one trying to take over a little bit. Still crashing to the south, so it's still crashing south-southeast. Cottonwood Falls, Toledo, they have added a considerable threat tag for that severe wind. It's going to be Chase and Marion counties. Yeah, I don't have much. I haven't really analyzed too far out ahead there, so I don't have very good data for you. But usually that far out, it tends to change a little bit. So far, it hasn't changed for the better for the Kansas City area. It's actually, I think, expanded around that area. Yesterday, I feel like that was a small area of risk. Still seeing right now a weakening rotation in this cell, but looks like it's also kind of had trouble. It's ingested some of its inflow, or outflow. That's because it's nearly stationary, so the rain-cooled air, it
A new
can't
flash
really
flood warning
escape
has
this
been
rain-cooled air
issued.
as much. It may try and reform a new mesocyclone a little bit further south and east. That would maybe get it away from some of this rain-cooled hail that's in there. So either way, that's areas around Nickerson, Sterling, and Willowbrook. Continue to pay attention to this storm. It's also drifting towards the Hutchinson area along Highway 14. So if you have plans north of Hutchinson, Highway 14, not a great drive. Or 61 up towards the McPherson area. These are still 2 pretty organized supercells. Kind of seeing a little bit less clustering storms, like this lead cell is really fading away. We're seeing kind of this cell take over as one of the main supercells. And then same here too, this was a little bit of a multi-cell cluster. It's now trying to reorganize into one supercell. So yeah, kind of focusing on those 2. And there's a dying supercell basically over the areas around Topeka. That was being warned considerable threat earlier.
A new
it's now down to 1 inch
has been issued.
1 inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. That's how fast things can change. It was a pretty nasty cell just about a half hour ago. The west side of Topeka, you can see the hail core in there in the purple.
Has been issued.
But just in the last half hour, the hail core has come down. It's shot out an outflow boundary, so it's a little bit more outflow dominant. And we've also lost that hook feature, so not really seeing much rotation in there anymore, or really any rotation. This cell is going to die out probably on the southeast side of Topeka. This will slow down a little bit. It is drifting a little bit more easterly, so this may get more towards the Clinton and Lawrence area. Earlier it was more of a straight shot southeast. So yeah, it has turned just a little bit. But even if it does get more towards Lawrence and Clinton and Eudora, it's going to be a fading cell. It's likely not designated for severe weather across Kansas City. Seeing more flash flood warnings there. Big burst of wind in here. This is near Bushnell and St. Augustine. Severe thunderstorm, tornado possible tag. Moving east at 50 miles an hour. Less of a tornado risk now that that has really surged out. Getting closer to that Lincoln radar. But yeah, that's a big burst of wind in here.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
These storms are definitely less of a tornado threat. You can see this outflow boundary out of those storms. They're going to continue to decrease in intensity. There's that outflow boundary. Similarly to yesterday, you can see it's picking up some dust and bugs and stuff, so it actually shows the outflow boundary as a non-meteorological target.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Still seeing rotation in here. It's still pretty messy. It's interesting because I believe there's two different warning offices. Yeah, this is the Wichita office, and then it's currently in the Topeka office. It's interesting because Topeka is basically just warning the tornadic part of the storm, not really the wind and hail region of the core, where Wichita is warning basically all out ahead of this, just for the entire storm itself. So there's potentially some 70-mile-an-hour winds and up to about ping pong ball size hail in there that may skirt its way across the Council Grove area.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
And they have issued a new tornado warning for that area, Reno and Rice counties. This is a different model. But yeah, this model also shows downtrending of storms for the Kansas City area metro. Maybe some storms hanging on across central Kansas before they kind of weaken up too, and then only isolated storms and showers after that. This is the NAM 3K model. And then, yeah, we got to watch like 3, 4 a.m.
A new flash flood warning
Grand
has
Isle,
been
Lincoln,
issued.
Omaha. That's where it picks up some of that slight risk severe weather. The NAM model takes that convective system across southern parts of Iowa tomorrow morning into Chicago or into western Illinois by lunchtime. And then that's an
A
interesting
new
model that
flash
actually
flood
weakens it,
warning has been issued.
but picks up new rounds of storms later. And yeah, close call tomorrow for Kansas City. You may get storms, you may not. This model tends to develop storms south of Kansas City around 5 o'clock, but
A new flash flood warning
could
has
see
been
some
issued.
storms tomorrow. This one is really beefy on southern Illinois or southern Missouri into northern parts of Oklahoma City. And then it's also pretty beefy across parts of Wisconsin tomorrow. We'll see about that.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Have to look a little further out, so this is not high res data. lot of stuff is going to change probably between now and then. All right, back in here. Yes, don't pay attention too much to Saturday for timing and all that. It does look like it's going to probably change.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
That's the warning there. Reno and Rice counties, they've re-upped that warning. And as we kind of suspected, it kind of lunged to the south. It's developed a new, more organized hook. Not the one that it tried to develop the last time I looked at it.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
It developed a new hook even actually further south and west. But that has organized a new area of rotation just to the southeast of Sterling. And there's the old area of rotation up here near Saxman. It's quickly, in the last couple scans, developed a new area right in there between Sterling and Nickerson, Kansas. That's going to be a dangerous cell in there. It's already produced 2-inch diameter hail.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Being warned still for a tornado and 2-inch diameter hail. Could be producing. It's very close. There is a little bit of a suspicious CC in there. If it is, it's going to be right along Highway 14, just to the north of the Nickerson area.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
That's looking towards that storm. That is looking north from the Hutchinson. That is a dangerous storm. Yeah, wouldn't be surprised if that is producing a tornado. It does look a little bit more... Yeah, that's probably producing a tornado at the moment. Not seeing a lot on correlation coefficient, but that likely is a tornado in progress. That CC value. There's not hail down in that part of the storm. And that's not clear air. The hail is all up here near Saxman. This is all some very large hail. Yeah, picking that up in the ZDR. And we should also see that in correlation coefficient. Also seeing that in correlation coefficient.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Yeah, that's a dangerous storm.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Getting a radar out of the Wichita area, so wind's going towards the radar and away from the radar. Circulation right in there along Highway 14. They re-upped it. I'm surprised they didn't actually add a observe tag yet. Still seeing some weird CC in here, so it still may be in here or just lifted. but wouldn't be shocked if that is producing or just produced a tornado. Lime-size hail, and tornado continues there. Reno and Rice counties.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Yeah, here's the Hutchinson area. You guys are out of that tornado ring right now, but again, this is just off to your north. You can see the big lightning there and the dark clouds. This camera perspective, let's see, US 50. Okay, so it's kind of
A
on
new
the
flash flood warning has been issued.
south belt, I guess, of Hutchinson. Actually, it's down like here. Okay. See, that's generally looking towards the forward flank of that storm right now. It's a big storm, so that's giving some camera connectivity issues. Our other storm, let's continue to take a look at this. They have warned outside of the storm now. Looks like they're going to replace the tornado warning with a severe thunderstorm warning across parts
A
of
new flash flood warning has been issued.
southern Morris County, lime-size hail, and 70-mile-an-hour winds. And then coming down towards the Cottonwood Falls area, still seeing a little bit of rotation in here. But right now it's not tornadic. It still hasn't really organized that area of rotation. Cottonwood Falls, Toledo, Kansas, continue to pay attention to that storm. And if you got a minute or two, you may want to tuck the car away. Wichita is going to continue warning this cell. Let's get a new sweep in here. New radar sweep just came in. Oh yeah, that's pretty close to producing still, basically along Highway 14. Approaching that area around Nickerson. So Nickerson, you need to stay in your tornado safe space. Luckily, again, it's not moving particularly fast.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Yeah, they have it southeast at 25. Southeast at 25 puts it into Nickerson in about 5 minutes or so. And then Hutchinson would be about a half hour at that speed. So Hutchinson, South Hutchinson, all that Hutchinson area in Kansas, about 20 to 30 minutes.
A new flash flood warning has been
If
issued.
it holds together, Burton, about 60 minutes, and 46 to Yoder.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Still wouldn't be shocked if it's produced or still producing. There is still kind of a little bit of a lower CC value in there, but not low
A new
enough that it
flash flood
screams
warning has
tornado.
been
Just
issued.
it's probably pretty close to producing, just based on how organized the supercell is. It's taken the previously couple supercells into one organized system. That's what this cell has done too. It's a little bit more like a big beefy supercell, even though it still doesn't really have its inflow region organized. That other cell near Topeka continues to weaken. Mostly just a little bit of lightning left, and then small hail. Doesn't look like that might even not reach it to Clinton or Lawrence. So yeah, it does look like your severe risk across the Kansas City area pretty much diminishing. We're also losing those severe warnings across eastern Illinois now. This is outflow dominant storms. Ooh, sorry about that. I just tapped right click and it rotated 360. But yeah, outflow dominant storms. So not a tornado risk across the southern parts of the Chicago metro or really into areas in northwest Indiana, Lake and Porter counties, down towards Sheldon, Fowler, and Oxford. There is a severe thunderstorm watch. You can see it in that light yellow color on your screen. That does go until is that 11 or midnight? till 1 a.m. Sorry, 1 a.m. Central Time. But some of this is going to work through this watch area before that. But yeah, not severe at the moment. But we are seeing severe storms back across the Peoria Metro, back into the Peoria Metro on the west side of Peoria, and some really gusty winds in here. This is a big bulge, a big surge of winds. St. David, Cuba, Banner, Glassford. That will likely work into the Peoria Metro as well. It is being warned right now, tornado possible tag, 60-mile-an-hour winds. And then this is another area that has a ton of flash flooding, with flash flood warnings all the way here into west central Illinois, with training thunderstorms, more rain, more storms that trail all the way back through the western Illinois area, back into extreme southern Iowa, but mostly into northern Missouri. Flash flood warnings continue there around Keokuk. Severe warning also there around West Point and Augusta. And some stronger storms all the way back across northern Missouri. Wouldn't be surprised if you got like an isolated severe warning out of any of these. The tornado risk has diminished, so it is mostly a wind risk. And then, yeah, they continue that warning right for Rice and Reno counties. Wow. That has organized even further, too.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
It has kind of expanded a little bit. It's a little bit broader, but still close to producing. It's still a dangerous mesocyclone. See the wrapping rain in here. This wraps away from the radar. This wraps towards the radar. Dangerous supercell. It has lifted a little bit towards the east. It may skip Nickerson as far as that tornadic signature.
A new flash flood
broadened on
warning
just the
has
last
been
scan.
issued.
Still a strong but broad mesocyclone at the moment. South and east of Sterling, north of Nickerson. Tornado safe place. Stay in your tornado safe place. Let's see. What did I miss here? Colorado Clouds. I am a converted sportscaster. My first degree is in sports broadcasting, and then second degree in meteorology.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Yeah, that Nickerson area needs to continue to stay in your safe place. Has it slowed down? It may have slowed down a little bit too. Yeah. It was at 25. It's now at 15. That's going to put it technically a lot longer to get to the Hutchinson area. At about 15 miles an hour, it's going to be about 50 minutes or so to get to Hutchinson. A new flash flood warning
has been issued.
Still a dangerous supercell. Oh wow, yeah, that picture has changed a little bit. It's gotten a lot darker.
A new flash flood warning has been issued. A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Almost constant lightning. Thanks, yeah. Yeah, that's probably less about the meteorology and more about like the years of broadcasting experience, but yeah. both degrees are pretty helpful. And actually, before I even started the meteorology degree, I've loved weather for so long that I think I've been looking at radar data for years and years. Even like as a younger kid, looking at radar data and watching the like the old school um, Weather Channel with like Dr. Greg Forbes, where they actually had more science on the Weather Channel and more like actual descriptions of radar. And so yeah, so probably those experiences have also shaped, rather than just like reading books and studying meteorology, it's probably just some of that personal experience too that I think helps. Yeah, definitely strong rotation on this. It's kind of going through a process though. It tightens up and then it broadens. It looks like it's tightened back up a little bit, and it's slowed down. It's see it weakened just in that last scan. But yeah, it's definitely slowed down. Actually, the rotation has almost been stationary the last few minutes. So the storm may be sagging to the south and east at about 15, but yeah, that rotation is just kind of spinning out right now. Doesn't look as impressive on the reflectivity either. A couple minutes ago, maybe produced a brief tornado in there. It was kind of hard to confirm, but it may have produced a brief tornado. But yeah, now it's basically kind of occluded and it's cut off its own inflow. So it's going to rapidly weaken. We'll see if it can produce a new circulation. It may try and form a new circulation around the Nickerson area. Yeah, that's what I see too. Yeah. Yeah, so I love doing this. This is great.
A new flash flood warning has been
This is
issued.
my kind of week. We have tornadoes and severe weather basically every day this week. I get to stare at a radar screen and tell you guys about meteorology. This is just, it's super fun. Hopefully, it seems like some of our chats, there's been some of the younger guys in there too, like Cruz, who's only, I think, in 9th or 10th grade. Hopefully, they can kind of, hopefully, I can exude some of that passion and they keep going with it. Not just for the glitz and glamour of being on a live stream, but just for the actual science behind it too. Hey, Redbird, how's it going tonight? Redbird stayed up late with us last night. You were up in the chat for quite a while. Yeah, that's a good way to do it. Especially if you're young and you're interested in meteorology, just soak up all that kind of radar data. And if you have questions, go to social media, ask questions. I know social media can bite back sometimes, but if you ask the right people, and if you ask nicely and like in a professional way, don't just be on social media like, hey, this is an EF7. But if you have any radar questions and you actually ask nicely, like professional people will respond and help you out. Because we've all been there. And even pro people, even people that have been looking at radar longer than I have and studying way deeper into meteorology than I have, every now and then you can misinterpret radar data. So don't be afraid if it's a mistake every now and then. Uh-oh, what is that?
A new flash flood warning
has
been issued.
I almost made one. It looked a little like a suspicious CC drop, but it's actually a clear air little inflow notch right in there. From far up, it looked a little more suspicious. They have added that tornado warning out for McPherson County, southwestern McPherson, north central Reno, and southeastern Rice counties. That does cover the Hutchinson area. I think it's a good idea, even though this storm is moving slowly, and even though it's still kind of reorganizing, it has had at least strong rotation for a little while.
Issued.
There's the warning for it. McPherson, Reno, and Rice counties. Anyway, I think because it has had a history here of producing some strong rotation, it's good to warn some of these communities, even though it is moving fairly slowly. Yeah. Yeah. Especially the guys that are doing it the right way, too. I mean, I'm not going to call out people, but there are some streamers, and some of them aren't young, so they should know better, too, that aren't doing it the right way. So we're trying to be kind of a breath of fresh air and a little bit more science-based communication. That's kind of my focus. That's why I've been trying to craft a niche for the channel based on like science-based communications. Oh, Texas Roadhouse, nice. Cell could still tornado. It's not super organized right now, but still keep an eye on that one if you're in the Cottonwood Falls area. That is also sinking towards the I-35 corridor around Emporia, Kansas. Those are kind of the two main cells that still have tornado potential across central Kansas there. Rain is going to be the severe risk here for most of the rest of the evening across northern parts of Missouri. Some areas that have had hit hard with tornadoes are still in flash flooding and rain, and still rain falling and lightning and stuff. It's just kind of a mess out here in northern Missouri. That works its way into western Illinois, up through the Peoria metro. Like we're losing that severe warning, so let's take a look at it just in case. Still surge of wind in here. It's maybe just a borderline severe. That is going to push up into the Peoria metro, out on 74 towards Bloomington and Normal. Storms are just north of town. Outflow boundary has already surged through this area, though. Oh, those rolls, yeah. And outflow boundary surging through Gary, Indiana. Right, the new home of the Chicago Bears. Didn't they announce that this week? Somewhere out here, Gary. I think out along the lakeshore. Lost a lot of those severe warnings in Illinois right now. So lost most of the severe warnings across the Cleveland area and northeast Ohio. There still is a couple severe storms along the lakeshore, Erie, Edinboro, Spartansburg, Pennsylvania. Some gusty winds and maybe some small hail. I was gonna say pretty much the severe threat is over. They just looks like canceled that severe watch. Those storms have pushed off into Lake Huron. So slowly our severe risk is diminishing across the most of our severe weather watches. This area here across Illinois is still going decently strong. And then we still have our tornado warning supercell. Yeah, our other tornado warning has expired. It's out of that tornado warned area. Kind of a broad shear zone in here near Cottonwood Falls, Strong City, up along 177. It's not tornadic, but it could try and localize a new area of rotation. This is going to keep trying to form a new circulation and then probably keep kind of just repeating the cycle. It does seem to be like a cyclic supercell. It's just not moving very fast. We'll see. It's going to try and probably surge out some new RFD and then try and refocus that circulation. Yeah, it's trying to right here. So this is the remnants of the old circulation. We'll call that like number one. It's trying to focus out some RFD, surge out like that, and then pull in a little more inflow right in that area. You can see it on the velocity. It's actually tightened up a little bit. Kind of broadly, though, And mistakenly, they've actually trimmed the warning polygon up. They shouldn't have trimmed that warning polygon. Should still be kind of back across this area. Yeah, that's a new circulation. See if they might have to reissue that back, but continue to stay in your tornado safe space. That's McPherson, southwestern McPherson. Yeah, northeast of Nickerson, moving southeast at 20. Sounds good, Cruz. Yeah, you're not missing too much. There's really that storm, and then this storm here in central parts of Kansas, where you're not missing a tornado outbreak. So definitely have time with family. A couple severe storms there in western Illinois, but slowly coming down. We slowly are going to reset for tomorrow. This may try to relocalize again near Strong City.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Yeah, there's that update there. McPherson, Reno, and Rice counties. That's just the trimmed up polygon. Although, yeah, they trimmed it a little too much because the new circulation is actually back off the warning. They continue basically warning the remnant circulation, but this is going to be the new circulation. And I see why they made a little bit of a mistake, because usually if it cycles, usually a storm will jump forward and cycle further south and southeast. But in this case, because it's nearly stationary, it actually cycled back. So actually gone a little bit closer towards the Sterling area. If you're anywhere around Sterling and points east, I would consider staying in my tornado safe space. Definitely east of Sterling along Highway 14, a little more dangerous territory there. They seem to be working good for me. Yeah, they're working pretty good.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Are they? Well, I think they repeat though when they reissue the warning, and that's something I noticed not just on your alert system there, Redbird. It was doing that on other alert systems too.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
And it kind of will on mine too. Even here on Aguacero, it'll pop up a new, up in here, it'll pop up a new warning. It must be something with the National Weather Service API, because I don't remember doing it that much like a couple years back. Oh, it is? Eh. Well, I mean, I'd rather have it repeat than miss. Oh, hey, I'm not a big tech guy, so I may have had it wrong, but I mean, yeah, I'd rather have it repeat than miss.
A new flash flood warning
that
has been issued.
I don't know if you were on the stream last night when I was talking about it, but I saw Redbird on your Discord that people were bugging you about the version 3, and I hope they were just kind of jokingly bugging you, because you shouldn't complain about like a free thing that works. So you've put a lot of hard effort and energy into it, and it's free, and it works. So yeah, I hope they were just bugging you as kind of a joke. Okay, good.
A new flash flood warning has been
I
issued.
figured, but I'm sure every now and then, you get those types of people that aren't actually bugging, aren't joking, and they're actually like, why isn't this working, or why isn't this released yet? And it's, come on, it's a free tool for all.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
I think I said it before on one of the streams you were on, Redbird, but your alerts actually pop up quicker than most of the other alert systems that I've checked and tested and worked with. Because for a while I had a couple different alerts going in the background just to kind of compare.
A new flash
and
flood
yours was always
has been
about,
issued.
I don't know, probably at least about 5 seconds quicker than most of the other alert systems. So they've dropped that severe warning around the Peoria area. There still is some wind in here towards Banner. Peoria is about to get hammered pretty good here with some heavy rain, lightning, and thunder. This whole complex is very electrical. Back to about 5,000, 4,500 lightning strikes across this area in central Illinois. Yeah. I had one of the other alert systems before yours, and it was working pretty good, and it was pretty quick and snappy, and it actually was functioning, and then they updated it, and it completely broke, and I have not been able to figure out what's wrong with it. So I appreciate that yours is like browser-based, too. It was pretty easy to throw up and throw together. This cell is slowly weakening. It does have a little bit more localized rotation in it. Take a look at this again. Nothing showing up on correlation coefficient, but it is trying to localize right around the Tallgrass Prairie National Preserve. Just backing this radar up a few scans, you can see it was much more loose earlier. And just now trying to get a little bit better organized again. Overall, though, the cell has come down in intensity. You can see there's not as much of those purple shades. Yeah, the hail core has come down. It may be trying one last time. So we'll see if it can produce one more tornado.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
This has produced, I think, a couple. Okay, yeah, now I see what you're saying, Redbird. That's not an updated warning. So yeah, that one did repeat. But yeah, hey, I'd rather have it repeat than miss, so. If anything, that repeat was just a reminder for me to get back here. Still seeing that secondary circulation. Yeah, both of these storms are just, they're trying, but they're not quite, they don't have it together. And yeah, the tornado risk back here is a little bit more conditional today. Look at that occlusion. You can really see it get pulled back into the body of the storm. Last few minutes, there it goes. Whoop, get pulled back in. This new one tried to surge out a new area of rotation. It looks like it might be starting to occlude too. We'll kind of wait and see if it does. There's still basically two circulations in here. There's still the attempt at the secondary circulation. There's still a little bit of the original one.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Probably one last attempt at tornado genesis, and then it may be done. It's also starting to surge out some outflow too. Yeah, that's tucked up in there pretty good. So that's right at the interface between the outflow and the inflow. If anything develops there in the next couple minutes, it would be a rain wrap tornado.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
I know if you're watching here and you're from Illinois, you're probably thinking, what's going on right now? We've been focusing back on those tornado warned supercells in Kansas. There's not many of them, but they are tornado warned, and they're a couple times close to producing tornadoes. What else is going on? Jamestown, New York.
Warning has been issued.
Thunderstorm warning there. It's just kind of preemptive with those storms coming off Lake Erie. But that's around the Erie area now, and then down towards Union City, Pennsylvania. And then it'll eventually get over towards Sinclairsville, Stockton, Westfield, and areas there around Jamestown.
Warning has been issued.
Working back to the west, not much going on in Ohio anymore. Those main storms have pushed south of Chicago, crossing into northwest Indiana, and then they kind of trail back
A new
across
flash
west
flood
central
warning has
Illinois.
been issued.
The Peoria area is just a big mess right now. Somewhat severe storms, probably just below severe limits with some of these storms across the Peoria metro. Big gust of wind coming across those areas, south sides of town, down towards Minito, and then all the way back across western Illinois. Yeah, some borderline severe storms. Heavy rain and flooding is going to be a continued risk here across central Illinois, western Illinois, and then back across northern Missouri. Yeah, still seeing big storms with potentially flash flooding, a couple areas, pockets of small hail, and yeah, training thunderstorms. They're going to continue a new considerable threat for that damaging wind threat out of the storm around Cottonwood Falls. That's northern Chase counties. Golf ball size hail also with that cell. Surprised they didn't list a tornado possible tag just because it still does have that rotation in it. It's still trying. It's actually tried to organize a new area just near Strong City, Cottonwood Falls. It's going to slump towards the I-35 corridor in a little bit. I wish we had one. I don't think we have a west-facing camera, weirdly, at Emporia. We have a bunch of east-facing cameras. Sometimes you just get stuck. You don't have a camera that faces exactly that storm. All right, we'll keep that going there. This is a look at that severe storm with the tornado potential. You can see a little bit of a shelf cloud look. Yeah, underneath that. Waiting on another radar scan. This tried to localize again right on Highway 50 between Cottonwood Falls and Emporia, Kansas. Yeah, it's shifted a little bit more easterly. They have actually added that considerable threat for the Emporia area.
A new flash flood warning has been
southern
issued.
Lyon County in east central Kansas. Continuing that tornado warning there. That's for southwestern McPherson.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Trying to tighten back that other circulation again. That lead circulation is basically fully occluded, and then there's still that other circulation back, still kind of tucked up in here. And that's still basically sitting just north of Nickerson.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
About 5.5 miles north of Nickerson. Nickerson, you would
A
have
new
just got the
flash flood
RFD
warning
surge.
has been issued.
Yeah, a little bit of RFD surge on the rear flank of that storm. And then right in here, this is a actually pretty good picture of things. This is where inflow region's funneling in. Right there at the interface, there is a little localized area of rotation. We'll wait on the next radar scan, but that could be close to producing again. Looks a little bit more organized than it did earlier. Over
A new flash
60,000
flood
feet. That
warning has
storm is
been
over
issued.
60,000 feet tall, double the height of commercial aircraft. And that kind of updraft and that large of a storm, that can produce some beefy hail in here. Wouldn't be surprised if there are some larger hailstones. Yeah,
A
especially
new
like right in
flash
there.
flood warning has been issued.
That larger hail should stay north of the Hutchinson area. That's the one benefit. You're on the tornadic side of the storm, but you're going to miss out on some of that hail.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
I think Redbird, if anything's repeating the most, it might be the flash flood warnings for some reason. It might just because there's a lot of them, though. Yeah, it might just be a
A new
numbers
flash
thing.
flood warning has been issued.
Yeah, strong but not severe storms across much of Illinois right now. We've lost those
A
tornado
new
watches
flash
for
flood
areas around
warning has
Topeka,
been issued.
Lawrence, Wabanasi, and Manhattan, Kansas, Junction City, areas that had tornadoes earlier. And then Kansas City, it looks like the severe threat has missed you pretty much. Storms to the north, storms to the south and west. Kansas City got a break tonight. This probably needs a new tornado warning. Yeah, it does. This is actually closer to producing than it was earlier. Still seeing a intensifying area of circulation in here, east of Cottonwood Falls by about 6.5 to 7 miles. I wouldn't be shocked if we got a confirmed tornado report. I would think we would, because these are actually pretty chaseable storms, even though it's nighttime right now. They're both moving very slowly, about 15 to 20 miles an hour. And basically, that rotation area in north and Hutchinson is almost stationary. It's basically kind of reformed over the same general area. So, I mean, these are pretty chaseable storms if you want to get out there at night. But some chasers don't chase at night, and I don't blame them.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Yeah, still a nasty storm is still trying in here just north of Nickerson. Unfortunately, that means people in here in McPherson and Reno counties have been under a tornado warning for quite a while. And if you're in your tornado safe space, you're still in your tornado safe space from Nickerson down to Hutchinson. Yeah, still warned at 20 miles an hour, but the rotation part is essentially stationary.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
There's a storm chaser report of a funnel cloud, so I wouldn't I wouldn't doubt that. It tried to relocalize, especially just in the last couple minutes there. This is just a couple minutes ago at the top of the hour. It still may. It's actually kind of
A
re-broadened
new
back out.
flash
That's
flood
what the
warning
storm
has
has
been
done
issued.
constantly. It's tightened, and then it's either occluded or broadened. We'll see if it can kind of reform that. But yeah, I wouldn't doubt that. Large funnel cloud
A
reported
new
there
flash flood warning
at
has
10
been issued.
o'clock. So that checks out. That's right where I think when we said it was trying to localize again. Yeah, that's the 10 p.m. radar updates. That's right in there. I
A
don't
new
see it
flash flood warning has been
on
issued.
the correlation coefficient. Shows up in the differential too. Yeah, I don't know if it ever touched down. If it did, it was probably a brief touchdown. Didn't kick up a lot of debris.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
We'll see if we can retighten that, maybe produce another tornado. All right, similar environment. We can pop back over to our, call it the Emporia storm. It is kind of headed more east towards Emporia. This is also trying to
A
re-strengthen
new
near
flash flood
Eleanor.
warning has been issued.
If it goes any longer, that probably needs a tornado warning too. Considerable threat, not a tornado possible attack, but a considerable threat for southern Lyon County.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
And there it goes. Tornado warning there. Figured it would get one. And it did. This is on the Kansas Turnpike, just on the east side of the Emporia area. Unfortunately, like I said, there's no cameras that face west from Emporia. But new tornado warning here. This is going to be radar indicated Lyon County, southern Lyon County, 8 miles east of Strong City, moving east at 20 miles an hour. Golf ball size hail also associated with that storm. That does include Emporia, Kansas. So Emporia to downtown Emporia about 25 minutes or so. If you're on the west side of town, Merrick would be about 17 minutes. That's along I-35. And Plymouth, it's going to be about 4 minutes or less. 4 to 5 minutes. I kind of took it from the outer edge of that circulation. Yeah, Merrick, 18 minutes or so. Plymouth, 5. Emporia, 27. Emporia Junction, 30. The Belmont Trailer Court, 31. If you are in a mobile home, I know it's 10 o'clock on a Wednesday night. You gotta get out. You gotta go to your
A
permanent
new flash
structure,
flood warning
a
has been
safe
issued.
permanent foundation structure. Mobile homes are not conducive for riding out even a strong, destructive, severe thunderstorm, but especially a tornado. And there is a developing circulation here near Eleanor. That's on the west side of the Emporia Metro on US 50. Tornado trying to develop there along US 50 near Eleanor. That's a dangerous storm. This storm has produced tornadoes before, as it was up along the I-70 corridor. It's now moving a little more easterly. This is the cell that came down from the Abilene area. You can see the flash flood warning that kind of trails that storm, but yeah, it started kind
A
of up
new
here
flash
and
flood warning has been
kind of
issued.
dove to the south and east. Although, let me redraw that. It's kind of actually gone like this, and it's curving back a little more easterly.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
The storm may still be close to producing. It's a little bit outflow dominant. I can see a little bit of an outflow boundary in here. But right there at the interface between the outflow boundary,
A new flash flood
there is a
warning has
little
been
area of
issued.
rotation in there. And so it's still trying to produce a tornado north of Hutchinson and northeast of Nickerson. That'd be about 6.5 miles northeast of Nickerson and about
A new flash
9
flood
miles
warning has been
almost due
issued.
north of Hutchinson. Me? Is Cruz streaming? Is he still on? I'll have to pop over.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Oh yeah, he's still on too.
A new flash flood warning has been issued. A new flash flood warning has been issued. A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Thank you. It must have been. I think I accidentally muted it when I popped over to Cruz's channel just to make sure I didn't like pull his
A new
audio.
flash flood warning has been issued.
What did you miss? You missed me just saying that this is still close to producing west of Emporia. It does look a little bit weaker than it did earlier, but it's still a fairly localized area of rotation. It's just not super strong. It actually was stronger a few minutes ago near Eleanor.
A new flash flood
Looks like it may
warning
have
has
kind of
been
bursted
issued.
out a little bit. A little bit of a... It's definitely broadened a little bit. No worries, Cruz.
A new flash flood
Someone
warning
said
has
wave
been
over at
issued.
Cruz's channel. So I popped over to your chat to wave in chat. I didn't realize it was waving actually at Cruz. Yeah, this one may have produced a brief tornado. Still maybe. It's kind of a messy circulation again. This did have a funnel cloud report a few minutes ago. Still a dangerous storm. Still some pretty strong wind in here. They're re-upping that another 44 minutes. Southern McPherson, northeastern Reno, southeastern Rice. So people here have been in a tornado warning for, I don't know, probably like an hour or so. You're going another 45 minutes until 11 o'clock Central Time. Tornado continues to basically sit northeast of Nickerson and about 9 miles north of Hutchinson.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Yeah, it's a really weird storm. It's still just kind of sitting there. It's broadened back out just on the last scan. Where are we getting radar data? We're still getting radar data out of Wichita. Yeah, I mean, don't worry about it too much though, Redbird. I'd rather have the repeats than missing. I'll be honest, I'm not great at picking them out sometimes, but this might be an anticyclonic circulation in here now? This storm is doing some weird stuff. There's the original rotation.
A new
It's
flash
a weird
flood
storm.
warning has been issued.
But yeah, still seeing that original rotation. It looks like it's trying to surge more RFD surge back out. So we'll see if it cuts itself off. If it's going to surge that RFD out. The rear flank downdraft from the storm.
A new flash flood warning has been
That
issued.
bright green pocket is right about there. Yeah. So that's probably going to surge more RFD out of this storm. It should cut off that circulation or even that little potentially
a new flash flood warning has
anticyclonic
been issued.
circulation. Is that a golf course or something? Yeah. Highlands Country Club.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Hopefully no one's on the golf course right now. What did Colorado
A new
Clouds
flash
do?
flood warning has been issued.
I don't know. Colorado is the first one of the night to go to bot jail. It looks like. I'm still making tweaks to that. So if you're one of my regulars, we're still making tweaks to it. I still may have to. I don't know if we've fully tested it yet on every situation that could happen. This is really we saw earlier was kind of downbursting. Yeah, it put you into timeout or something for a minute. This has completely dissipated near the Stratfordville area. No longer a tornadic circulation in that cell. That may have been its last attempt there at tornadoing. Yeah, still stay in your safe place if you're in southern Lyon County. Can you, Colorado, what did you say without maybe repeating it exactly? Or is it a link? Did you send me a link to something?
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
I'm curious about this cell. Let's go up here. I want to get a couple different tilts in the radar elevation. It's still doing, basically just sitting over that area right by the Highland Country Club. Yeah, Highlands Country Club. Luckily, it's not been at least one tornado. It
A
may have
new
put down a
flash
few
flood warning has been
vortices
issued.
here and there, but it hasn't been like one tornado just planted there. It's actually passing north of Hutchinson. They trimmed the Hutchinson area off the warning. So South Hutchinson and parts of all of Hutchinson, really, it's going to be on the north side of town.
A
That's
new
your
flash flood warning has been
tornado
issued.
warned part of the storm. Let's see if this camera loads. That circulation is a few miles north, basically directly north of Hutchinson by about 7 miles.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Yeah, there's your circulation in here near the Highlands Country Club. It's coming up on Kansas Highway 61, Medora. It seems to have finally started to get a shift a little bit towards the south and east. So it may be finally kind of
A
moving a
new
little bit.
flash flood warning has been issued.
There's a look at kind of the lip of that storm. That's the I think that camera is still not exactly focused on. That's looking basically at this stuff kind of up in here. So you're seeing
A new
that camera
flash
is like
flood
down
warning
here.
has
You're
been
seeing
issued.
basically that kind of forward flank, that lip of the forward flank. And then a little bit back in there, starting to see a little bit of this. This is the hook. I don't know if we're going to see the tornado from this perspective, though. But this is forward flank, basically behind that sign that shows the tornado warning. That's the forward flank, the lip of that. But then if you look closely, kind of behind that truck, when the lightning hits, you'll see kind of this circular column of rain and wind. That is that hook. Yeah, right in there. See it kind of surge out. That's your rear flank surging out. And then the tornado would sit way back in there, but basically dead center of the screen on that camera. But way back in there is where the tornado would be sitting. I don't know if this camera may be too far and angled a little too low to see this if there is a tornado in there. Yeah, it's still hanging out basically there near the country club. This has surged out a little more RFD dominant. That's going to push its way through the Hutchinson area. So Hutchinson, it's going to be a gusty wind here in a couple minutes.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Cottonwood Falls, Toledo, Ope, Hartford, and Emporia, Kansas. We'll take a look at this storm again, but it has, yeah, it's really faded. I would guess they might pull this warning pretty soon. That's what we were working with a few minutes ago when it got tornado warned, and it's really spun out.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Otherwise, we have strong storms pushing into western parts of Indiana, Kentwood, Rensselaer, Fowler. Some stronger storms through the Peoria, Illinois area. Those will head towards the Bloomington Normal Metro.
A new flash flood
In
warning
there near
has been issued.
Secor, down towards Delavan, and then back across western Illinois, Rushville, Versailles, and then westward from there into northern Missouri, Ewing, Monticello, back through Edina. Some areas that have had tornadoes today. Still getting flooding rain,
A new
some
flash
heavy
flood warning
wind,
has been
lots of
issued.
lightning. Just a big mess across northern Missouri, southern parts of Iowa, and then more storms likely overnight in parts of Iowa and Nebraska. Another little cluster storms also working along the cold front into areas around Lancaster, Wisconsin.
A
Another
new
strong
flash
storm,
flood warning
not
has
severe
been
right now,
issued.
40-mile-an-hour gusts up near Abbotsford in Wisconsin. That'll approach Wausau. And yes, storms
A
have
new flash
basically left
flood
the
warning
U.S.
has been
There's still some
issued.
stronger storms over the Lake Huron area. If anyone's watching from Ontario, especially like cottage country here in east of the lakes, you're going to get some feisty storms potentially tonight. There are a couple stronger storms also coming into areas around Goderich and also approaching around Southampton. Those may get over towards Port Elgin and Owen Sound before weakening. Stronger storm also near Maryville and Dunkirk, Jerry, and Jamestown, French Creek, and areas around Westfield. 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail there into southern parts of New York. Storms haven't really made a concerted effort to really sag towards the south. And yeah, unfortunately, it looks like a lot of these, whoops, a lot of these are still moving more easterly right now. Model data earlier showed some of this reaching down towards the St. Louis area, but right now it's very slow to progress to the south. This area is starting to surge a little bit more towards the south around Rushville. That'll get towards the Springfield, Illinois metro in next couple hours. Yeah, this part of the line segment has really slowed down. And yeah, still mostly focused back here into parts of Kansas. Still showing that area rotation on the rotation tracks, basically the shear rate. That checks out. This storm has collapsed on itself. You can see the shear rate, almost nothing there. Back a little bit while ago, actually had some pretty strong shear rate at one point. That's when I think it made an attempt there at producing a tornado west of Plymouth, between Eleanor and Plymouth, Kansas. And yeah, since then it's really gone away. More of a shear line, anything that's left in there. Not even really. It's kind of just the algorithm connecting a couple of those weaker regions. But yeah, that has completely collapsed on itself. The wind threat also has diminished, and also the hail threat. That storm is no longer considerable threat, now down to half dollar size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. Most of that hail is north of Emporia, north of I-35 there towards the 335. Still a pretty strong storm there around Lang. It's going to be a nasty night there, but yeah, that storm has significantly decreased in intensity. Check this little thing here. Still has some broad rotation in it. The rotation seems to be weakening. It's definitely more outflow dominant right now. Still a ton of lightning with it. And yeah, they're going to increase the considerable threat, severe thunderstorm warning, southern McPherson, northeastern Reno, and now western Harvey County. It's in on the action there. Moving east at 30, it has started to push towards the east. Considerable threat for 70-mile-an-hour winds and tennis ball size hail. That is a nasty storm in central Kansas. That may get over towards the Newton area. Keep your eye on that if you're over towards Newton, Kansas. And then areas like Mound Ridge, Halstead should stay south of McPherson, but areas around Buell, not sure if I pronounced that right. It has, this is turned also a little bit more easterly, so this actually is probably going to skip the Wichita Metro. For a while, it was on a decent track, similar to our other storm, it was on a decent track towards the southeast. It's now kind of made a little bit more of a turn towards the east. So keep an eye on this one out here. Yeah, Newton, Elbing, even towards Chelsea and Roselia. Pretty crazy how that collapsed on itself so quickly. We've seen a lot of situations on our streams where things ramp up really quick. Within a radar scan, we go from nothing to a tornado in progress. This one was the opposite. We went from potentially a tornado in progress or close to it. It looked like it was close to producing. And then 2 minutes later, a little bit less, a little weaker. 4 minutes later, basically nothing. And then 6 minutes later, pretty much no rotation anymore. So it completely fell apart within about 5 or 6 minutes. That storm much weaker looking as well on the reflectivity, even just the presentation of it. When it was back close to producing the tornado, you can see that classic hook echo shape. The forward flank downdraft all out here, and then it wraps around the body of the storm. And even a little bit tight circulation, you can see kind of that sink drain effect in there. Probably really close to producing if it didn't. This is RFD surging out. You can see that RFD surge, a little bit of a flanking line. I forget. I love this. I can actually draw the dashed line for the flanking line there. So that's pretty cool. This storm still has some large hail in it. Tennis ball size hail is the main threat along 61 north of Hutchinson. Rotation has backed off around the Medora area up towards Inman. That's an area that's potentially getting some larger hail as well. Yeah, pretty big hail core in there now. Shows up there also in the ZDR. And probably shows up in correlation coefficient. Yeah, shows up also there. To confirm large hail, I usually play around with both of those. The ZDR, sometimes I'm quick on the trigger and just go to the correlation coefficient and I'm lazy on it, but you should double check and confirm with ZDR too. But, and then the reflectivity template that I used, I know there was a question about that, I think yesterday. I customized it a little bit more than it came. So it actually does a really good job highlighting some of that larger hail, which based on also just the years of looking at this right in there, and that correlates really well with the ZDR and also correlates really well with the correlation coefficient. So yeah, our radar presentation is pretty optimized for seeing large hail. Still seeing some rotation in here. It's just to the north and east of the Hutchinson Airport. This has pushed now to the north sides of Hutchinson, Kansas. Tornado warning continues. It looks like they might let this expire just because it hasn't produced a new tornado in a while. And it has broadened and weakened. Yeah, the last tornado report was about 30 minutes ago. Large funnel cloud spotted to the west-northwest of Hutchinson. And yeah, that was a half hour ago, so some good signs here. Things are starting to calm down. Yeah, this is a big mess of storms across the Mississippi River Valley, northern Missouri, back into central Illinois. I wouldn't be surprised if we get some severe warnings out of these clusters of storms. The tornado risk is diminishing pretty quickly across Illinois. Yeah, it's mostly a wind risk in here. Particularly this area here, a little bit of wind bulging out on the southern flank of that storm. That's generally drifting towards the Springfield metro, Springfield, Illinois. There's another area that had some concentration of wind also in here. That's pushed through the Peoria area. It's now through Delavan and areas around Morton, Deer Creek. That'll get over towards Bloomington Normal as well. Then east of there, we're seeing the storms kind of fall apart, but still some feisty storms. Rensselaer in Indiana, and then back across areas around Bloomington. Turnaround, don't drown. Flash flood warnings continue. Oh, nice. What was the score, Cruz? Okay, that's actually checking out pretty good. 1 to 3 inches of rain, additional 1 to 3 inches more. Areas in here showing roughly about 3 to 4 inches of rain north of Peoria. Another area back here across Missouri, flooding observed. Flooding observed, 4 to 5 inches of rain, like in some of those areas. Yeah, 1.5 to 3 inches back here. Maybe even a little more. Yeah, dangerous flooding potentially across parts of Missouri and across central Illinois. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's a good score. They did add a new warning for that area. I think that's that same area we were just looking at. Yeah, that's that same area, the south of the Peoria metro, that's kind of bulging out with some wind. Not a tornado risk right now, but you can see that bulge. We're pretty close to the radar site, too, out of the Lincoln, Illinois radar. That's around Mason City, Easton, and Forest City, Illinois. Yeah, I do think that corridor basically kind of this area here has a chance at some more severe weather as it pushes towards the east southeast. So areas like Springfield, Lincoln, New Berlin, over towards Decatur, Illinois, and potentially over towards like the Champaign-Urbana area along the 57 corridor. A little bit of a highlighted area for potentially some more severe weather. Well, even though they're letting that tornado warning, I guess they're letting it work out of the tornado warning. They've continued that considerable threat for tennis ball size hail, 70-mile-an-hour winds. This storm is actually trying to rotate again. Just on the last radar scan, it looks a little bit more impressive on that hook feature. Some of the larger hail in here just east of 61. Yeah, it's trying to localize again just to the east of Hutchinson, east of the Hutchinson Airport. You see it also on this spectrum with also circulation in there. This may need a new tornado warning if it keeps up. If it tries to continue a new tornado, then I wouldn't be surprised if they issue a new tornado warning for these areas like Halstead and Newton. It's still a dangerous cell. It's passed just to the north sides of the Hutchinson area. And yet, maybe trying to localize a new air rotation. That's a classic looking supercell. Just look at it here. Looks like it's out of a textbook. Over 60,000 feet. It's pushing 63,000 feet. That is one of the higher elevations I think we've seen today, but I think even on radar scans looking at stuff. Yeah, it's actually uptrended, it looks like. So it's actually popping even a little bit higher. That's some really potentially big hail in here. East of Medora. Bueller is maybe how you pronounce that. Wow. They've trimmed up the tornado watch. If you, yeah, they've trimmed up the tornado watch across Kansas. It basically includes these couple cells. So if you're outside of this area in Kansas, your severe threat is pretty minimal for right now. I still think you need to maybe watch in this area: Chelsea, Cassaday, Whitewater, the Elbing area, Burns. But this is Wichita down in here, and it looks like this storm should pass to the north of the Wichita area. A little bit closer if you're near Cedric. A lot closer if you're in the Newton area. Newton, you might want to stay very vigilant there in the Newton, Kansas area. Yeah, especially Newton and Halstead. Broadened on the latest scan, but still seeing some rotation in here. Again, that's just east of the Hutchinson Airport, approaching areas around Burton. Dangerous storm. This other cell has completely fallen apart. Yeah, it's probably, yeah, they've allowed it to expire. Both of those tornado warning and the severe thunderstorm warning have expired across the those areas around Emporia. And yeah, it's not even really a wind or hail threat anymore. A lot of lightning still with it, so that's obviously a risk whether you have a severe storm or not. That will continue to weaken as it works, kind of drifting along I-35 there near Emporia. Scrolling around to make sure we're not missing too much. Chautauqua County in western New York, still seeing a batch of severe cells. Erie County and Chautauqua County and some other county. Cattaraugus, I think that's how you might say that. Cattaraugus County. Gust to 60 and quarters. Although that is coming down in intensity. That may make its way up to some of those South Shore towns in the Buffalo area, Lake Aurora, Holland, Highland on the Lake. That cluster is continuing to work its way up that way. And let me check our Canadian warnings just in case. No Canadian warnings for those storms. Oh yeah, there's still also a feisty batch of storms near Wausau, Wisconsin. 40-mile-an-hour winds, some small hail. If the winds pick up in that cell, that could get a severe warning. Yeah, it's broadened back out very briefly there. It did try to localize again. Yeah. It's broadened back out. So it has made several attempts at tornado genesis, at least. It may have touched down earlier a couple times. It had at least a large funnel at one point. And yeah, since then it's made numerous attempts for tornado genesis and just has not. Tornado possible tag, they've added the tornado possible tag on it. Considerable threat, 70-mile-an-hour winds, and tennis ball size hail. Still a super dangerous storm. Overall, I think our severe threat has verified today. We've seen some large hail. We've seen at least, looks like a couple significant tornadoes in northern Missouri and southern Iowa. And then we've seen a handful of other tornadoes, it looks like today, mostly here in Kansas, but wouldn't be surprised if we've had a couple QLCS tornadoes, eastern Iowa, maybe northwestern Illinois. And then earlier with the first batch, I think we had a couple different tornadoes, some other destructive severe thunderstorms across much of southern Wisconsin. But yeah, overall, the severe risk back here in the Midwest starting to wind down. There is the big batch of storms with a isolated severe risk, but a really focused and pronounced flash flood risk, and a couple new warnings recently around the Bloomington area. Bloomington normal there. Quarter size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds, Tazewell County and McLean County. It's starting to. It's starting to calm down. Going to take a look at tomorrow again, see what the latest HRRR says. After how busy it was lately and how busy it was this morning, I'll take a little calmness on the stream. The HRRR says history or the future for these two storms in Kansas are not very bright. It pretty much diminishes, keeps a couple showers maybe around, but it really weakens Kansas here the next little while. It does kind of give that convective system a little bit more of a push across the Bloomington area, and then eventually weakens that as it gets into areas around Lafayette, Indiana. May get all the way into parts of Indianapolis later this evening. This is like 3, 4 a.m. But yeah, definitely weakens it as it gets into Indiana. And yeah, this latest model does not bring a lot of storms down to the St. Louis area along the I-70 corridor. Earlier models took some of this batch of storms and brought some of them more like this way. But that kind of reflects what we're seeing here. Most of these storms are moving, basically training across each other, and they're moving more easterly. So the models definitely have adjusted and bringing that more across Illinois. And then this is like 2, 3 a.m. You may start to see the development of storms across Grand Isle, back to the areas around Lincoln, Nebraska. And that gets its act together. Potentially a couple strong to severe storms across the Omaha metro around 5 or 6 a.m. And then approaching Des Moines at about rush hour, about 7 a.m. Potentially a mesoscale convective system working across there. Gets into the Mississippi Valley by lunchtime. And now the latest ARRR model does weaken that, which is interesting. The other models had it going all the way into Milwaukee, basically a repeat of today, with maybe a little less intensity, but the track was similar. This latest model wants to beef up new storms back in northern Iowa into the afternoon, and then we'll kind of see what develops from there. Hmm. Yeah, Ohio, you guys should be quiet for the rest of the night. Oh yeah, things are really clearing out in Ohio. Storms right on the West Virginia border and also into Pennsylvania. Looks like no other severe storms in Ohio tonight. And this may not even work. This should diminish before it even gets to most of Ohio. Like that model data showed, it was pretty much weakening as it came across like central Indiana. May get a few storms across like this part of Ohio. Northwest Ohio may get some storms overnight, late overnight and early morning. They've re-upped that flash flood warning, observed flash flood warning around the Peoria metro. Flooding on roadways. Some of it is completely covered. South of Peoria. Emergency management reports flash flooding in Tremont. 2.5 inches of rain, additional 1 to 2 inches more. Emergency management reported flash flooding of small creeks, streams, and urban areas. Yeah, so that's a dangerous flash flooding situation across most of northern Missouri, southern Iowa, and now into west central Illinois. Or I guess now central Illinois, if it's towards the Bloomington and Peoria areas. This still has a hook on it. It is outflow driven right now. You can see this outflow boundary still in there. Looks like not as much of a tornado threat anymore, but continue to pay attention to this. This is getting into Harvey County in central Kansas. That includes the Newton area. It is past Hutchinson, and yeah, that tornado warning expires in 4 minutes. They're just going to let it expire. But finally, some of these areas between Sterling and Hutchinson, the areas around Willowbrook, Inman, and those areas have had tornado warnings for quite a while. It's finally moved on. Yeah, and tomorrow I think is another hot day across a lot of the same areas. Yeah, these are heat advisories. southern Mississippi, parts of Louisiana. A lot of heat advisories in the East Coast. Even up to areas around Buffalo, heat advisories. Yeah, another hot day. Yeah, but it was a drier heat, right, Colorado? That's going to help a little bit. A lot of the heat out east, this is all humid. This is really humid heat. So yeah, if it's like 93 out here, it's going to feel like 100. Yeah. Yeah, I think because you guys had some fire weather watches the last couple days. Let's check out like Ohio real quick. Let's look at surface observations. Come on. Load up the surface obs. All right, we'll just force the surface obs. I want to check this out. Okay, yeah, that's a hot area, South Texas. There they go. All right, I'm just gonna pull surface observations from like the Columbus area. Today it got up to like 90 degrees. It looks like still a high dew point, 72-degree dew point, 70% humidity. But I believe in here, yeah, there's a feels like temperature. Looks like it peaked at about 97. So heat index of what I say got up to 90. Heat index 70 degrees above the actual temperature. Yeah, that's pretty uncomfortable. Just out of curiosity, like Colorado Springs. Probably depends where you are, but yeah, topped out in Colorado Springs around 90 degrees. And let's see, at least on that particular the one. Oh yeah, it was so dry you had a bit of a wind chill. It actually felt like 86. Yeah, the humidity and the air temperature do some interesting interactions. They have now issued a tornado warning for this area around Springfield, Illinois. It's going to be a new tornado warning for areas around Menard, Logan, Sangamon, and Macon counties in central Illinois, moving east at 50 miles an hour, straight line winds, and tornadoes possible. Looks like just based on the shear rate, there's a couple different circulations. Yep, there's 2 circulations. Look at that. A pair of QLCS circulations in here. And they wrapped up very quickly there in the last couple minutes. You can see them start to form. And then they activated the tornado warning. That's a good warning. So yeah, there's those 2 circulations. You can see them start to develop. You can see those little surges of wind, and then the thumb kind of sticks out there. Pretty pronounced for both of those circulations. They could produce a tornado at a very short notice. Actually, oh boy. That may be a start of a debris signature on that one. Yeah, that one may actually be producing a tornado. They are both, if they are both capable of producing tornadoes at pretty quick amount of time here. "50 miles an hour." I believe that was the warning. Yeah, 50 miles an hour to the east. There's your communities in here. This might stay just north of Springfield, but if it's going to be on the north side of Springfield around 8 minutes or so. That's up towards Sherman as well. And then Broadwell, Mount Pulaski, Broadwell about 18 minutes, Mount Pulaski 29, Dawson 16, and Niantic 36 minutes. It's going to get to the end of the warning polygon in about 36 minutes or so. Dangerous storms there into central Illinois. Yeah, I think that one has produced a brief tornado. It's still maybe in here near Athens, Illinois. Mm. They're warning this pretty far out in front because they are moving pretty fast, but also it's nighttime, so hopefully you can wake people up here, especially in the west or the eastern part of that warning polygon, and hopefully wake people up. I wouldn't be surprised also if sirens might be going off around the Springfield area, especially north side of town, Peabody, Bissell, Riverton, and areas up towards the Green Acres, Williamsville along I-55. That's a dangerous storm. Kind of, but yeah, that area was one that I flagged a while back for some severe weather. I didn't know if it was going to be a tornado severe weather. I thought maybe it was going to be damaging winds. But something in here, they just must have tapped a little bit of extra vorticity in the environment here because they both just flared out at pretty much like the exact same time. And ironically, they flared out right as the tornado watch expired. Yeah, we don't have any tornado watches active right now. One tornado warning in Illinois. I do want to check this other storm, though. The hail's come down on that one. The winds have come down. It's no longer a considerable threat. Still has broad rotation in there, but it's staying broad. Still one to keep your eye on, though, if you're in Halstead or Newton, up towards Heston and Mound Ridge. Still a pretty nasty cell. Keep it on that camera. That looks to the northwest towards that cell. And then a couple severe warnings into Illinois right now. We have the severe thunderstorm warning across the Bloomington metro, Bloomington to Colfax, Arrow, Smith, and Hayward. And then we do have the tornadoes in progress across Athens and just north of Springfield in Illinois. Hey, Christine, how's it going tonight? It looks like central Indiana will get some storms. It does appear, according to the model data that we have right now, that it should diminish in intensity. It's already diminishing across parts of northern Indiana. But let me get a timing for you. There still could be some stronger storms. 1, 2 o'clock towards Crawfordsville, Delphi. I think that's how you pronounce it. Delphi, Logansport. But if you're like in central Indiana by like Indianapolis, it looks like it will weaken before it gets really to the Indianapolis metro. So overnight, 2 to 4 a.m., gusty winds potentially, but more just like rain and storms and thunder. And then that should continue weakening into eastern and southern Indiana. May go a little bit longer across Effingham. Yeah, then you guys should be okay. Not much of a severe risk, low severe risk overall tonight. And yeah, it's not probably going to be even as strong as it is now. This really shows, basically this is the model's depiction of basically collapsing thunderstorm complex. So I don't expect a lot of severe weather there or tonight. And then we'll see about tomorrow. You guys may get another round of storms. This would be roughly about midnight tomorrow. So keep an eye on that for tomorrow. And models may not be doing a great job at showing tomorrow yet. So yeah, more storms tomorrow in general. Yeah, no problem. Like and subscribe if you're new. We'll have coverage tomorrow as well. Good night, Christian. Thanks for hanging out with us too. Both of these areas of circulation still potentially in here. This one near Cantrell may have produced a brief tornado a few minutes ago. The southern circulation has weakened a little bit. Yeah, we're not seeing as punchy of a rotation signature, and even on the reflectivity, it doesn't look quite as impressive as it did earlier. Yeah, back here, they may have been both producing, but at least the one looked like it made a pretty solid attempt. It may have actually produced. This other one is surging right on the border of the warning polygon. So if you're on the north side of Springfield, Wrigley, Bissell, Riverton, the Peabody area, you definitely want to stay in a tornado safe space there. Yeah, that circulation is right over the Lincoln Airport, the capital airport. If it's a towered airport, we may get a like a funnel cloud or a tornado report out of that. If it's a manned towered airport, they do sometimes have observations like that, and we'll funnel in those reports. Wow, that moved ahead very quickly. Not seeing really a CC drop in there anymore, but yeah, back here it looks like it was producing south of Athens, south and west of Athens. They both have weakened some. Still, radar indicated tornado warning continues there. Menard, Logan, Sangamon, and Macon counties. Still re-upping that storm. It still has large hail in it. They up the hail back to ping our golf ball size hail. 60-mile-an-hour winds. Still in there near Halstead. Unfortunately, it looks like that hail core is headed for the areas around Newton. Also showing up, the hail core shows up even more now on the ZDR, as well as correlation coefficient. As the storm is weakening, the updraft may be collapsing, and that actually can't support any of the large hail that it was holding up in the system. So this may be an extra hail dump here west of Newton. Yeah, hopefully the cars are in the garage or the carport, because that could be a big problem. That's pretty good. That's awesome. On top of yesterday's stream too, that gets you some good coverage. Yeah, that storm, still a hail producing storm. The rotation has really backed off on those. Yeah, not really seeing, not a tornado threat anymore. It's just a degrading supercell with a lot of hail. Just checking the NWS for any updates. They're going to warn that cell since it's riding right along that border. Oh, and they confirmed it again. Okay, it's the other one. Yep, there it is right there, just near the airport, near Ridgely and Starn. We just talked about a lot of these communities. Riverton, Spalding, and north sides of Springfield, Illinois. Tornado safety precautions now. You got to go. Even though it's 11 o'clock at night, that's a tornado in progress. Correlation coefficient supports that. And there it is on the spectrum width. Definitely supportive of a tornado in progress. Even though it doesn't visually look that great on velocity, this is one of the useful tools for spectrum width because these QLCS situations, they're not massive mesocyclones that go up tens of thousands of feet. They're fairly low level features. But with spectrum width, we can see that chaotic and higher speed wind motion in here. It's basically over the Illinois Fairgrounds and the airport. And that's clipping along. It's now over Devereaux Heights. It's hard to say on correlation coefficient, but this may have been the start of it right near the airport. There's a small CC lowering. It's too hard to really confirm that at one radar scan. But the next radar scan right there, that confirms that tornado in progress. And it may have weakened. It has broadened out some, but it still could be in here lofting debris across Devereaux Heights. Pretty populated corridor in here, so it's doing some damage. Starn, Riverton, Clear Lake, Spalding, and then out towards Mechanicsburg, Harrisontown, and center line towards Decatur. Yeah, it's a clear CC. It's definitely in progress. But yeah, it's because if it's a low level circulation, it's just sometimes the radar beam is just shooting over the low level circulation. Trying to get a speed on this one. Yeah, 50 miles an hour. They're both moving at 50. I'm going to cell track both of these though. Let's see. Decatur, about 38 minutes. Dawson, 6 minutes. Mount Auburn, about 19 minutes or so. I'll bring that down to 8. Let's check the middle one real quick, because it's actually been the more pronounced signature. Okay, still seeing CC drop on the one near Bissell. Not seeing as much there near Williamsville, but there still is a circulation in there approaching the Williamsville area. That's a radar indicated tornado warning. They've also added one near the radar site in the cone of silence. maybe. Maybe the start of it. It's really hard to see because we're really close to the radar site, but it might be actually right over the Lincoln area. Power flashes. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised because that one is doing some damage. This one is radar indicated East Central Lincoln County and DeWitt counties, Central Illinois. Radar indicated rotation over Lincoln, moving east at 50 miles an hour. So yeah, it's right over the radar site. We'll get a view of that in a few minutes. But that's Beeson, Turnbridge, Wapella, DeWitt, and areas around Clinton, Illinois. 3 tornado warnings now into Illinois. Yeah, one there, and apparently one right there. Yeah, pretty much. Unless I got like something big going on. I thought we might see another tornado warning out of that one cell for a while, but yeah, this is a little slightly unexpected. They dropped the tornado watch. This is basically just still under a severe thunderstorm watch right now. 3 tornadoes, at least one in progress. I think we also saw a correlation coefficient on the other cell when it was back near Athens. So these 2 of them have produced tornadoes, it looks like, just in the last few minutes. And yeah, the latest radar scan still shows some suspicious CC in there. May not be picking up a ton, but yeah, it still may be in progress here as it crosses I-72 near Riverton. Yeah, that's how it happens, though. As soon as you say things are quieting down, then all of a sudden it flares up. Or streaming, as soon as I step away to get a drink of water or to get a snack or dinner or something, as soon as that happens, it goes from like no tornado warnings to, tornado on the ground, something like that. It's almost like a guarantee. We'll get a better look on this storm in the Lincoln area just after it gets through the radar site, but I'm interested to see what it looks like. But it may be right in this area, just right over the radar site or just to the south of it. They've readjusted that warning. That's going to be still for areas around Mount Pulaski, Lake Fork, Niantic, and Latham. And yeah, this warning extends out to the west side of the Decatur metro. If you're west of Decatur, Harristown, you need to take your tornado safety precautions. Tornado in progress. We just reposted on our social media. Some of the chasers that were out today have reposted, or now finally probably got to their hotels and are posting the videos of their tornado captures today. There is, it looks like, at least a couple significant tornadoes today across northern Missouri, southern Iowa today. That one, yeah, probably a strong to significant tornado. There was recently some research, like peer-reviewed research, I think it was by the Dow team, the Doppler on Wheels scientists, but they had peer-reviewed research that showed that in general, tornadoes are underrated to their actual wind speed, which probably something that if you've been into weather for a while, you can figure out. But just by the look of the tornado videos that I'm seeing from some of the chasers today, it could have been borderline a violent tornado, but it's probably not going to get rated one because it's a fairly sparsely populated area. But some of the motion of the actual tornado on the video leads me to believe that it was probably a strong plus tornado. Yeah, this whole area probably took a decent hit here. Not like a slabbing, but that's going to cause, that's doing damage. It's right by the airport and the fairgrounds. This is a populated area. You can see there on the rough path of it. There's city streets in here and neighborhoods and restaurants and stuff right along I-55. So yeah, that came across the northern side of the Springfield, Illinois metro. Pushing towards Mechanicsburg. Let's take a look. It may still be in here too. Definitely carrying some debris with it, but there is a little bit of a deeper correlation coefficient drop in there. And that correlates really well with the spectrum width. Should correlate pretty good there with the velocity signature as well. So that middle cell has weakened a little bit. It looks like that area has broadened just a little bit. And then let's take a look at this cell over the Lincoln area. And actually maybe surged past Lincoln. That one actually looks like it's surging the wrong way. It's based on the wrong way from the warning. If that's the start of it, and you can see maybe a little bit right in here, it's actually surged to the southeast. So areas like Chestnut, unless there's one right over the radar site, I'm not seeing anything right in here that screams tornado. But this is a little bit of a QLCS signature between Mount Pulaski and Chestnut. It's technically not in a warning. But, or now it is. I don't know. Did they just reshape that just live? I don't know. Oh no, because they trimmed it down. That's what it was. Yeah, because they trimmed that down, that technically isn't part of a warning right now, but hopefully people in Chestnut are getting their tornado safety measures. Mm. Yeah, this one is still producing. Actually, it's been a fairly long track QLCS. Those are potentially about 14 miles. Wow. Had to recheck that. But yeah, that may be on the ground for about 14 miles, which that would be a fairly long track QLCS tornado. If anyone's new here, here's the... Give us a like and subscribe on some of those other social media channels too, but especially X or Twitter, whatever you call it, is really good for sharing chaser stuff. So if you have any pictures, if you can safely get out and post damage pictures after the storm, please don't stand in your front yard and take pictures of this. But yeah, if you have any damage reports to share, definitely pass those along. But also, we can repost some videos that we can't share here on the stream for copyright. Oh, apparently, while we were in the stream, we just got a preliminary report from Environment Canada of Oxbow, Saskatchewan yesterday, an EF3 tornado strongest tornado in Saskatchewan since July 2nd, 2010. I believe there's a couple significant tornadoes yesterday in Manitoba and Saskatchewan, so that is probably the first of a couple. This is particularly long track QLCS tornado. It's about to roll into Mechanicsburg if it is still on the ground, which it may be. Actually, now look how fast that jumped ahead. It may be still on the ground and may be carrying debris. It's hard to tell. It has weakened that correlation coefficient. And overall, the velocity has come down just a little bit too. The other circulation is weaker. More of a wind issue at the moment. Yeah, there's that Mechanicsburg cell. And then I do want to check our Mount Pulaski cell. Still in here near Chestnut. It's come down a little bit in intensity too, but let's double check that. That one's a little harder one to see. Big surge of wind in here though near Chestnut. 60 to 70 mile an hour winds. We're really close to the radar site. It's being warned. Tornado possible 60 mile an hour winds. Through the Bloomington area, that's a lot of heavy rain and wind, but right now it's mostly not tornadic there. It's this segment down in here is not outflow dominant section of the storm. It's actually one of the only parts that aren't outflow dominant. Back here towards Waverly and Island Grove, we have outflow dominance, and then north of there, this is all kind of behind the outflow boundary here too. So the tornadoes are happening in the one area that you can actually get tornadoes, which is this corridor right there. Wow. They have added a new severe thunderstorm watch, or they expanded the watch, I think it was, that covers those Springfield areas. I don't think it was a new watch. I think they just kind of repositioned the original one that was in place for northern parts of Indiana. A couple different severe warnings. We still have the severe thunderstorms in Jamestown, New York, south sides of Buffalo. Let's go there real quick. Those are weakening. Good sign there. We still have that hail-producing cell, no longer tornadic, near Harvey County, near Newton. Golf ball size hail, 60 mile an hour winds. And then back up. Okay, they finally warned the little thing near Chestnut. Radar indicator rotation. That is for Logan, Piatt, and Macon counties. Severe thunderstorm there, moving east-southeast at 55 miles an hour. All right, there's some of the rotation or the tracks there. Moroa, 13 minutes. Cisco, 27. Cerro Gordo, that's going to be about 30 minutes there. Bamet, 37. And then down towards the end of the warning, probably going Garrett, 47 minutes. Good night, Colorado. Thanks for hanging out with us again tonight. Four different warnings. We are covering tornado warnings in central Illinois right now. And yeah, they're going to warn that whole thing out around those storms. just updated the stream just to make sure we cover everybody. Definitely, if you're in this area, like and subscribe, but also share with anyone in your family or friendship network for these areas into central Illinois. Yeah, dangerous situation. They've added a severe thunderstorm warning tornado possible tag that covers all these areas kind of out and around the current tornado warnings. Logan, Christian, Sangamon, Moultrie, Shelby, Piatt, Cumberland, and Macon counties, all in central Illinois. Those are moving east at 50 miles an hour. Hail is not a threat, but tornadoes, quick spin-up tornadoes, QLCS tornadoes are a threat. There is another area of rotation down here near Edinburgh that's starting to pick up. Yeah, you can see it in the spectrum width. There it is. Starting to pick up in intensity down there near Edinburgh. Yeah. Interesting little shear rate profile, shows the QLCS, but also shows like max shear rate over Mechanicsburg, where that was producing a tornado just a couple minutes ago. So that's definitely an interesting setting there. And then also shows that little Chestnut Mount Pulaski cell there that's tornado warned. This will probably get a new tornado warning. It seems like they've been pretty proactive on it, but you can start to see it has that little thumb feature kind of sticking out now, just near Edinburgh on Illinois Highway 29. Gonna go north of Taylorsville down towards Todd's Point and Finley. There's actually 2 small circulations in here. We likely have underreported QLCS tornadoes. The only reason some of these are being detected is because we're super crazy close to the radar site, and this area is fairly flat terrain. I don't like that CC drop. That might actually be on the ground now too. It's close. I'll wait another CC drop and see if we get anything out of that one, but that's close to producing if it's not already. Hey, Kristen, how's it going today? Yeah, how's it going, Disconnect? I haven't seen you in a while. I must have scared Disconnect away a while back. Ems, how's it going tonight? Wow, this area is still pretty big tornado threat. It looks like it has diminished. Not seeing the correlation coefficient that we saw just a few minutes ago. But yeah, that has surged out. That may try and produce a new tornado, though, in the next couple minutes. Really big burst of wind as that surged out. And still seeing rotation in there. Yeah, showing up really well on the spectrum width. You can see this kind of circle of a rotation. The higher wind speeds, the chaotic winds, that matches really well with what we're seeing on reflectivity as well as what we see on the velocity scan. This is a dangerous storm. It's paralleling I-72 right now. Illinopolis, Niantic, and Harristown. Also, that's basically center line for Decatur, Illinois. Let's get on this again. This circulation into downtown Decatur, about 18 minutes. That's a fairly large city here in central Illinois. Brady Raid, awesome. Thanks, guys. Welcome, welcome. If you're new here, happy to have you. I didn't know Brady was on tonight. I thought I saw on social media Brady was on vacation for like, I don't know, like 4 weeks or something like that. Oh. Well, that's not as exciting, Ems. I was hoping for more than that, but no, I'm joking. I'm happy you guys joined. You guys joined at the right time because it was actually getting quiet until I don't know if he's still on, but Christian earlier posted a comment that things are quieting down. And within about 2 minutes of him posting that, we blew up with tornado warnings across central Illinois. There's been at least a couple QLCS tornadoes that have been confirmed. One was potentially a damaging, longer track tornado. This one that I'm still focusing on near Mechanicsburg. Oh, and it's back. There it is again. It's paralleling I-72 right now. Yep, there's no hail in there. We're going to get a new update on the velocity scan, but this is not hail. This is a tornado in progress just north or south of I-72, south of Illinopolis. But that is a tornado still in progress. It looks like it lifted briefly east of Mechanicsburg. Backing things up, there it was earlier at 11:25. So it's gone about 10 minutes where it may not have been on the ground. But west of there, coming into Mechanicsburg, you can see that circulation, the correlation coefficient showing it very clearly. Pretty deep correlation coefficient on the last scan before that. It may have lifted briefly as it crossed I-72, or it may just be a little bit more broad, but it was on the ground there on the north side of the Springfield, Illinois metro near Devereaux Heights. And there it is right there, crossing the Illinois State Fairgrounds. Looks like if you got a fair anytime soon, that may have gotten trashed. And yeah, it started near the Springfield Lincoln Airport. From where it is right now, or where it lifted near Mechanicsburg, it was about a 15-mile track. And this is likely the second tornado that it's now producing. Yeah, there it is, right in here near Illinopolis. Oh, hey, Christian. Yeah, this is interesting. We had another circulation earlier that produced a brief tornado back near Athens, Ohio, or not Ohio, Illinois. That circulation has weakened, that middle circulation. Wow, this southern one is really taking over. There's also a brief circulation down here that's interesting. It, I think, has tried to produce a brief tornado, but it's not as vigorous as the other ones. This one's currently producing a tornado near Illinopolis, approaching areas around Decatur. The middle one quieted down around Lake Fork. And then our other circulations, there's actually two in here. There's one near Maroa and also one south of Maroa. Take a look at that. Messy CCs on those, but that's just, I think, because they're right at that clear air interface, so it can be hard to see them. But they both could produce tornadoes at any time, even if we're not seeing distinct CC signatures on those. Those are both potentially close to producing tornadoes as well. So we have right now, just taking stock of things, because things change with these QLCSs. One, probably about four potential QLCS tornadoes. And yeah, there's the warning for those. So that rotation has held on long enough along Illinois 29 that it gets a tornado warning of its own. Christian, Moultrie, Shelby, and Macon counties. They're warning it for tornadoes and straight line winds. Wow. This thing is still going. The other thing we looked at, I think right before our Brady people joined, is this is like the only part of this storm that can produce tornadoes. There's outflow-driven storms south and west, and there's outflow-driven storms to the north. So this little pocket right here has something going on. It's not outflow dominant. It's the only part really that has access to the warm and moist inflow. And yeah, it's producing at least a couple damaging tornadoes here in the last, I don't know, half hour or so. That one may have lifted. I don't see the debris signature in that anymore. Still close to producing probably, but that one may have lifted. Damaging winds in here, south of Illinopolis, approaching the Decatur metro. Decatur not technically under a tornado warning yet, but I would be in my safe space if I was anywhere in this little like Warrensburg, Decatur, Mount Zion. Like somehow that little area isn't in a tornado warning. I don't know if I'd feel comfortable living there not being in my safe space. Because you can literally drive a couple blocks pretty much any direction and be in a confirmed tornado warning. So, yeah, I'd be in my safe space, Decatur. I hope they're sounding the sirens. It'd be probably proactive if they did. Hey, Catman. Yeah, that one has really surged out to more of an embedded supercell. That other one near Warrensburg is also close to producing. Back further was more of a classic QLCS tornado. You can see the little thumb sticking out of both of those. They kind of mirrored each other for a little while. And then the one started to produce the tornado, the one that took over north sides of the Springfield area, but the other one has kind of weakened. But yeah, that is more of an embedded supercell kind of feature now. Oh boy, this one may be close to producing too. That may not be clear air. That might actually be. It's hard to tell. It's hard to tell. It's right at the interface between the clear air. That's a messy correlation coefficient. I wouldn't be surprised if that one is also producing. And then there's the other one here near Mora, just over the Mora area. Yeah, likely not producing right now. Especially since we're so close to the radar site. We can get pretty good low-level looks at these circulations. Okay, yeah, the Mora one I'm pretty confident is not producing. This one may be hard to say. Still kind of messy in here. Near Emory. I don't know if it will, Kristen. It's not supposed to. Model data does not support it going too much further into Indiana. Although now that this is a little bit feistier, I do want to kind of check the model data again. But model data has it kind of falling apart as it gets into Indiana. Maybe a little stronger back here towards Terre Haute and Effingham, Illinois. Yeah, a little bit. Latest model data shows it a little bit stronger back here into central Illinois, east central Illinois, and west central Indiana. But it does show it generally weakening as it crosses the Indianapolis metro. So mostly just kind of general residual rain and storms. I don't expect a severe risk really much across the Indianapolis metro, but just have ways to get warnings. Always good to have your NOAA weather radio on a night that storms are possible. It's always good to have that NOAA weather radio on. And yeah, I guess the Storm Prediction Center outlook does mirror that. Basically, a slight risk of severe weather across northern Indiana, and then a marginal risk across the central part of the state. So that shows the Storm Prediction Center expects these to be weakening storms as they work across central Indiana. Stay tuned for tomorrow, though, Kristen, because tomorrow could get interesting again. Still seeing that pretty pronounced area of rotation also now north of the Decatur metro. Yeah, those two there, those are showing pretty potent rotation there on the MRMS rotation tracking. One near Emory, one near Mora. And then this is the big kind of messy mezzo now. It's kind of broadened out a little bit, but they now have actually issued that tornado warning through the Decatur metro, so that's a good sign there. Christian, Moultrie, Shelby, Piatt, and Macon counties. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing tornado over Blue Mound. And that was moving east at 45, so that's slowed down just a little bit. A couple of these other circulations in here. Yeah, still 2 other circulations in here. In this tornado warning storm, they just crossed Illinois 48, just north of Taylorsville. I'm not even going to try on that one. Assumption and Findlay, Shelbyville are all in that warning polygon, as well as areas like Macon, areas like Dalton City. You guys are in both polygons there. And then around the Decatur metro, especially southwest sides of Decatur, that's where we have this storm that has a history of producing tornadoes. (11:45). That scan is 11:45. That scan is at 11:45. And that scan is at 11:45. That's not good. That may be producing again. Yeah, there's nothing there. Wait on the next scan. That went from nothing to something pretty quickly. And yeah, that's not clear air contamination. That's actually part of the little hook feature. That may be producing again. We'll wait on the next scan, but yeah, this time of night, it can be pretty scary. It's almost midnight here on the central time zone. Yeah, three circulations here. 1, 2, 3. And then 2 circulations still on the northern side. 1 and 2 approaching Olena, east of Mora, or Moroa. They've added the tornado possible tag out towards Champaign-Urbana. And then, yeah, north of there towards Fisher and Gilman and up I-57, there's less of a tornado risk. These are in rain-cooled environment behind that leading edge that surged out. So just some general storms, mostly across northern Illinois and northern Indiana. Basically, every storm that could produce a tornado right now is producing a tornado or has just produced tornadoes. I do want to check our area. What's this special weather statement for? Oh, some gusty winds overnight, light sprinkles, and 55-mile-an-hour gusts around the Kansas City metro. That's the remnant of those storms that have moved through. So they still have wind energy, even though some of those supercells have completely dissipated. And yeah, this cell is dying over the Newton County, Kansas area. Wow, look at this. Tornado possible, 60-mile-an-hour winds. They're just covering everything. I think they're doing a nice job with this. Especially late at night. There's probably not a ton of Mets in the office tonight. This is definitely the night shift, so damaging winds coming to the southwest sides of Decatur. Tornado also possible there. It would be near Booty or Bulldog Crossing, crossing around Ellen on the south side of Decatur. Yeah, it looks fairly confusing, but they have it fairly organized. They warned basically a couple of the tornado circulations at kind of one at a time, because they all haven't developed at the same time. Otherwise, they may have just warned them all. one's kind of popped up here, and then another one popped up down further. So yeah, you get, with these QLCS situations, you do get some overlapping and confusing polygons. And then, yeah, just while we have all those confusing tornado warning polygons, they've issued the broader severe thunderstorm polygons around it. So certainly an interesting night here. Pretty close to the radar site too, so we are seeing some pretty decent wind profiles. 60 to 70 is probably a decent bet in here, especially where we have these little mesocyclones. Orena and Argenta, that's some pretty nasty wind. North on 72. I don't see correlation coefficient drops with those two little thumb features. You can see them kind of in here like that, and then one in here like that. This one has broadened back out on the south side to Decatur. Still is a dangerous storm. And a new one. Observed tornado for Piatt and DeWitt counties. Confirmed tornado near Weldon, 6 miles southeast of Clinton, moving east at 35. It is a public confirmed damaging tornado. That includes Whitehearth and Monticello, Illinois. That one is weird. I don't see... Don't see much in there, at least on the velocity or anything, really. Maybe a few minutes ago, maybe right in there. Either way, take tornado safety precautions there. Weldon, Whitehearth, Monticello. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what the outflow boundary does with some of these. Because there's actually an outflow boundary sagging south from these other storms. Kind of like right in there. And then, yeah, further south, those storms have released outflow boundaries. So most of this is all rain-cooled air. There's still training thunderstorms that are a big flash flood risk. There's been probably 3 to 5 inches of rain across most of this area into northern Missouri and western and west central Illinois. Still a couple potential tornadoes in here north of Assumption. You guys need to be in your tornado safe space, lowest level into your room, away from those doors and windows. Put walls between you and the outside as possible. Some people in this area have basements. If you have a basement, that's obviously the better option. But if you don't have a basement, that hall closet, bathroom, some sort of space on the low level with no windows. That area near Decatur has kind of broadened a little bit, near Macon. Probably not as tornadic as it was a little bit ago, but continue to take tornado safety precautions across the Decatur Metro, Long Creek, Dalton City, down to Bethany on Highway 121, and then further south towards Assumption along US 51, Moequa, I think that might be how you say it. But that town is also impacted there north of Assumption on 51. Blue Mound, you guys are getting some pretty heavy wind. And then back towards Springfield, if you're waking up now, lightning, thunder all around. But the tornado risk has diminished across the Springfield, Illinois metro. Basically west of Mechanicsburg and Mount Auburn, you guys are in better shape there. Also seeing the gusty winds approaching areas around Cerro Gordo, Oakley, Bemet, into the Piatt County area. And then we'll keep an eye on these on the I-57 corridor. They're headed generally towards areas south of Urbana and Champaign. Hammond, Lovington, and Windsor are up next in that severe thunderstorm warning polygon. Honestly, if you live out here and you are not in a tornado warning, it's late at night, you're in a severe thunderstorm warning tornado possible tag, and there's been numerous tornadoes reported in this cluster of circulations. I would just start taking my tornado safety precautions now, especially if you have to like wake the kids up, get the dogs ready, and stuff like that. Get shoes on. You need a little extra time, maybe at midnight. I would start to get my tornado safe place out here: Windsor, Lovington, and Hammond. Yeah, I don't know if we have any viewers in the chat right now that are from this area. If you are, just give us a shout, a wave into the chat, and say hi. Take us with you if you are in central Illinois here. Put us on your tablet, your cell phone, or your computer, and just get to your safe place in these areas around Taylorville, Decatur, Cerro Gordo, Monticello, up to DeLand, and south of Farmer City. North of there, it starts to get a little bit less tornadic, but still don't see any weird thing going on in this area. But the observed public report, but it may have been a delayed report too. It's hard to tell. Multiple power lines down across the Springfield area. Trees down, metal roof at Riverton. Already getting storm damage in where that tornado tracked across the northern parts of the Springfield, Illinois area. Power poles down, tree branches down, North 5th Street in Springfield. So yeah, that was tornado damage there on the north side of Springfield. And new tornado warning, looks like they've just kind of re-upped the one there, Cerro Gordo to Bamet. They're probably going to adjust a few of these now. Yeah, they're going to trim them up a little bit. They haven't extended them out past their current places, but they're trimming them back like towards Edinburgh and Taylorville. No longer a tornado risk. This one expires. The first observed one expires. So Mechanicsburg and Mount Auburn, better shape there. I am seeing it now. It could be because we're getting a little further from the radar site. Our radar out of Lincoln, Illinois. We are seeing less in the way of those circulations. But a couple of the circulations that are still there are still fairly punchy. There's still one here near Assumption. There's still one east of 51. Hey, Cruz. Welcome, welcome. This area has broadened. And then, yeah, there's still another one in here. Actually, another 2 circulations in here. Cerro Gordo and just north of there, 2 circulations still ongoing. That's a little bit of a suspicious CC lowering. But that may be a little bit of clear air. They're kind of right on that interface. Yeah, I think that's clear air. We'll double check it though in a few minutes. And then maybe seeing that thing near Weldon that was reported by the public, but whatever that is does not show well on really any of the radar products. There might be a developing circulation there now, but I don't know if there was earlier. Depending on what kind of public, it may have been scud cloud or a lowering. It just doesn't give a lot of details on why, but there may actually be a circulation there developing now. So they may have seen a lowering. Still doesn't really have much in the velocity department, but we'll keep an eye on it. Hey, Georgia Bulldogs. I think his whole title is caps. I don't think it's going to hopefully block it from that. But that'd be hilarious if it just blocked him because of the title being all caps. I think it does have a cap minimum there, Cruz. So you do have to, I think, put a couple different caps on it. Those feisty winds are through Cerro Gordo now. Areas around Cisco. Severe thunderstorm warnings continue there. Outside of the tornado warnings, tornado possible 60-mile-an-hour winds. There's a pretty good swath of probably some 60 to 70-mile-an-hour winds in a couple of these pockets in here. And then down towards Assumption, that circulation is still holding on. South of there, we start to get into more outflow dominance. South of Taylorville, you can see this outflow boundary kind of surging out here. Wow. Did not expect that. Things were starting to quiet down. And then we've now had several confirmed tornadoes, and I don't know how many tornado warnings in the last few minutes. They have, it looks like, expanded that that watch area a little bit. They've added a couple counties in here around the Charleston and Marshall areas, Shelbyville. So severe thunderstorm watch continues there for another hour. It does include parts of western Indiana around the Terre Haute area, Brazil, Clinton, Rockville, Newport, Petersburg, up to Williamsport, Indiana. Storm Prediction Center also issued a mesoscale discussion for isolated damaging winds to persist a few more hours, basically in that same area. The mesoscale discussion was just posted, but weirdly kind of misses on the tornado threat. But let me let's see that real quick. There's a new tornado warning actually too. Public report of a confirmed tornado. Oh, they've just trimmed it up, I guess. It's the original one. Yeah, I'm just not seeing anything really cohesive in that particular circulation. Oh. It got Georgia Bulldog. Georgia Bulldog is fighting the bots. Georgia Bulldog, I saw your Georgia baseball dogs. I saw they're going to be playing in Omaha. Still seeing a couple circulations east of Assumption, Illinois, approaching areas around Findlay and Shelbyville, Illinois. Another area near Mount Zion. That main circulation has slid kind of south sides of Decatur. So Decatur, you guys are no longer in that tornado warning. Basically, if you're Decatur and points west of 48, you're in good shape. And then areas around Cerro Gordo, west of 72, you're in pretty good shape there. Oh, only a second? Yeah, I can change it, Catman. I can put them up to 10, 15 minutes. Last night, one of our regulars were testing the bot because we were changing some settings on the bot, and just sometimes you actually just have to test it a little bit. But it banned one of our regulars for like 15 minutes. So that was pretty funny. They have stretched that warning out. Tornado possible, severe thunderstorm warning covers the Champaign-Urbana area, Piatt, DeWitt, McLean, Champaign, and Macon counties in central Illinois. Wow. Still seeing a pretty big swath of wind in there as well. That's something to keep our eye on. Adjusting a couple of those circulations in there. Todd's Point, Findlay, and Shelbyville are up next And then after that, Windsor. You guys are after that. Yeah, okay, no really new storm reports. There's one here from Latham. Power poles blown down in the Latham area. That could have been straight line winds or tornado damage. It's hard to tell. If it's right in Latham, that report, probably straight line winds. It looks like that circulation passed just to the north. That other circulation up here, tree down and power line, that could be a tornadic circulation around the Clinton area a little bit ago. Oh, you know, we had a tornado near the radar site, trees down and power lines down in Lincoln. That could have been wind or tornado as well. So there's been at least a couple tornadoes with damage now already reported across central Illinois. So these tornado warnings you do have to take seriously. Even though these aren't generally like the big long track tornadoes, and they don't look like massive supercells on the radar, they can and do produce damaging tornadoes. It looks like the bot loves you guys too. Still in here near Bemet or Bemet. Yeah, showing up on spectrum width, and also the storm relative also helps highlight QLCS tornadoes a little easier. And then our other circulation is in here on 121 near Dalton City and Bethany. Sounds good, Ems. Have a great night. We'll see you on the next one. Ems, we're going to be busy all this week too, so tune back in tomorrow, probably Friday and Saturday as well. Some of these circulations are starting to broaden out a little bit. We're not seeing as defined of circulations. There's still a broad circulation in there, 121 southeast of Decatur. This one near Bement is pretty feisty, east of Cerro Gordo. We'll see if it gets a new warning back out towards... that is a community called Chicken Bristol. Is that real? It is real. A tiny community in Douglas County, Illinois. Chicken Bristol, Illinois. Well, now I gotta go there and get a picture of their sign. I'm sure they got a welcome sign, right? Hold on to your feathers, guys. It's gonna be a pretty wild ride here the next few minutes in Chicken Bristol. Those severe storms are pushing into Champaign-Urbana as well. Tornado possible tag, 60-mile-an-hour winds. And yeah, there's that circulation around Bement. I don't see any CC drop in there. Still seeing some circulation south of Mount Zion. Kristen. Good to laugh every now and then. Let's see. If you're on the I-55 corridor in Illinois, you're much better shape. Springfield up to Bloomington, no longer a severe risk. Please turn around, don't drown though. There's still a ton of heavy rain. Flash flooding was occurring earlier in the Peoria metro. Still heavy rain across this region. So please turn around, don't drown, especially if you have overnight or early morning travel. There's still heavy rain coming into some of those same areas It's still raining all the way back into areas around Chillicothe in north central Missouri. So there's quite a bit of rain still to fall. Training thunderstorms cover about 280 miles of training thunderstorms here. Yeah, they're right at the edge there. They're not outflow dominant. They're right kind of the edge along that boundary. I'm interested to see if you know what? We could have caught it earlier too, looking at the data layers. They actually moved into an area that had a little bit higher pooled significant tornado parameter right along the I-55 corridor. So they moved right into that space there, some localized prime real estate. Hmm. Yeah, same there with the tornado energy helicity. There's a little bit extra right in there. So according to this, as it gets a little further east, it should continue to decrease. We are seeing a general weakening. But yeah, it looks like it tapped a little localized, extra juicy environment right there. Interesting. Oh, airplane mode. Yeah. Yeah, we're not gonna be able to stream with it in airplane mode. Still seeing that circulation in here. This is near Arena. Oh wait, this is back further. Sorry. There we go. Back live radar. Broadening out around the Bement area. Headed towards areas around Tuscola. They have added that new tornado warning for Champaign and Douglas counties in central Illinois. That area is still located near Iversdale, moving east at 45. Let's see, Iversdale. Yep, right in there. Very small community. Surprised they use that as a reference point, but that area is generally tracking at 45. It's going to be over towards Villa Grove, about 22 minutes. Longview, 28. Murdoch, 28 minutes. And Broadlands to the end of the warning polygon, about 35 minutes or so. Good night, Christian. We'll see what they do here. It looks like they may let some of this work out of the current tornado warnings. Some of this down in here does not look as imminently tornadic. Livingston down to Windsor. Continue to at least stay kind of hunkered down, be ready to take tornado safety plans from Lovington down to Windsor. And yeah, just based on some of that model data, it looks like it was starting to work its way out of the slightly primed tornado space in there. So yeah, some interesting dynamics right there. This little area still has some feistiness to it. Approaching the Villa Grove area, it's going to cross I-57 near Pasotum, and then seeing gusty winds pushing through Champaign-Urbana right now. Yeah, it's starting to bow out just a little bit, and that tends to happen. And it looks like it's trying to surge some outflow out. If it can get that outflow out, then it'll be less tornadic here in a few minutes. But yeah, I'm starting to see hints of a little bit of outflow in here. These are two corridors of some bulging winds, though, that beyond the tornado risk could continue some wind risk in these kind of corridors in here. Sounds good, crews. Yeah, we're losing a few of those tornado warnings. That's a good sign. And some of these, they should just drop. A lot of offices will just let them hang out, and they'll just kind of hang out until they end in 10 or so minutes. But sometimes I'd rather have more proactive drops too. Looks like they've extended that severe weather watch another 2 hours and 45 minutes. That original watch was supposed to go until 1 a.m., so it looks like they've extended it out until 2. Just kind of checking over the Storm Prediction Center, seeing if there's any updates. At least a couple significant tornadoes, it looks like today, across Missouri, maybe southern Illinois. This is kind of funny. Let me let's grab this picture here. Let me see. Browser source. Where's mine? Hold on. Let me try and get this added in. Hold on a second. Well, all right. For some reason, it's not working. But this is kind of funny. This is on X a little bit ago. This is the National Weather Service tornado X profile. It looks like they were slapping up tornado warnings so quickly that they have a graphic that shows 2 tornado warnings just overlaid in the same graphic. So that's kind of funny. Those tornado warnings were flying a few minutes ago. Hey, Frontline, how's it going tonight? Still seeing a couple areas of spin in here, not as imminently tornadic as it was. This one here near Bemet and Cerro Gordo East of Cerro Gordo is probably the more potent cell right now. Still could potentially produce a brief tornado. Stay in the coop there if you're around the Chicken Bristol area. Hold on to your feathers. And then up towards Broadlands and Villa Grove. Yes, that is a town called Chicken Bristol. We looked at that just a little bit ago as well. And then Champaign-Urbana, if you got any kids at school, looks like mostly that area is just wind-driven right now, just pretty much a standard severe thunderstorm warning. 60-mile-an-hour winds, not really much hail in there. And then north of there, strong storms, but it kind of relaxes up towards Gilman. We have no severe weather ongoing across the Chicago metro. There's rain and wind and some thunder and lightning, but it's just a pretty standard night across parts of Chicago. Finally, it looks like we're starting to see some of the storm energy work away from Missouri. Yeah, there's still storms ongoing. Shelbyville, La Plata, Edina, up into areas around New London, Palmyra, and that's Hannibal and Quincy. That's going to probably continue the flood threat there a little longer, but some of those areas across Iowa are starting to clear out a little bit. Yeah, day 2 should be coming out soon. And day 2, I think, comes out around, well, it varies sometimes. Sometimes they put it out a little earlier. But generally, I don't know, like 12:45 to 1:30, somewhere in there. They generally get it out around then. Recently, the 1 a.m. update or whatever it is has recently been like one of the bigger changes. It seems like they resist a lot of change during the day, and then when the new day 1, when they're changing it from day 2 to day 1, it seems like that's when they make a ton of different changes. They did last night too, so we'll see what the new day 1 looks like. Some of the model data trended down on severe weather tomorrow, so we'll see how it goes. There's still question marks about the warm sector tomorrow, and still question marks about storm mode. For our friends in Indiana, this does continue to weaken as it gets into Indiana. This model even kind of overdoes it a little bit across northern Indiana, but I still think some of this area around Terre Haute, Rockville, Williamsport, Crawfordsville, you might get some isolated severe weather still. Generally weakening though as it gets through central Indiana. Potentially still some stronger storms across I-70, Terre Haute to Effingham overnight. But we are watching this area. This one area has a slight risk still on the current day 1, because the current day 1, even though this area hasn't had a lot of weather yet, within the next couple hours, storms explode from Grand Isle to Lincoln and work their way up through the Omaha area into the Missouri Valley, and potentially working into a more organized cluster through the morning across parts of Iowa. This model has trended down a little bit on that, so that's interesting, but yeah, it could be a messy morning across parts of Iowa. And then we'll see earlier modeling showed more of a cohesive MCS working into the Mississippi River Valley. Latest modeling has backed off on that a little bit. And then, yeah, it kind of reforms some storms. But yeah, the latest modeling isn't super sold on anything, but we'll see. It may be underdoing the warm sector in this area tomorrow. So yeah, still a lot of question marks. But let's see. Hey, Cruz, how's it going tonight? Hey, Winter Bubs, welcome back. Yeah, yeah. It seems like the latest modeling is trending towards wind rather than discrete supercells, but we'll see how it goes. Bubs, you missed some significant tornadoes today. There was actually at least a handful across Missouri and Iowa. We'll wait for the ratings on those, but some of the tracer video I've seen, it definitely looks like some significant tornadoes. Luckily, most of it seems to be in rural countryside, but we've also had some damaging tornadoes across central Illinois just in the last hour or so. So it's been a busy, severe weather day. I think if I remember right, they backed off on the 45 wind though, because it had a 45. I think it had a 45 CIG1 earlier, but I don't know if it does anymore. Yeah, the models I think are underdoing some of it tomorrow. I agree, Catman. I think they're underdoing it a little bit. And the winds aloft are pretty strong too, so storms should explode tomorrow with some warm and moist air. We also have to see kind of what any of this residual outflow and any kind of remnants do as well for some storms. Today, some of those storms in Missouri were playing off of some of the boundary interactions from yesterday. Yeah, definitely. Liking and subscribing helps. Subscribing is obviously free, so it's a good little thing. And liking, give us a like. That also helps spread the channel. Especially like tonight, where things just kind of blew up at midnight across the Springfield area. Hopefully, we were able to get some warnings out. We noted one. I think one of those tornadoes was before it got warned, so hopefully, we gave some advance notice here. These QLCS tornadoes can obviously be pretty tricky to track and follow. So it looks like the Lincoln office, I will say, the Lincoln National Weather Service office tonight has done just a bang up job. Going back a couple hours, you can see really started with like two circulations. The one was actually producing here north of Athens, and they kind of both became tornado one very quickly. Basically, as soon as they could get that warning out, they did. That other one became a tornado in progress near the Springfield airport, and they got that warning out. It was the observed warning right away. So they did a really good job. And then as new things popped up, they got new warnings added in there. So it looks a little chaotic, but they were warning things kind of as that QLCS whack-a-mole pops up. They also, I think, did a nice job. Beyond the tornado warnings, they issued these larger severe thunderstorm warnings with tornado possible tags. So pretty textbook idea of how to warn a QLCS situation. Doesn't for Caleb and Catman, doesn't James Pettis, doesn't he have a game where you can do he has like an online game where you can do the forecast and compare it. You can make your own like SPC forecast and compare it to like real, I think. Yeah. So you don't need like a piece of paper, you can just do it online and it keeps like your stats. I don't know if it's still active. I think he was updating it at one point, but yeah. Cruz is probably on the leaderboard, but does it even have a leaderboard? Yeah, yesterday was pretty nuts there, Bubs, especially across the Dakotas yesterday. This morning was actually pretty nuts. Part of southern Wisconsin had some destructive tags. This QLCS and this cluster of storms is not as destructive with the wind profile. We are losing some of those tornado warnings, so that's a good sign here. Still a radar indicated tornado warning near Villa Grove, Illinois. It's crossed I-57. It does look broader than it did earlier. Another little area flaring up near Royal, Illinois. Yeah, a little bit of a flare up there near Royal. Keep an eye on that little area. Keep watching that one. That's going to head up towards Bismarck and basically along I-74. Still seeing that broad rotation in there. Tuscola and Hinesboro. Tornado possible. Severe thunderstorm warning. 60-mile-an-hour winds. Tornado possible tag. Oh yeah, I'm kind of curious here. Let's see. Can I go back and retroly? Let me see. That reminds me. Can I retroly active? Okay. Okay, probably can. That's pretty neat, actually. Still seeing that broad circulation in there near Villa Grove. And then let's go up. That circulation near Royal seems to have diminished. Maybe been just a little interaction there. I'm behind on the chat. Trying to catch up. I hope I didn't miss any questions on there. Still seeing that wind profile. This is probably the feistier cell right now. Tornado possible in there near Villa Grove. It's surging out over Tuscola, approaching Murdoch and the Oakland area. Maybe for those areas. Oh, there's a new tornado report. Earlier tornado on the ground near Lane. That checks out. Southeastern Piatt and northeastern Moultrie counties. That's that area around Tuscola. So, okay, that's the county line right there. Basically at Villa Grove. Track this out a little bit because this line has surged ahead quite a bit in the last few minutes. Still moving east at about 50 miles an hour. All right, there's some of the path of this particularly feisty part of the storm. This line segment where there's the tornado potential in there and it's also bulging out. That's going to be for Crispin about 30 minutes from now, Newport 45, Paris, Illinois about 35 minutes as well, and then crossing the state line into Indiana Clinton, about 50 minutes. Rockville, also about an hour away. And if it dips down towards Terre Haute, the north side of Terre Haute would be about 50 to 55 minutes as well. So still a dangerous storm there. The tornado potential should diminish as things advance to the east. It does seem like this tapped a localized environment across central Illinois here. But yeah, this area does get less tornadic as it gets to the east. Catman. I don't know if there's that many people that love winter weather forecasting. I guess I know a few people that do. I do know a few people that love winter weather forecasting. It seems like winter weather forecasting, though, is one of the things that also gets the most pushback because if you're, it's very hard to forecast, and if you're over and under on snowfall totals, people go nuts on social media and will tell you how wrong you are and how bad of a meteorologist you are and how bad of a forecaster because you've either under predicted the snowfall totals or you over predicted and it was all rain instead. The fine line between the snow and the icing and the rain can vary a lot. It's very tricky, especially like areas on the East Coast where you have the marine influences and mountains pretty close to the marine. Pretty high terrain, west of like DC and up here in the Susquehanna Valley, and then you have pretty much low-lying coastal terrain down here within, I don't know, within like 60 miles or so. Yeah, about 53 miles. All right, you kind of sold me on winter weather forecasting now. It is a nice challenge. Winter bubs, yeah, probably. Looks like a stream tomorrow, probably a stream on Friday, and potentially on Saturday too. That's a nice way to put it. Front line. I wish more people did that instead of a lot of people are calling themselves meteorologists on social media and they have no even training at all. Or a lot of people will call themselves like an amateur meteorologist. That's like calling yourself an amateur doctor. So I think calling yourself a forecaster is probably a better way to go. It gets the idea. It gets the idea that you have some expertise in forecasting and meteorology, but yeah, but it doesn't go oversell it, I guess. Yeah, weather analyst, that's a good one too. That's more what we're doing on types of streams anyway. A lot of times we're more analyzing the current environment rather than putting out true forecasts, but the storm system is slowly weakening. If you look back here towards the Springfield area, down through Sullivan and Taylorville, definitely diminishing thunderstorms. They're behind the outflow boundary. Actually, Caleb, it's a good idea too. If anyone on here is watching and you have interest in weather, either amateur or professional interest in weather, it's good to be a trained spotter anyway. Those classes are free and take like a day, 8 hours or a couple hours. I think some weather service offices even do them online now since COVID. So you can even get your Skywarn spotter certificate online. If it's in the US, there shouldn't be an age limit. You can get a spotter, you can be a trained spotter under 18. these storms are slowly getting below severe limits here across the eastern part of Illinois. Rossville, Bismarck, Potomac, they've dropped that warning east of Champaign and Urbana. Let's see. Yeah, the other warning ends in about 3 minutes, so they should continue to reduce those warnings. And then look at this into parts of Indiana. There's a pretty large outflow boundary from those storms to the north. Now, a storm could kind of latch onto that. This little corridor, I think, still has some severe potential. See, this is not a forecast. This is more of a nowcast. More weather analytics there than anything. But this little corridor, I'm still kind of concerned about that storm. It can kind of ride that little outflow boundary and continue to work south and east into that continued humid environment. Nice. Caleb, I didn't realize you were from Lincoln. Were you in this just a few minutes ago? Lincoln, yeah, right by the radar site. Are you still in the Lincoln area? Because that was a pretty nasty storm. I'm pretty sure it's already cutting off some of those, but this one cell could stay on a little longer. It's not super aggressive outflow, I don't think. That's the one thing. Let's see. And it's actually moving a little more east, so there's still a little pocket in here. That outflow's kind of moving like this. It still has a little bit of room down in here. I do think the tornadic environment seems to be lower down here into eastern Illinois and into the Terre Haute Metro. And it looks like even without the outflow interaction, these storms are already on the weakening stage. Welcome, Titus. How's it going tonight? Winter Bubs, did you say you're from Texas? Is that right? Sounds good, Frontline. We'll be on tomorrow too, Frontline. It looks like tomorrow, even though tomorrow has downtrended a little bit on the model data, I still think it's going to be a busy enough severe weather day where we'll have a stream tomorrow. Fowler and Oxford in you guys in Indiana here? Let's look. Yeah, this area here. You're going to get some storms in the next few minutes. It doesn't appear like those are too strong right now. Kind of on the edge of the radar site. I didn't realize that. Yeah, okay. You guys don't have a great radar coverage there in Fowler and Oxford. But yeah, these are mostly just gusty winds, a lot of lightning, and heavy rain. Approaching Fowler right now. We've lost the severe thunderstorm warning for the I-74 corridor. Yeah, let's take a look since those storms are dying out. Let's get our buddy the HRRR back. Well, I don't know if it's going to show that much, but okay. HRRR isn't showing a ton. At least this 04 run is kind of lackluster. It breaks out storms, it fires storms along the front. Like rapid development. This has kind of been the theme of a lot of the 2026. It seems like storms may have a chance at discreteness, and then very quickly it explodes them into clusters and line segments. It seems like we're getting a lot of that this year. But yeah, the HRRR is kind of underdoing that warm sector. I'm not sold on tomorrow. We'll see what kind of new data comes in, but officially, officially for tomorrow, that northern Indiana area, an enhanced risk level 3 out of 5. That stretches up into much of central Michigan. That includes the entire Chicago metro, back down into areas that had some strong tornadoes today. And then the tornado risk for tomorrow, officially by the Storm Prediction Center, is... Oh, that's day 1, sorry. Still on the day 2. Still centered from Chicago back through eastern Illinois and or Iowa. Sorry, it's getting late. Extreme northwest parts of Missouri. Yeah, so it's still kind of centered in here. They do have a hatch CGI 1 all the way into much of lower Michigan, including that area of South Bend and Rensselaer. And then wind risk. I think they dropped this, right? Wasn't this a 45% earlier today? This is not the new day 1. This was just the question from... Yeah, good night, Catman. Where is it there? The question from earlier about northern Indiana tomorrow. I thought this had a 45%, but maybe I'm blending it together. Yeah, it was. So they've dropped that already. And then the hail stays back into Iowa and Missouri, and Chicago has an all hazards threat. You guys in Chicago are hatched, I think, on all 3 of these. The wind, the hail, and the tornado risk. Yeah, Chicago has an all hazards threat tomorrow. And actually, if you're talking about northern Indiana, you guys do have hatching across all 3 of those parameters too. Yeah, roughly. Sometimes it's a little delayed though. The way the new hatching system works, I doubt you're going to get out of the hatching because they have a lot of hatching past northern Indiana. It's not like you're right on the edge. I feel like this is different than earlier today too. I think they've expanded the wind risk down across Oklahoma, all the way into the Red River Valley tomorrow. And yeah, they've expanded that hail risk down through Oklahoma as well. Now, I gotta adjust the caps thing. Sorry, Titus. I saw a Titus said, "What? I'm gonna get a tornado today," and put a emoji face. I'll have to adjust the bot on that. It's a little bit too restrictive on the caps. I don't mind the caps every now and then. It's different if people are having fun versus like yelling at you. That's a different kind of situation. But I think you can block that based on situational awareness versus just all. Have they dropped the warnings? It says 0 on the, let me refresh the thing. They may have actually dropped those warnings. Looks like they are. They should drop off of our system here in just a minute. That checks out. It's a lot less tornadic. I don't see a lot of rotation tracks that are picking up. Shear rate has come down on this whole line of storms. The wind profile has come down. Here's the latest scan. Areas around Humboldt, those have come down. This area still has an isolated severe risk. Actually, it fits almost perfect with the watch. This severe thunderstorm watch probably has the higher chances of any severe weather in the next little while, and you can cut off the top part of that. But anywhere down here, Petersburg, Williamsport, Brazil, the Terre Haute area, still a isolated severe risk. It does look like the tornado parameters came down, mostly just damaging wind risk isolated. I'm about done. I think I'm going to call it a night and kind of look at stuff for tomorrow. Hey, Sarah, how's it going? Sarah, I'm not sure those storms are going to head your way. Earlier model data showed it, but right now it still has those storms lifting a little more this way. So earlier it looked like Sarah might get some, not severe weather, but storms across eastern Missouri. But yeah, they have not really pushed towards the south. They're more drifting towards the east. But you may get some storms, probably not severe. Tomorrow is the severe day for Missouri, more of Missouri. All right. Yeah, I think I'm going to call it a night. Looks like we have no warnings in progress, except for all the flash flood warnings. Continue to please turn around, don't drown if you're in these areas. If you know anyone in these areas, southern Iowa, northern Missouri, and western and central parts of Illinois, please turn around, don't drown. There's been some flash flood reports, roads that are underwater, and in addition to some wind damage, trees down, and things like that. But 4 inches of water on roadways, especially out of the Peoria area. It looks like there were roads covered, portions of roads through town were completely covered in certain areas. So please turn around, don't drown tonight, and we'll see you on the next one. It looks like another live stream tomorrow. Good night, guys. Good night, Christine. Good night, Catman. They've been around. There's more people in here than are chatting, that's for sure. Which is fine. We don't mind the lurkers. But on the next stream, if you've been quiet tonight and haven't chatted, it's a pretty welcoming community. So feel free to ask any questions. Sounds good, guys. Have a good one.